course, there are continuing negotiations in Washington, D.C. Senators met today. They will meet over the weekend. Expect to release a framework on Sunday or Monday of changes to asylum and immigration law that would be attached to the supplemental appropriations bill um, in the Senate right now. And then the Senate, staying in session, I believe the House will stay in session as well, will be taking votes next week in getting supplemental appropriations to Ukraine, to Israel, to Taiwan, and to the southern border here in the United States. You know, George, when it's 1 minute to midnight, and at midnight the Congress is scheduled to adjourn, Congress often gets things done in those final 60 seconds. One way they do it is by stopping the clock. That may happen this week in Washington. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, Alan. Yeah, one of the things we need to just because there was a vote. Was it last week or the week before? Now that it's all coming together, and we're just one big pile. But there was a vote, in the Senate, and it split right down the middle, right, 50-50, right, and it caused a lot of
Yes.
confusion for many Americans and a lot of Europeans, because the following week, senators that had voted against the bill, right, then turned around and said, "We're saying that, hey, they were supporting Ukraine." And of course, a lot of people were getting PO'd at that. They're like, "Well, why the hell didn't you vote for it?" Right? Let's just say, I'll just throw out a couple of names: Graham, McConnell, and people are like, "Well, you said you were for Ukraine, but you voted against the bill." And I believe that initial vote, right, was unfortunately bad timed, because I think they wanted to vote against it to make the point that they wanted more for the border, right? This is their cause belly, right, Alan? The whole thing with the border security. And they wanted more in the bill for border security. But unfortunately, when none of them voted for the bill, right, it gave more air and let's just say promoted a lot of the people that were against the bill. They came out of the woodwork. Then they're like, "See, we have a chance. We have a chance of blocking this." And unfortunately, that's the case. And I just wanted to get to tell people that it was done by a lot of the Republicans senators that are for Ukraine, because they wanted the Democrats to move on border security. And now that's happened, right, Alan? We're starting to see some of that negotiation, right? And we are getting
Well, it hasn't quite happened, George, but you're right.
it's starting to
When
move. It's starting to move. There has been some concessions made, and of course, some of the Republicans are saying they're not enough. Now we know that certain senators are never going to vote for it. That's okay, because we don't need all the Republicans. We need what, 10, right? We need 60. Is that how many have to vote for the bill to pass? 60?
we need 60 votes for what's called a cloture motion.
Exactly.
And what that means is that there are 30 hours of debate, evenly divided. The bill comes to the floor for that debate and a vote. There are also other ways that the Senate can get around such procedural votes as a cloture motion. And with time so short, they may look to do that either with a unanimous consent agreement to bring the appropriations to the floor. Pretty sure there would be one senator, maybe it would be Rand Paul, maybe it would be Tuberville, who would stand up and object, and that therefore would require 60 votes to bring the supplemental appropriations to the floor, there's going to be a whole lot of debate about asylum and immigration law in the United States. Probably more debate on that topic than on funding Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan.
That's yeah, because unfortunately, that's where we're at. I mean, and they're going to be trying to get some of those, so they can take home wins to their constituents. And when you're talking about like Alan, when you were talking about the senators, I would say three: Tuberville, Josh Hawley, and Rand. And he's obviously infamous. We've all seen the clip where John McCain calls him, to account because he takes to the floor and votes down the ascension of in Montenegro. It was Montenegro, small little country, next to Serbia, that was under a lot of pressure from Serbia and the Russians, to stay in the Russian sphere. And that's what that famous clip is. Because a lot of people have asked me, what country were they talking about? Maybe Georgia but when McCain said that small European country, they was talking about Montenegro. And it was, I know obviously Montenegro is now in NATO, but it was a shame that one senator was able to poo-poo that, unfortunately, back then.
Yeah, and we might see such a move again next week.
Oh, yes.
So I want to go to James with his hand up, and I think some really good observations about what is currently happening in the United States Senate, and then I will continue with my update from the Senate. James, go ahead.
Hey, yes, you're correct, Alan. I'm going to try at least to be informative about this, because I read the article that is linked in the third tweet in the nest from CBS, and it's a nice write-up of the issues that are actually there. And what we've got here is another case of a grand conflation, and the conflated terms here are immigration policy and border security. And this is about immigration policy. And frankly, it's an anti-immigration bill, and they want to push it through. It's not very democratic, helpful. And my conclusion some time ago is written there. If you can look at that tweet, you can see it without even opening the tweet. Best immigration policy is decisive defeat of Russia, which drives most refugee crises. You don't have to think hard about this. Think Ukraine. Think how many people we've got. How many people does Canada have? And we're the long runs, right? What about all the European countries? Oh my gosh, right? And then if you want to strain your brain, remember Syria. There you go. You're done. You don't have to go much further. It's a trend. It's a pattern over years and years and years. So it's enough that we do this. We don't have to fund or I'm sorry, take away people's rights to immigrate to the United States. That frankly weakens us. But if we supply the border with anti-drone and electronic warfare, that's my stance anyways, then we will be doing ourselves a favor. And while we're at it, we should also arm our National Guards the same way, because we have enemies, internal and external. And I would like us to be ready for all of that.
James, really quick, when you talk about Russia, we also, when you're talking about refugee crisis, let's just look at the migrants. We all saw the videos coming out of Finland, right? The bicycle brigade, as I called it. How many migrants did Russia try to push onto the Finnish border? This is a tactic they've used for years, and just really give me a minute or two. Let's get into this. You've got Viktor Orban in Hungary, ran on a platform against migrants and immigration and illegal immigration. And that's one of the things he was elected on. What helped him, right, when he was running was Russia swamping the borders, paying for flights of these people from North Africa, or where have you, into Russia, and then pushing them toward the borders with Europe. That's one of the tactics that Russia has used. They want to use the tactic of a fear of the unknown, of immigrants, of migrants, and things like that, to get alt-right governments elected in certain countries, and it has worked. It definitely worked in Hungary, and one of the issues too in Slovakia was that, and we've seen it again and again. They try to destabilize their countries that they border with. They tried it with Finland now. We've seen it. So it's beyond causing, obviously, what James is talking about is wars, right, in Syria, and causing refugees. It's also pushing migrants to the borders of certain countries to destabilize them and give the appearance that the duly elected democratic government in that country can't deal with the crisis that's being created by Russia, and they need a savior, and that savior being your Viktor Orban types, or I forget the goofball's name that was elected in Slovakia. That's part of their modus operandi.
Yes, it is. And I think Lie Sniper is here to add to this conversation as well. Lie Sniper?
Yeah, thank you. It's the Finland, as you have heard, closed the borders completely a while ago, and now they opened it for, I think, 2 days or so. And now they closed again because, okay, Furious said the rhetorical question, how many have they thrown in? Well, there were 230 today. And then, Finland gave Russia the opportunity to stop with the bullshit, and well, they didn't, and Finland closed the borders again today, this evening at 10 o'clock. So there were 230 who came just during today. So we gave Russia the opportunity to stop with the bullshit, but they didn't. We reacted and we closed the border again.
Did I lose Lie Sniper's audio there?
No, I was ready. I think, which part? What did you hear? What didn't you hear me saying?
Well, I heard you finish by saying that the Finns had indeed closed the border again today.
Yep.
Okay.
At 10 o'clock. Yeah, that was the point. That we tried to give Russia the chance to stop, but they didn't, and we reacted. That's it.
Well, there are several issues at play here. Russia itself uses a lot of migrant workers from Kazakhstan, for example. What Russia is actually doing with these migrant workers is to impress them into the Russian army. Although the Russian economy has a labor shortage, what Putin has decided is he would rather have these migrants fighting in Ukraine than working in Russia. Lie Sniper?
Yeah, so basically you could say that we're doing Russia a favor if we close the border and don't let the people out, but it's clearly organized because they are packed in cars, brought to the border with, and then they're given bicycles there. It's all completely organized. So what the Russians are actually, I don't know if it's the official Russians or if it's just individuals who are doing it for some reason to get money, or I don't know. Who knows? But anyways, that's organized act bringing those people over to the Finnish border, and they pay money for the transport, and someone is making money with it. And well, the poor people who they have the choice to freeze or to go back to Russia, and well, if Russia wants to conscript them, I don't know, perhaps they will. tough luck.
Not only perhaps they will, they actually have. And to George's point, it is Russia that has caused the largest refugee crisis since the end of the Second World War. Not only millions of Ukrainians fleeing Russia's genocidal invasion, but there are Georgians who are fleeing. There are Moldovans who are fleeing. There are Chechens who are fleeing. And of course, there are millions of Russians themselves who have chosen to leave Russia and are unlikely ever to come back. These are the best educated, the tech savvy young Russians of what will become a lost generation in Russia. You know, if you just look at the negotiations going on in the United States Senate right now, and these are crucial for passage of supplemental appropriations going to Ukraine. It's going to be a close call to see whether or not these negotiations satisfy Republicans who are playing bare knuckle politics on the floor of the United States Senate. Even though the strongest Republicans in the Senate in support of Ukraine voted against that supplemental appropriations when it first came to the floor 10 days ago. They were not voting against aid for Ukraine. Rather, what they were doing was voting for a last ditch effort to pass some draconian changes in asylum and immigration law here in the United States. The Hispanic caucus in the U.S. House has not been involved in these negotiations. Hispanic members of the United States Senate have not been involved in these negotiations, and the Hispanic members of Congress have raised their voices to object to their being cut out of the negotiations. There are probably enough of these members in the House to, well, to make things even more complicated. In other words, there are no guarantees that with changes to asylum and immigration law tacked on to the supplemental appropriations, no guarantee that this cobbled together legislation will pass the House. I do believe that Schumer and uh, and the House Speaker Mike Johnson have agreed to keep Congress in session through next week in an effort to let these negotiations bear fruit. But that is not a guarantee that the bill coming out of the Senate and heading over to the House will find all the votes it needs to pass in the House. So we're not out of the woods by any means. Uh, We'll have a much better understanding on Sunday or Monday when Senate negotiators release what they are calling a framework, a framework of new immigration and asylum law here in the United States. That framework also needs to be massaged into law. The language that will be added has to be agreed to. That's why when debate begins in the U.S. Senate next week, you're going to see and hear more debate about immigration and asylum in the United States than you're going to hear debate about supporting Ukraine, because that's what the debate in the United States is now all about. It's about immigration and asylum law. Republicans want Americans to think about the southern border as a security issue. It's not really first and foremost a security issue. It's first and foremost an issue about justice, and it is a humanitarian issue. it would take only about $2 billion, only $2 billion to hire sufficient immigration court judges and and immigration interviewers, immigration officers to solve this problem on the southern border. Legitimate asylum seekers now face more than 4.5 years of waiting for their cases to come before an immigration court judge. And this is justice delayed. And there's an old saying in the United States that justice delayed often is justice denied. We also have 25,000 Chinese immigrants on the southern border hoping to enter the United States. Some enter illegally, but I would be a whole lot more concerned about 25,000 Chinese immigrants coming into the United States than I would be concerned with any Russians trying to enter the United States, most of whom do so legally. I would be more concerned with this wave of Chinese immigrants than I would be with immigrants coming from Venezuela or Guatemala, Honduras, other Latin American and Central American countries. A whole lot more concerned about the Chinese influx than immigrants coming from Haiti or, for example, from Africa. It's not really a security issue. I know that Jim Lankford, the Republican senator who is leading the negotiations for Republicans on this issue, cited some numbers the other day saying that I think it was 258 known terrorists were apprehended on the southern border. Well, 258 on a day when 12,000 uh, migrants cross the border illegally. It doesn't really amount to much. And each and every one of these individuals with criminal records were apprehended. I'd also point out that 71% of migrants coming to the United States have no criminal record whatsoever. They are simply ordinary people like you and me seeking a better life, seeking safety and security and freedom from persecution and likely death if they were to return to their home countries. So it's a complicated issue. I think we will see it worked out. This is how Congress does its job. I'm pretty sure that next week there'll be agreement and we'll see funding go to Ukraine at 1 minute to midnight. George? Well, I gave too much of a detailed update there, George, and I put you to
Sorry,
sleep.
I'm my fat fingers. I couldn't get off. I couldn't unmute myself. So yeah, that's the issue. Is like there's going to be a lot of intricate deliberations and the discussions, and you know, and, and unfortunately, with an election year coming up, people are some of these elected officials. I'm not going to use the other word, are going to be using this for political gains, to score points while while Ukrainians are fighting for their existence, and that's the despicable part of it. But Alan, like I mentioned earlier, we do have there is one of the things that we can look to as a positive is European countries are now realizing, hey, you know, we're gonna have to step into part of the void, and we saw that from Germany this week. We saw that from Norway. We saw that from was it Denmark, I believe. I don't want to get the countries wrong, but we saw at least 3 or 4 countries step up. You know, even Bulgaria, right? What was it they announced? Over $3 billion in aid that they voted on for Ukraine. That's a huge step in the right direction from Europe.
Well, what we are now seeing, George, is that as a share of GDP, European nations are outpacing American contributions to Ukraine, both military aid and humanitarian aid. Military aid, humanitarian aid, financial aid to keep Ukraine solvent. It's the European nations who are directing a greater share of aid to Ukraine than the United States. And that is something to worry about, frankly. I say it's something to worry about because we know how much Ukraine depends on U.S. aid. But I agree with you. It's actually good news. European nations are stepping up and doing their utmost to assist Ukraine. There's still more that they can do. For example, Chancellor Scholz of Germany could, in a day, send long range Taurus missiles to Ukraine, uh, in, in addition to the Patriot system that Germany delivered to Ukraine. Extraordinarily important because air defense is an essential, urgent need that Ukraine has right now. But they also need these long range missiles, the Taurus, ATACMS, uh, more long range missiles supplied from France. They don't have enough. James.
Yes, I just wanted to double down on Europe stepping up. It is really good news that they're doing that. And I think it is a sign of the urgency that some of the nations feel about this. And I don't know what the distribution is beyond the borders of Russia. I realize that it really drops off, that percent of people who really feel the urgency of Russia at their border and the risk it brings. So it's good that people are waking up. It's bad that the governments aren't responding as well as they should to what the people are saying. And sometimes that's the thing is like, yes, we want aid, let's get aid. And they say, yes, we'll get aid. And then they don't. So in all cases, it's a benefit that at least people are awake, looking at this, and I hope seeing the risk. I I feel confident about one nation, and I keep saying this. Japan is just decided that they're taking their own security into their own hands and dramatically expanding their capacity to fight, and that that's the kind of attitude that I think Ukraine shares very, very much, and they're stepping up probably more than anybody else in the world. And so it isn't like we're just helping and they're passive about this. They're very active. They're increasing their capacity, and it's going to become a very large slice of their GDP in no time because it has to. However, it won't be the kind of I I don't think it will be anyways. The cored out kind of economy that Russia is growing, which is to cut other things, other industries, and expand their military production at the cost of those. And that is not what Ukraine is doing. So it's really good to see all these changes, and I hope it pushes the United States along that same path of realizing we have to do it, and especially after hearing the discussion about CNC machines and how they're still making it to Russia, because while it hasn't shaken anybody to give up in Ukraine, those missiles are still being launched at the cities, at civilians, and so it just has to be stopped. So I hope that people start waving the genocide flag to help draw attention to the urgent need.
Yeah, one would think that 660 days into this genocidal war, that free democracies around the world would have figured out how to put teeth into the sanctions intended to prevent Western technology from getting to Russia, to prevent Western technology from getting to Iran, because Russia and Iran are working together not only to pool their resources in the access of terror that they are the leaders of. They're the active leaders of this access, and Russia is providing uh, technological knowledge to Iran in exchange for more and better Shahed drones, for example, more and better ballistic missiles, for that matter. It is up to free democracies around the world to put teeth into the sanctions that should be taking the cogs out of the Russian war machine. Rather, we're seeing the kind of precision technology Russia needs to continue this war. To James, then to Tony. James, for your follow up.
Yes, I did want to return a little bit to the immigration issue, because that is what is on the table, supposedly. And just say this, that I do think that we should be smarter about recognizing the risk of people from some nations. And I know that sounds a lot like, oh, anybody from the Middle East, blah, blah, blah. But in specific, I mean that since we do not, cannot, will not use the state sponsor of terror to name Russia, without basically going to war. Maybe we can at least say we've recognized that countries have picked up business with Russia, have signed agreements with Russia, or whatever the things are that we need to cover, and say, whoa there, hey, that means there's going to be a restriction here on immigration. There'll be other checks other than the usual, or maybe a cap or other things like that. And I hate to deal with that, but on the other hand, the levers that we have, we're not willing to use because we wrote them so in such an extreme place that we can't really use them on Russia. We can do this with Tehran, but we cannot do this with Russia because it's well, at least so far we haven't been willing to. Let's put it that way. Could we? Yeah. Would it be a mess? It'd be a big mess.
It wouldn't be that big a mess, and it could be done. Tony, welcome. Go ahead, please.
Oh, good morning. I was just part of that crash. Didn't do service to Mark. That was a great insight into another angle, how we can stop Russia. I just thought I'd mention that he'd put in the what Axel had put in the nest, his tweet, and if people want to read it, it's not in there now, Alan. I've just tweeted and tagged you on it. It says there what you can do, and it's a bit like what I do and what CC does is about contacting our politicians and journalists to stop CNC sales and to put more export controls on it and treat it like a drug coming out of Colombia. I think it's very important. Maybe you can put it back up in the nest for Mark. Just a suggestion. Alan, hello.
No, we heard you. We heard you. You're just fumbling with buttons right now. Yeah,
it was just a great presentation. I don't want it to just slide away. It's going to stop the manufacturing of missiles and stuff. So, geez, sorry to interrupt you, James.
No, thanks, Tony. I had some confusion with my buttons there, and that tweet is back up in the nest. And I recommend everyone to take a look at that thread and follow Mark's presentation slide by slide by slide. Mark, I know, will be back here on MriyaReport sometime in the future, but his first visit today, this afternoon, with Axel leading the discussion, really was one of the best we've had. James.
Yeah, I would just wanted to say that it was a wonderful presentation, and the idea that they've got all these safeguards worked out already tells me that quite a bit could be done to shut down the machines that are active now inside of Russia from all the things that we heard today. And it was an incomplete set of things because they're going to talk more about the controls that they use to limit the use of the machines. Seems like they could do a lot right now. So very targeted sanctions in the U.S. And I missed the opening parts. Tony, did you catch any? And I haven't had a chance yet to browse through the presentation, and then it disappeared from the nest. But anyways, had you had a chance to hear who the leading manufacturers in the U.S. are?
No, I didn't. He spoke about Siemens, and then being manufactured out of Japan, Germany, United States, I think UK, and then yeah, I woke up and got him as he was saying that, and then just highlighted how CNC machines, even the new ones, and about putting tracking devices on it. And then they were talking about they already come with it, and then the machines are controlled by software, which is basically like a tracking thing, so they can find out where they're going. So we spoke about all that. So any Joe Blow could buy one to avoid the sanctions, but then it's going to end up in Russia. And I think they said that they know that either via satellite or via the tracking stuff. And then someone else from here got on about cutting heads and the fluids needed, so they need to be sanctioned also. It's just a matter of contacting our reps and just saying that these machines need to be stopped from being sold, and if they're going to be exported, where's it going? Just controls on it. Otherwise, the sanctions aren't going to work, and they're going to still be manufacturing these missiles. But I didn't get the whole of it. I suggest you go to the recording. Is that a good plug for the podcast recording? I don't know. Did you do that?
You know what? I'm just going to jump in and say I probably won't go there first. What I'll probably do is go to Mr. Google and ask him about the largest CNC manufacturer in the U.S. to get a head start on it. But I'll also then go back to his. I did capture his name. So Mark, was it Kravchuk? I hope I pronounced it right. Anyways,
Yeah, Kravchuk.
Yeah, there we go. So I will look at his stuff as well, and find out. But it's very interesting that one or two of these machines makes even a fairly large difference because they're manufacturing parts that are best manufactured that way, and they are combined with other parts that made on other kinds of machine, not requiring that much accuracy, and so they're like a force multiplier for what Russia can do. And so it's really sad that they're there, that people are allowing them to be used. And I also wonder if they can't brick them, because we did hear that discussion last year. I'm quite sure about that. And then we heard that, oh no, this has stopped. And well, no, it hasn't stopped apparently. So we should remain suspicious.
Sorry, James. When you say brick, is that like the brick they use to unlock an iPhone? I've heard that expression, brick.
Oh, turn it into a brick. Turn it into an inoperative thing. It is no longer a piece of machinery or electronics. It's now equivalent value to a brick is sort of the point of it. That's what I meant.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, and I think that's what the response to me was, rather than track it, put tracking devices on it, was to block it by not giving it updates, because it needs updates and stuff. But yeah, interesting, very interesting to hear what he had to say, and then about corruption and how they're stamping it out. Really, really, really heartwarming.
That part was beautiful. But before I
Yeah.
I want to talk about that, but this other thing, it sounds like the big coup for the Russians would be to capture the software somehow, and then they would be autonomous. And so I just think about the various cyber hacks that have been going on and the risk of that to
That's
the
what I
companies.
said. That's what I
Yep.
said. That's what I said. I thought, well, if they get around it, if they're able, they've been able to get into Australia, into major telecommunications here, and I think the tax department, and the a Medicare medical company, Medicare, like our main Medicare was Medibank. So thinking that they would get around that, so the obvious thing would be to track the actual machine and see where it goes, whether it's in an industrial area or in someone's backyard, But Axel dismissed that, and they're saying that there's a safeguard in the machines where they can do that. I don't know, but yeah, we need to stop it somehow or help.
Our friend Beefeater has also done some serious research into the provision, especially of precision cutting machines and various other kinds of high technology going to Russia and going to Iran as well. I just put one of his recent posts into the nest, but this is by no means the uh, all of the research that Beefeater has done. It's really just the tip of the iceberg, and I'll look for
He's
some
down
more
there.
tweets to add. Tony,
Yeah, beef feeder's down there. Should get him to come up. But yeah, it's up to us to call our reps and let them know about this, because this is, to me, it was just sort of like unknown. We're worried about other stuff, but yeah, I'll be sending emails off and making phone calls. Come up, beef feeder.
I'll say this, Alan, if our Congress was, if a certain part of our Congress wasn't so out there into, like, I don't know what, they've taken the GOP label and pretty much dragged it through the dirt. If there were Reagan Republicans, can you just imagine, Alan, what the United States would have been sending?
they would have been sending everything.
And I mean everything. They would have told Joe Biden, it's not enough. What the hell are you doing? They would have demanded. They would have been out there on the steps of the Capitol building, and instead of looking at nonsensical, red herring BS, they would have been out there and saying, we're sending 1,000 ATACMs. You're going to sign the effing bill. That's what would be going on. But alas, we're not there. And now we have to, hem and haw and plead and do whatever it takes to get Ukraine, just the basics, Alan. That's the most infuriating part, And I'm gonna say this, and I'm not gonna take the Europeans off the hook either. I'm here. I came here to crucify them. That's what I'm here for. Great Britain, yeah, you did some great stuff in the beginning. Hats off to you. But 14 challengers, 14, babe. 1-4, Alan. 14. United States, 31 Abrams. Come on, people. But this is a joke. We're not let's bring back Montenegro. We're not equipping Montenegro, right, with an army of 40,000 people. We're trying to equip a country to defeat one of the biggest existential crises and enemies we've had since the fall of the Soviet Union. Look at all the calamity, look at all the chaos they're sowing around the world. You know, this is absolute criminal, Alan, criminal, what our elected representatives in the United States are doing. I'm sorry, but they have blood on their hands. Defeating these bills, they have blood on their hands. Mike Johnson, please, I like to know. I know. I'm sorry. I'm Greek Orthodox, but the Bible that Mike Johnson uses, he can stick it where the sun don't shine, because he is not a Christian. He is the Antichrist. There is a cackle of them. They start off in the Kremlin. You've got Donald Trump. You've got Speaker Johnson. These are people are not Christian. There is no way. There is no way you're going to tell me that you're hearing about schools being bombed, right? Orphans, 300,000 minimum children being abducted, and you're like, yeah, border security, really? It's despicable, Alan. It is despicable, and here's the thing. I'm going to call out my elected official if they turn out to be pieces of you know what. And I expect people, when you see this from your elected official, take off the party line, people. Do what's right. You can't vote these clowns in. You just can't. The lack of empathy for your fellow human being. The fact that these people are bleeding and dying for almost 2 years now. Look at that 60 Minutes report, Alan. The one the one that just came out last weekend on the
partisans.
On the partisans, yes, the partisans. What we would call the Wolverines, right, of Kherson. A guy was a wedding planner for people. He was a wedding planner. Most of the people he worked with to fight the Russians, and they lost people. He told you that they lost people. None of them even knew how to load an AK-47. Yet they did it because, what did he say, Alan? I was born Ukrainian. Right?
Well, George, just in terms of political leadership here in the United States, there's no going back in time to search for a new Ronald Reagan.
No,
there's only going forward. And in taking your advice, George, don't vote for these useful idiots who do nothing more than echo the talking points of Vladimir Putin and of Russian propaganda. We don't need them on the floor of Congress doing that. We need, well, I was just going to say, George, we need to elect people who understand that their primary job is to govern, not to run for re-election. And there are some people like that out there. George, we have a lot of hands here.
Sure. And I want to, if you don't mind, I'm going to go to G-Man really quick because I saw his hand shot up, and then I'm going to go to James and then Tony. But G-Man, go ahead, sir.
Very, very good points. You're right. You didn't miss. I mean, the Britain.
Alan, can you guys hear me?
What? Hello?
Yep, I can hear G-Man, George. If you can't, hang on, see if you can hear Tony and James, but I can hear G-Man. If you can't hear the next speakers, then we'll have you recycle. G-Man, continue.
Thanks. So, George, his points are cogent. Britain gave 14 tanks from our stock of something like 150. So that's 10%. America gave 31 tanks out of their stock of, I think there's 6,000 or something. Maybe not as many as that, but well over 1,000 Abrams in storage. Either way, it wasn't enough. It was a token gesture in terms of British. The British gesture was designed to unblock roadblocks that people were putting up. Well, I won't go unless you go. Sort of childish games that have been played with this slow rolling. And Germany's still playing it with the tourist missile. Well, we won't send them if you don't send the ATACMS. Oh, you sent ATACMS. Well, we meant the other ones, the ones that have the unitary warhead. These are games that are being played. Okay.
Go ahead, G-Man.
Yeah. To the end, I don't know where I think I've got most of. To the end of influencing our elected representatives, and I think actually in terms of the rhetoric coming from the Foreign Office with the former Prime Minister and now Foreign Secretary Lord Cameron, that the one, he's very, very tall and he's got a forehead that the Royal Navy's thinking of using as a third carrier. Anyway, no one. It's just a wee inside joke. But he's been pretty strong on Ukraine. But it's just talk at the moment, and so I'm going to talk about what I'm trying to do to influence the British government, which is my petition, and ask them to send more aid to Ukraine. And I think this was discussed on. Oh goodness, I was listening to a podcast, and I can't remember who it was saying, but basically the argument is that Europe needs Richie Sunak to channel his Winston Churchill from somewhere and start leading in Europe to get them rounded up and corralled and sent the right direction. And if it's not him that's going to do it, well, maybe David Cameron can do it. But this was what happened in the early days. Anybody that's read Sergei Plovi's Russo-Ukrainian War, which only surveyed the first sort of half of the war so far, but we saw this from reading that things changed when Boris Johnson started really getting on side when he appeared in Kyiv pretty early on in the conflict. And so we started to get more meaningful weapons deliveries, but the weapons deliveries have really tailed off, and the pledges have really tailed off. I think it was somebody was from the Keel Institute actually who was talking, perhaps in this podcast. Whoever it was, I know what they said. I just can't remember who they were, and it has tailed off very sadly. But Europe now needs to step up and put on its big boys pants and get walking in the right direction. Whether America comes on stream or not, it hopefully will soon. But we need to go about our business as if the cavalry's not coming.
Yeah, well, the cavalry, I think, will be coming. But it's Ukraine that has its own cavalry, frankly. To Tony, to James, please.
Just in response to what G-Mate said, what you said, you go, I go. It's called sheep syndrome, I think. They've got the sheep syndrome. Can't get it together. And George, I share your frustration because we're the same here. We've got our defence minister only yesterday announcing or tweeting out that he's welcomed the troops that were sent to the UK to train the Ukrainians, and that next year he's going to be expanding that. They're going to be sending more troops to UK to train Ukrainian troops, and I'm thinking, yeah, you're training them to walk into minefields. You're training them to go into war without any air support. Not only that, last Friday, he signed a $7 billion contract to produce the Redback IPV, I think, by a South Korean company based here. So the jobs are here. So it's just frustrating, and I might change my tag, my handle to Furious Sammartino, because it's just ridiculous. I mean, we know now what Russia is. Australia alone, if it's stood up, it can provide the F-18s. So there's your air support. It's got the slingers and the Bushmasters. Australia alone can go it alone and help Ukraine, but we're just not. We've got the sheep syndrome. It's ridiculous. So it's not just you, George. It's our government too. They can step up.
And
That's all I've got.
that's the point, Tony. It's like there's so many countries, right? And like just everybody just step up to the bloody plate.
Like a dripping tap.
Yeah, it says this drip, like 50 something countries they keep telling Ramstein. I'm like, they don't all have 10 goddamn tanks? Think about it.
Yeah.
10 from each. And I know people say, oh, well, there might be different tanks. I don't want to hear that shit. How many different systems are the Ukrainians running now? About 30 different types of like armored vehicles. I mean, really. So
Yeah.
if everybody donated 10 tanks out of those 50 countries, we'd have 500 tanks tomorrow.
Well, we've got the Abrams coming up to be retired next year. Next year's only a few weeks away. So is the Abrams going to follow the same path as the F-18s in the sheds? You know, it's ridiculous. We've got Hawkeyes here that can be fitted with, I think, NRAMs. I think that's the term. They've got a brake problem. God, talk to a Mercedes-Benz. You know, how do we fix this brake problem? It's been going on for 2 or 3 years. They haven't sent one Hawkeye. Yes, it's just shocking. It's just shocking. Not one word about the F-18s, and yet he's gloating about a $7 billion contract he signed last week. And then gloating about, oh, we've trained the soldiers. Yeah, you're training them to walk into a war that's never been fought without air power and into minefields. You're training them to walk to their death. How can you tweet about it and be proud of that? Say something about the F-18s, you know? Ridiculous. But anyway, that's my two, Bob.
I got you, Tony. Alan, do you see a hand? Because I'm having a little bit of Twitter pocky.
Well, I saw John had raised his hand, but he put it back down. John?
I see it up, Alan.
Yep. John, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to come in this space because I really respect Yehuda and M. They've been in a lot of the spaces that I've been in recently. Mostly been keeping up with the Israel stuff these days. I'm like a 31-year-old American. I thought I'd come here to ask about some of the stuff about Ukraine because I guess I don't actually know that much about it. I had a couple questions on some of the, I guess, misinformation would be the right words for them, just to describe why so many Americans think that Ukraine is for some reason just taking bags of cash from the United States instead of getting like military support, and who's behind like that reasoning.
Oh, we can jump into that, John. So one of the problems you have is you know, people hear money. They hear, let's say, the last $200 million, right? And what's going on there is this is what the equipment that we're sending is worth. There are no, like, that's what people, you hit there's a misconception that there's bags of cash going when they hear that the United States is sending military support. We're sending stuff that was paid for, literally paid for, in budgets from the 60s, 70s, and 80s. This stuff is stuff that was paid for. It's been sitting in depots, right, in case the big one blows off, which obviously hasn't happened. We know how much surplus we have. We know how much we can send without putting our own units in a critical condition, in a critical situation. And that's what we've been sending. And most of our allies have been sending things like that, right? The Leopard tanks, the Challengers that the British sent, the Abrams, 31 Abrams. We have thousands of them in depots. But we have this problem now, it's social media, John. So whether it's X or Twitter, whatever you want to call this, what we're on now, Facebook, TikTok for the younger generation, some of the older some of the other people on there. The Russians have been really, really, really good at disseminating BS to sway people, fake stories that don't have a grain of truth on them, yet they look like they're coming from mainstream media. They've paid people off. They have paid spokesmen to go on, mainstream news channels and just spew absolute nonsense for years, right? And the problem, one of the problems, John, is some of our reporters, not all of them, some of our reporters, just when they're interviewing somebody on the subject, they just don't know how to push back. They're not well armed against the disinformation that these people are spewing on our airwaves, on our social media, right? One of the biggest fantasies, right, was why did that the Ukrainians, right, that there's a lot of Russians living in Ukraine. They have to be Russian because they're Russian speaking, right? No, that's because this is an easy story to sell, right? Especially to Americans, because a lot of us don't even know our own history, forget about any other countries. So a lot of Americans don't know the history of Ukraine. Ukraine being occupied by foreign powers, right? One of the foreign powers that it was occupied for years was the Russian Empire. During the time of the Russian Empire, if you spoke Ukrainian, it was a death sentence. Either they killed you outright or they sent you to some mining camp in Siberia. So the only language you could speak was Russian. So yes, there are generations of Ukrainians that only speak Russian because they're coming from the eastern part of Ukraine that was under the jackboot of the Russians and then the Soviet Empire. My wife's family speaks both. They're from Kyiv, right? But a lot of their friends and some of our extended family that is from Eastern Ukraine, they only speak Russian because that was, for hundreds of years, that was the only language they could learn. So that's part of the Russian propaganda, right? Is that, we moved into Ukraine to liberate, right? To liberate the Russian speakers that are being persecuted by the Ukrainians. Obviously, all of it nonsense. If you want to understand what Mariupol, which the Russians said, it's really a Russian city and we're going to Mariupol to liberate the Russians. They liberated them, all right, from their ability to breathe. They killed hundreds of thousands of people. On YouTube, you can go look at a documentary filmed by a Ukrainian journalism team that was stuck in Mariupol during the first 20 days of the invasion. The Russian speakers, Russians in Mariupol, are asking, why are the Russians doing this to us? They bombed them into oblivion. So when you don't know the history of another country, when you have social media that is easily sways people, you can make a fake video, whatever, and people don't understand the history of Ukraine, then it's easy to sway people into believing all kinds of Russian nonsense. There is no bags of cash going. The Ukrainians have gone out of their way with our, Department of Defense to make sure they know where every single piece of equipment is. Nothing's being sold on the black market and all this other nonsense. But these are the Russian tropes. These are the Russian stories that are put forward. And unfortunately, the Russians have active operatives in our Congress that pick this stuff up and, disseminate it to their listeners and their voters. That's the problem, John. We're fighting.
Is there a way to get around it? Like, I don't know. When you say the news and the media, so someone my age, generally, we don't get our news from like news media. We get our news generally from like X and YouTube or whatever. That's
and
how we get our information.
And here's the problem, John. So here on X, right? So just to give you an example, I'm an ex-U.S. veteran. I'm in my 50s. I know some of the history of Ukraine, not only from my wife, but I have a history degree, what have you. The problem here is when you get your news from X, you don't know where the source is coming from. There is a lot of stuff that is shared here, and Alan can speak to it, and G-Man can speak to it, I'm sure, and so can Tony and James. There's a lot of stuff that's shared on here that is absolute nonsense. But if you don't know, right, the history, if you don't know what happened, the prelude to the war, right, what happened in 2014 when Russia attacked Ukraine out of nowhere because they wanted to take over Crimea, when you don't know that history, then it's easy to be swayed. So what do? Well, one of the things is get on a space like this or other spaces and hear other people talk that are or people from Ukraine or people from different organizations that deal with this stuff and start picking through and saying, okay, I understand now why that's a BS story. So earlier, about a couple of minutes ago, I explained to you why the whole Russian speaking population of Ukraine is there. They're not Russian. They're speaking Russian because that was the only language they learned, and that was the only language they grew up with. They were only language they were allowed to speak. So right then and there, in about 2 minutes, I took apart that whole thing that Russia was there to liberate Russians. Russian minority that was somehow being persecuted. I've been to Ukraine plenty of times, and I never saw that.
And there is no evidence of that. Let's go to G-Man, then to Mary. This conversation has stirred a lot of interest. A lot of hands are up. G-Man, then Mary, and then we'll figure out the order.
Yeah, I want to talk just to the weapons supplies from the US aid, basically. So there was an article in the Washington Post a few weeks ago, I think it was November, and I'm putting a thread together based on it, but I've been tweeting out today quite a few articles that it quotes. For example, when it talks about one of the senators on the Republican side, the MAGA Republican side, J.D. Vance, senator from Ohio, and it talks about the investment that's happening basically because of the Ukraine war in his state, and not only that, in Representative Jim Jordan's district. The factory in Lima, Ohio, owned by the US government, run by General Dynamics, and builds Abrams tanks and Stryker APCs, both of which have been sent to Ukraine in very small numbers. But because of that, they're building. Orders are full for the Abrams. There's been order backlog, foreign orders at that. Poland has ordered Abrams tanks, and they couldn't get them in time. So they've actually still got their order for 100 odd Abrams tanks. They ordered 900 tanks from South Korea, which are going to be built in Poland. So not all of the money, all of the funds, a good percentage of the funds in this current requested supplementary bills that have quite got into the Senate, haven't got through the Senate, sorry, 106 billion, 61 billion of that is for Ukraine. And the estimate is 60% of that is spent or will be spent in the United States. Now, I read through the 69-page letter that's part of that, that went to the Speaker pro tempore, I think at the time, in the House, and I've read, it goes into detail and each line by line what the funding is for each of the segments, the major segments being obviously Israel's getting 14 point something billion, or would in that bill. The border's getting something like 16 billion. Ukraine's got 60. If it all goes through, a lot of that spending. And if you look back, most of the spending in the previous appropriations, the actual money gets spent in US states. About 31 states in the US benefits from that investment that the Department of Defense is spending to buy new equipment to replace the old. And the same thing happens in the UK as well. And a lot of the same companies. I mean, BAE Systems builds the Bradley infantry fighting vehicle in a number of facilities across the US, but BAE Systems also is Britain. Well, originally it's British Aerospace. It was our defence contractor, and so it has lots of factories in the UK building stuff, and they're expanding to build 155 millimeter shells, and that's another case in point. There's a new factories being built in Mesquite, Texas, in a Republican area, and the representative for that area doesn't even know, and it doesn't support the aid anyway. But that factory is being built to completely expand the production of 155 millimeter shells with the aim of getting to 100,000 per month whenever those factories are running at full capacity. But that's so far. I'm going to keep working on the article, and I'll have it out tomorrow.
Thanks, G-Man. Welcome, James, as host here on a quiet Friday night in North America. Go ahead and keep this conversation going. Then back to John for a follow-up to Mary and Casper. James.
Yes, thanks. And thank you, George, for covering. I appreciate that. I jumped in thinking I'd be there for a minute, and then I was entranced and stayed too long. Anyways, so here I am. John, I appreciated that question about corruption, and the the speaker we had earlier today was just what a good example of a person who is really what's the word? He's obsessed with busting these people that are really doing corruption. And I was just so happy that one of our resident experts here at MriyaReport was able to talk with him about this topic, because this is something that we've been following very closely, and there are many, many cases that are getting prosecuted. And this is hard work to do, because some of these people are powerful people. And so they're really doing a good job of doing this. This idea about pallets of cash or whatever, or bags of cash. Well, I do like some of the funny memes about those, especially the fella from the CIA with bags of cash where money's kind of pouring out the top. That's pretty funny looking. But when the money went back to Iran, that was repayment of their money. And as far as I'm concerned, that cash is a way better way to spend it than with a bank transfer, which essentially disappears right away from sight. Whereas cash, it's got markers on it that are unique, and you can kind of track where it goes. And I'm sure we had people somewhere tracking at least some of those dollar bills and whatnot, the $100 bills that were out there. And they really did go after some people that way. I am sure of it. But that is not what happened. They made sure of that. And the aid that's gone, the other thing that was a possibility is, and still is potentially, that trophy weapons that the Russians take could make it to other battles, other fights, and then, oh no, look, see, they're just turning around and selling the weapons that we gave them, which, that can happen, but they're not doing it on purpose. You know why, of course, and that is because the Ukrainians are fighting for their lives and their freedom and their future, and they are not going to trade that away for a couple bucks on, the black market. They're not going to do that. Anybody that does that is an enemy of the state. And they're harsh, and I wish our laws were that harsh about corruption, especially high corruption that really does verge on treason. Because clearly in Ukraine, there's a war going on, and that makes action that helps Russia treason, and it would in our country if we were at war with Russia. So we should act like we're at war with Russia, because they're at war with us, by the way. Although we're not a combatant at this stage, and I hope it stays that way. We certainly have the reason to go to war. I think that we saw that in several occasions where missiles landed on NATO country, and we said, yeah, it's not enough, and then they knocked a couple of our Reaper drones out, and it's like, well, you know what? We're still not going to start a shooting war, and I think that's because we want to prove the point that there's a different way to do wars these days. We don't have to activate NATO. It'd be better if we didn't. It would get hot quick, and we don't really want that. What we want is what is happening, which is Russia to be picked apart until they're no longer a threat.
Thanks, James. Back to John for a follow-up, then on to Mary and Casper. John.
All right. How to even ask this? I don't mean it in a negative way. There's a lot of stupidity going on in America right now, with a rise in nationalism and isolationism. How does the Ukrainian war, with the aid, affect an American, whether that be making $30,000, $60,000, or $90,000 a year? They're not then paying more in taxes, or this isn't causing their inflation. This isn't doing anything that's causing the Americans to struggle, right? From your answers, I gather that we have the money to spare. But this also comes down to what I've been feeling, just hearing and Yehuda the last couple of, is America just sending Ukrainians to die to test out the Russian military strength? Could we end this next week if we wanted to? If we were just here's our good shit that we have, finish the job. And what is the goal of Ukraine? Is it just original borders, or do you guys want a little bit of revenge?
John, that is an interesting question. First of all, I don't think the United States, nor all of the 50 allies around Ukraine, could enable Ukraine to end this war in a week. The aim of the United States, which Joe Biden expressed in a press conference held with President Zelensky last week when Zelensky was in Washington, D.C., the aim is for Ukraine to win and to regain its sovereign borders from 1991, when Ukraine voted to become an independent nation, independent from the Soviet Union. All of Ukraine, including Crimea, all of Ukraine voted to become an independent nation. The United Nations recognizes sovereign borders of the world's countries, and it doesn't recognize imperial adventures like Russia's to change those borders, whether by active war, as it's doing in Ukraine right now, or by setting up fake breakaway republics, as Russia did in 2014 in Donetsk and Luhansk, as Russia has done in Moldova, which is a neighbor of Ukraine between Romania and Ukraine. Transnistria is such a fake republic. So the aim is Ukrainian victory. The United States could have sent and could send more material aid to Ukraine, but it's a fine line that the United States has chosen to walk here. There is not the intention to use Ukrainian lives in this war. It's an existential war for Ukraine. There's no intention to use and waste Ukrainian lives simply to test the Russian military. That's not what is happening at all. Rather, there was something of a timid policy coming out of Washington. I think it was partly because we weren't sure if Putin's red lines, if crossed by Ukraine's allies, would result in Russia using nuclear weapons, for example. Well, all of these red lines have now been crossed, and Russia's response in each and every instance was zero. So the unfortunate thing is that the longer the war goes on, the more opportunity there is for Russian disinformation. Russia really produces this disinformation at a rate and with an expertise unparalleled by other nations around the world. Russia has been doing this uh, since Soviet times with a greater and greater success and with greater and greater technology behind it. All the social media that Russia uses to promote its disinformation, absolutely successful not only in the United States but in Europe, around the world, in Africa, in Latin America. It's all fine-tuned to send a message that Russia wants to deliver. It's a pretty deep, long conversation we can have here, John, and we may. I'm not an expert in Russian disinformation. We have experts who do visit us almost every single day here at MriyaReport. A Beefeater is such an expert, a Pekka of Vatnik Soup, such an expert. Our guest this afternoon, such an expert. So I encourage you, uh, stay here when it's Ukrainian time. Although I applaud you coming here to listen to M and Yehuda. Back to James, then to Mary, then to Casper. James.
Yeah, John, I sure appreciate your question, and I- I've wondered the same thing about, like, how much are we dragging our feet? And I think a lot of things have changed since the start of the war, because the day before the war, everybody's like, send Ukraine weapons that'll end up in Russia's hands a few days later. No. And now it's like, what shouldn't we send? And I think there's been a lot of things that have held up aid, a lot of doubt, a lot of things that even the leadership at the very top level don't know the answers to. And when you're in a situation where there's important unknowns, you still have to act, but you have to act in certain ways, even though to account for those unknown unknowns even. So when you're there, the there's just a lot of things that you have to be careful of. So we've been too careful, probably a little bit too late with some aid. I think that everybody was hoping Ukraine would bite more on the Lend Lease Act, but you know what that does? That puts you in hock for potentially many years, depending on how much you borrow. Britain was on the hook for more than 50 years. When that didn't come about, then I think people started to look at other means, and now we're in the situation we are, and it's starting to really hurt on the battlefield. But the point is that is it going on needlessly? No, I don't think it was ever that case. I think this is in some ways comparable to Washington's, all of his war in of independence, that is. And he didn't start the way he wanted to. He didn't have the equipment that he needed. He didn't have supplies, and the French helped a lot with that, right? But until then, he did a lot of backing up, and a lot of running away. And Ukraine was facing at the time an outsized enemy, and you do not get to fight the war that you'd like when the army across the field from you is twice as big to start with. So they were doing a lot of things to compensate, and they performed beautifully at virtually every step. And I don't know that we can say that Ukraine is at parity yet, but we can say that 90% of the army that was intended, and this is not all of the Russian forces, but the army that was intended to take over Ukraine, 90% of that, at least by U.S. count, 320,000 dead. Ukraine says more than that, at least 343,000 dead, um, which is a staggering number of people for modern warfare, right? Because we don't field the kind of armies we used to. We rely now more on precision weapons. So um, it is shaping up to be at some point nearing parity. We talked a lot about culmination and the inability of the Russians eventually to take meaningful aggressive action and to take land. And they can still throw meat waves and attack the lines, but they've not made any significant gains lately. And at the same time, they've been losing like crazy. And one of our experts, Chuck Farr, is saying, well, it could be 4 more years, which is like, oh my gosh, that's a long time. But that 190,000, that's the beginning, right? And Russia has been empowered by us in some ways. We're not going to attack across NATO lines. We're not going to send in the Finns and sweep into St. Petersburg or anything like that. So some of our military's kind of there, they're pinned down. Russia's like, yeah, we can pull out our troops because they're not coming across the border here, because they're trying to prove a point to the world. And we will prove that point, by the way. So they're going to bring more and more weapons to bear in this, unfortunately. And it's up to them to cry quit, because they are the ones that are destroying their future every way that you can count it, demographically, economically, infrastructure wise. It's they're a walking disaster. And as Chuck shared the other day, you know, Americans realized before the Vietnam War was ended that they were not going to win it. And I think that Russia is not going to come to that realization officially in any way. So, is it going slower than it could have been? Maybe. That's one of these cases we'll never know for sure. But I think, with all due haste, there's still a big job to do. And as General Budinoff said, he said, you talk about a long war. Well, if you think that, 8, 9, 10 months or a year is long, it'll be long, but I don't think it'll be long. So he's thinking that this is a big war, but not a long war by the way he's considering it. It's just a big job to do. It takes time. The smaller your forces are, the more time it takes. So why don't we, so John, back to you if you had another follow-up. Otherwise, let's go to, I believe, Casper, and then you guys have to help me with the order. John, you go ahead. We'll figure out the order.
Yeah. Shit. What was I gonna ask again? Sorry, I kind of lost track of my thought for a second.
No worries. It happens to me all the time.
Yeah, no, I don't want you guys to think I'm not on Ukrainian side here. Like, I've supported Ukraine from the get-go. I've just been very confused how it's all been going about. I think, yeah, I don't know. I just think the message in America has been distorted by a lot of really bad actors. And I don't even want to say it's Russian actors. We have a problem going on in America itself between the left and the right. And the left have dug their heels in fully with Ukraine, which I think pushes a lot of people away from supporting Ukraine. Because, like, the more I learn about it, it just doesn't make sense not to really support Ukraine. And yeah, I don't know. I kind of lost track of what I was going to ask initially when I put my hands up, though.
You make a good point, but it's silly for the left to do anything. Why should they stop supporting Ukraine to get Republicans on board? That doesn't make any sense, right? The best thing they can do is say, "Hey, join us." There is no political cost for Republicans to join in, a full-throated defense of Ukraine. None at all. But there are many costs, political costs to them, if they do not. And so I believe you're right. I believe that is there for various reasons. I don't even want to get into that level of politics, but you're right. So thanks, John. I appreciate all that you've said. I hope you hang out and listen to us. And we'll answer any questions that you've got. But
Oh wait, yeah, I'm sorry. I remember what my question was.
Okay.
I came in here initially for Yehuda to ask because it was like Ukrainian in general. What is with whatever Russian disinformation is to, for some reason, blaming Jews working with Ukraine to pretty much be the co-conspirators behind what's going on? I just wanted a little bit of an answer to that one.
You got it. I can give that. It's pretty simple. Ukraine is well aware and of what Russia does and how they do it, and we've learned from them. And some of our most brilliant kind of analysts have come up with some of these answers. And essentially, what Russia does is they're very official about using religion as an underlying theme and fighting wars and taking over other countries. It is that religious persuasion, the blessing that, oh, our actions are good and holy and all this stuff. And it's like, well, wait, how does that take us there? Well, in order to use the force of the church to say, we have the morality, we have family values, we have whatever it is, right? We have that. You also need an enemy. And in this case, the Jews are the perfect enemy of Russia because there's two primary religions in Russia. Christianity, it's an Orthodox branch of the church, but it is that. And then also Muslim. That's a lot of the areas is that. Both of those have a sub tradition. It's not the whole tradition for Muslims or Christians to hate Jews, but there's a sizable minority who do from both religions, and so it plays right into their hands. And they play that up, and it's pretty clear that while they may not been directly involved in the training of Hamas, they were pretty clearly in need of a major league distraction from what was happening on the battlefield, which was Russia getting nearly annihilated, 1,000 troops a day average for going on a month and some days here. It's huge, and the equipment is just staggering as well, how much is getting destroyed. So they really needed a distraction, and the Jews played into it. And before the full-scale invasion started in February last year, Jews really made a concerted effort to get out of Russia, and it was really needed, because they had real troubles with the Russian government, in terms of the up and coming persecution of the Jews. So, but I'm going to stop us there, John, because we've kept other people waiting. So I appreciate your question. I'm going to skip to the next speaker, and help me out, Casper, Peter, Mary. I'm sorry that you dropped. Yeah, you did. Okay, who's next, Peter or Casper?
It's Casper, then Peter.
Go ahead then.
Thank you. I have an easier explication why the Russians said what they said. Usually, their very easiest tactic when you do a propaganda in a dictatorial state like this, you do a crime, you blame the victim. You invaded Ukraine, you say, oh, no, it's Ukrainians which killed other Ukrainians because they are Nazis and blah, 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 blah. That's the easiest way. Then, if you have any questions, even in this MriyaReport, or just find some people which, okay, this guy is on the USA, this guy is on the UK, this guy is on the East Europe. Find people like this, and just you hear something on the news and you don't quite understand how to react to this, you can ask a person like this, and I think you'll get an answer. For example, the real, we've seen how Twitter and Facebook has been used to really influence elections. Cambridge Analytics, so on. New Twitter files after Musk bought it. If I am gonna spend each of my day 1 hour or 2 hours just to talk to one person or a group of 10 people, even let's say I have a 100 success rate, even so, I won't be able to compete with social media, which launches just a video, which not launches, okay, it just algorithms are working that way that it promotes it. And for example, there was a video of American official. It's something like military, and he was asked a simple question: isn't it our fault that we didn't accept Russia into NATO? And he stuttered, and he didn't know how to answer. And that's it. That was the video, but it generated a lot of controversial, a lot of people, a lot of emotions. That is the key element in today's propaganda. They usually take first care when you look at something. Is this aimed just to create an emotion, or it aimed to bring something new to your mind, or to make you think? That's the worst part of today's propaganda. Yeah. Don't forget there are bags of cash all over Europe. Yeah. So this argument with corruption, I'm sorry, there are two levels of corruption. Yeah, big one, and the one people mostly in Russia and East Europe have also to deal with. It's the downside of the corruption. Yeah, the one that you go to the city council or to the bank or to the whatever else authorities. We might still have some problems with this, and we aim, but the big one is always the same all over. We see, Same in US. Yeah, I guess that was it. Just list the narratives, and I'm sure if you have any questions. Look, for example, Moldova. I will want to say something. Look, we are theoretically Romanians. We speak Romanian, but we had in our constitution that we have some fake language, and it's a part of Soviet, propaganda. And guess what? Ukraine was also a part of this propaganda. And only after a year of war, they said that, oh, wait, no, we recognize this is not some other language. This is part of Romanian language. Yeah? And, and a lot of people, have a lot of feelings because they were taught all this propaganda in schools and so on and so on. So it's just the thing that we should really explain and change just people's perception. But it's up to the people to show interest. And only then we offer them answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Casper. Let's see. I don't know if John's listening anymore, but I'm sure he would appreciate what you said. Yeah, there's a lot of bags of cash floating around. I never find them. Huh. Well, anyway, I don't have anything they want, I guess. So yeah, thank you. Peter, hello, welcome.
Yeah, hi. Just to pick up on a couple of points. I mean, this is a subtle difference, but it is a difference. I do not believe it was so much a fear of what Putin would do, but a fear of Putin doing something which would drag NATO into direct conflict. I mean, we had this from Biden, who said, look, if you do anything with nuclear power or anything terrible like that, you will get a severe response from us. And I think that has been behind a lot of the fear of escalation. It's not so much the fear of escalation, but the fear that escalation might create a situation which drags NATO into direct conflict. And coming closer to the elections, the Democrats don't want to be targeted as, oh, look what you've done now, you've taken us into a war. So I think that might be behind it, but it's just an instinct with me. I've got nothing to base it on other than my instinct. Secondly, I think we need to, Ukraine has gone off the spotlight. I was quite shocked that one newspaper in the UK put a headline, Ukraine, the Forgotten War. And, I think Putin has been manipulating things very much to take the spotlight off Ukraine and to put it elsewhere. And I'm talking about Israel. And he's been very successful at that. It's kind of turned things to the point now that he is reveling in the reaction in America and the reluctance to give money to Ukraine. He's reveling in it. He's bloated with, a renewed passion. And that itself should actually tell the West what you're doing is serving Putin's purpose, because it is. It's bloating them up and it's knocking Ukraine down. Now, there's one thing that's been missed, and it's vital. It's come out in what Putin has said in this kind of bombastic, over-bloated way he is at the moment. And that is, nothing has changed in our intentions towards Ukraine. He's talked about destroying Nazis. He's talked about that he's going to demilitarize Ukraine. But if you look at what his intention is, it's to hold on to the coast, 80% of the coast. He eyes up Odessa, he eyes up Odessa Oblast, he eyes up Moldova, because he would love to encircle Ukraine, and then he can actually take away what is the biggest threat to Russia and to Belarus, which is Ukraine being a successful example of people becoming empowered, people becoming successful in their own rights, and right on his doorstep. Because then the Russians are going to look at that, and authoritarianism relies on troops, it relies on the military to suppress people. And they lose control, and Russia has disappeared as it was. So I think that is very much the case. But what the big danger is, and this hasn't been pushed out, is if Putin were, for God's sake, never happens, but if he was ever successful, his intention is to suffocate the economy of Ukraine and to control. Because he knows perfectly well, if he does that, and he goes in and he does what he said a couple of days ago he intends to do, which is to denazify and to demilitarize Ukraine, that means he would arrest every single person who has had anything to do with fighting in Ukraine. He would put them into the empty prisons he's got. He would kill a load of people. He would demand that they totally, the remaining people totally succumb to Russian principles and demands, and there would be no future for any young people in Ukraine. 43 million people would leave, not 43 million people would leave, but the majority of young people would be forced to leave because there would be no future for them. And that's what he would want. Because then he would push in what he's done everywhere else, which is to bring Russians into Ukraine and to force the others out into Europe. And that way he would remove Ukraine, which has also been his intention. So, we need to wake up into the West of what our actions are actually causing. We can see what it's causing with him at the moment. And somebody needs to stick a big pin in that over-bloated Putin and watch him go pop. So please, America, give everything Ukraine needs, because you're going to deeply regret it if you don't. Thanks.
Yep. Thank you. Appreciate that. I don't know what else there is to add. I would just say that that all the pain is coming from Russia. Our inactions can enable that, but it is the evildoers in Russia that are going to be responsible ultimately, and we should remember that they've got a vote on the battlefield, and we do not have the luxury of time, especially after I heard the talk this afternoon with Mark Kravchuk about CNC and all of that, and them coming up to even greater production capacity for missiles, which are the probably the biggest way that they are committing genocide against civilians. Anyways, Baba, I saw you waving and stuff, and I didn't know if you knew how to raise your hand or not. That would be by clicking on the heart plus and then going over to the far right, and there's the hand raise thing. But the other way, if you're on a PC, that we do things is we ask people on PCs, since you can't raise your hand, to do like what I'm doing, waving my hand as an indication that you want to say something. So I didn't know if you wanted to say something now, Pava.
Not my friend. I'm listening all of you guys. Thank you so much. Go ahead, Peter. once again,
No,
maybe.
I'll do the co-hosting. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll take care of the co-host and who's next up to speak, Baba. You can get your own space if you want to co-host, or you could apply as a co-host here. Yeah. So, anyways, so thank you. You wanted to get one of the good seats I see up front in the first rows. I gotcha. Well, that'll work for a while. All right. So let's see here, Alan. I have found an interesting story on AP, and I just wanted to talk about it. Excuse me, briefly. And this is a story about the title. Well, just the title: AP News World News section. Dismayed by Moscow's war, Russian volunteers are joining Ukrainian ranks to fight Putin's troops, which I like the title alone myself. This is December 14th by Vasilisa Stefanako. I'm sorry about that. Anyways, so these are people who are from the border areas of Russia. And, we remember from last year that there was a kind of uprising in Belgorod, and they made raids from Ukraine, but it was Russians making the raids. They didn't take any ground; it was just a raid, and this has not stopped. And so it is important to recognize that there are some Russians who don't like Putin. I can't imagine that, especially after he delivered news earlier this week about that there was something like only 16 killed or something like this in Kherson and some other ridiculously low numbers, and completely ignored what Ukraine and the United States have said, and also completely ignored the fact that they built acres of new cemeteries and then since have destroyed many of those acres of cemeteries to hide the fact that all these people died. And so things are not well with them, and people don't like them. And all we can hope is that those people have a big enough voice. But probably the thing that will stop them is violence on on the battlefield. Alan, what do you think?
Well, I do remember. I think it was the Free Russian Brigade taking the fight into Russia by launching raids into Belgorod, and this is Belgorod is a fairly sizable Russian city just to the east, northeast of Kharkiv. In fact, at one time, Kharkiv and Belgorod were sister cities. At one time, Belgorod was a Ukrainian city, and Ukraine included Belgorod Oblast. This was back around World War I time, as I recall, James. But I'm not surprised that more Russians are coming to fight against the invading Russian forces with Ukrainian units in Ukraine. I'm not surprised by that at all, even though Putin, through propaganda and disinformation, does build support for this war on Ukraine. A significant number of Russians regard Ukrainians as brothers, not as enemies, and these Russians are responding both to that feeling and to the horror that they feel about the war that Putin continues to prosecute, bringing now 176,000 new Russians into the military to boost the invasion force in Ukraine. So it's a good story and one well worth following, James. And I think Casper has some thoughts about this as well.
Indeed, there is not only good Russians, bad Russians. In the West, we can obviously see how many Zetniks there actually are. yeah, in regard to all these pro-Hamas protests, yeah, they are the same. Apple from an apple tree. You know, humans, I'm not sure if there is any superiority. I think we end up killing each other if we met the same criteria, yeah, no matter who comes from where. But anyway, there wouldn't be no Russian Empire, there wouldn't be no Soviet Union without Ukraine. There wouldn't be probably be no Moscow, Russia without Ukrainian, Kievian Russia. It's like imagine if, for example, the human civilization would be born in a, let's say, one place, and then it would expand on another continent. Then it's like, yeah, sisters, but then comes the concurrence, yeah, who's the leader? So that's all the problem. And in a big part, Ukrainians couldn't get out of this influence because, for example, in Second World War, if you look, for example, at Romanians, it's pretty complicated because first a part of our territory was taken by Hungary under Germany's watch. Then we were like, that's not nice. Then Russians took a part, and we said that's also not nice. Then we wanted to take that part, you know, which was the modern day Moldova. And yeah, again, so, and in the end, we turned sides. Yeah, so it's a lot of this stuff. Yeah, so we are at the same time for somebody traitors, for somebody we I don't know, we are Nazis, and you know, and so on. And the same was with Ukrainians. They couldn't manage to actually get a grip on an external allies. That's why usually they fall for Russia. That's why usually they fall for Moscow. That's why, for example, today I bring the point about the Polish and Germans. Or in today's case, why is the Ukrainians dying for European safety? Because if they would reach Polish borders, I don't think they would stop there. Go further, because again, it's not, you're not behaving like you're really threatening, and it would pass, 5 years, 10 years, and you would become weaker and weaker. So I think history gave us, I don't know, chance. Well, I am an atheist, but maybe God gave us an historical chance, yeah, where Putin made a mistake first, then apparently Hamas also did the second. Yeah, I think they might have rushed, maybe. It's all depending on us. And why am I saying about this thing about Ukraine? Look, if you are not gonna be a power which can grant security and be a donor of peace, for example, of safe sky and so on, you will end up that everybody who will be in the middle, choosing between good or not good, they will end up choosing bad. They are not going to choose you because you didn't do anything to actually get them on their side. I was watching a lot of, for example, to inform myself, the Navalny live streams. 4 hours, he was just constantly covering a lot of topics on the what's going on in Russia, and then you could understand why they poisoned him and why he was such a pain in the ass for the regime. So we should probably understand, the best we can do is understand the course of the problems and understand that maybe these dictators are behaving the way they behave, not because they are bad, but just because we are weak. That's it. Thank you.
They are bad, and we are often weak. But essentially, I don't think that's our core. I think our core is the strength of democracy, which is a little bit more mushy on top, but down in the middle, I believe it's a lot harder to defeat true democracies because they gain the respect and loyalty of citizens that benefit from uh, what do you want to call it? The benefits of democracy. So I think that we're well positioned to battle Russia if we had to, but we don't have to battle them on the battlefield. All we need to do is deliver the aid to Ukraine, and they're going to do the fighting. So um, that that is that's not fair in a way. It puts too much burden on Ukraine. It leaves people. Oh, I don't know. I'm reminded of the chicken and the pig and their investment in the breakfast. If you've heard this joke before, and the egg is the gift of the chicken, and certainly the chicken is concerned, but it is the pig that's really committed, and we don't want it to be that way, but that sort of is the way it is. The fact is that we're working through the United Nations Charter to provide aid the way that we're doing, and if we can do that and continue to do that at volume, then Budanov or Chakvar, one or the other or both of them, are going to be right about how long this war is. But that is the surest way. And Orban, and the people like that are in the way. Orban is one of many, what is it, 37 or whatever it is, countries, and they can act without Orban. They can act without Hungary. They can go ahead and say, well, your share would have been this and this and this, and we'll do it without you. And, keep holding your cup out, Hungary. See if you get anything, because they don't have to do it through a EU action. I think they're holding out to make a point to Hungary and to Orban that it's like, hey, you're holding up things. You're not doing anybody any good. And I think the longer that they hold out, the more pressure there is on him. And it's also just a reminder that his status in the EU could change. And if it changed, it would not be a good thing. It could put him out of power pretty quickly, in fact. So, anyways, I'm going on too long. So I see that we have a hand for every child. Welcome up.
Good evening, James. I've been telling myself I had to take a nap before the segment on understanding genocide takes place, but it's hard to know with MriyaReports when it's safe to sleep and when it's safe to brush my teeth. There's just so much going on here. I hear you that Ukraine isn't asking anything of us, and they're pulling they're they're doing this, and they are doing this, but it's also not. It doesn't it doesn't feel just right to me to think or to say that other countries aren't there for them. There are, according to one report I saw this week, 500 or more pilots alone flying missions now in Ukraine for civilian purposes, supplies, and whatever a commercial pilot would do in the way of cargo. And that's just pilots alone. So I know that the international community is there for Ukraine. And I know that I don't feel good about talking about them so much, but I also don't feel good about giving the impression that we are not present for them shoulder to shoulder, doing everything that we are able to do. I know even MriyaReport has had representatives in Ukraine doing things on the ground, all that they could So they're not alone. They've never been alone, and they will not be alone in the future. Slava Ukraine.
Slava. Thank you for every child. Yeah, I don't want to leave that impression either, because you're absolutely right. And you know, they've even attracted thousands of people from other countries to go and fight for them, to fight on the side of freedom. I can recall specifically people from Japan, from South Korea. Uh, wow, there have been a whole list. I know Americans. I can't remember all the different people, but thousands, and certainly thousands of people from Israel. Although most of them have said we need to go back to Israel, right? And that's right and just that they're doing that. So people are willing to fight and die. I think that the way that the international system is set up, though, it does leave us in this strange "we're helping but we're not at war" situation, and it isn't something that we should be comfortable with unless we're doing every damn thing that we can to help, because this is a good fight. This isn't a halfway kind of, well, you know, they're really not ideal person to support. No, they are. This is like the ideal case of rescuing a democracy that's being threatened. This isn't like a, you know, pre-democracy country that just hasn't gotten past empire or kingdoms or whatever and emerged into democracy. No, this is a full-fledged democracy that's got it going on, that has done more democracy stuff in their relatively short lifetime than we've done in half of ours, I'd say. And the speed at which they move is amazing. So we're there for them. And the other thing that we're there for is the reconstruction, which has already begun. It isn't waiting on the end of the war. They're already rebuilding critical infrastructure and you know, military industrial complexes that are going to turn out the machines that they need to win this war. And it'll be ongoing in terms of that kind of support. So you're right, for every child. So we do not want to leave the impression that we're not in it all the way. For every child, go ahead.
Oh, that's absolutely true, James. Um, there's so much to be done in wartime that's like Schindler did. It can only be done quietly. It can only be done uh, uh, very in a very subdued way. Schindler would have saved everyone if he could. Uh, from what little I know of his story, he really had to focus on the people he could employ in his factory, and and um, I, I really appreciate the stealth nature of much support that must be done. Slava Ukraine.
Thank you for every child. I think that that the yeah, I don't know. I do think about our fundraising efforts here when you talk about this, and I do think that this is another example of ways that we are not bystanders in this. We are actors in this, and we're actors by donating money, which right now is going to some key electronic warfare and drone equipment that gives Scruff's team an edge, especially in the battles at night, which is increasing. The Russians are now launching more of their attacks at night, and so the Ukraine has to be ready to defend, and that means night vision. It means extra drones they have night vision as well, and they are going to get that when we do our part. And so we haven't had any kind of doubling or anything like this for this round, but still every dollar that we get matters. So we can do that, and we can definitely, at no cost for most of us, call our representatives and tell them, stop the CNCs from getting to Russia and hurry up all the aid and don't attach it to policy. Just get it out the door. Get it out before the holidays and get it out before more people turn away from people who are shy of providing aid to democracy, or put other aims ahead of defending democracy. So, yeah, thank you for that reminder for every child. Alan, I'm going to go back to you, and I have another story here, but I'm going to flip through it again to make sure I have the right story because I think I do.
Thanks, James. I want to bring folks some news from Ukraine. Booms, Bovovna, earlier today in Melitopol, a Russian train carrying fuel and ammo was hit likely by Ukrainian partisans. And so this freight train carrying fuel and ammo to Russian troops on the front line blown up. It will take some time to repair the rail tracks there in Melitopol, but repairing railways is a pretty rapid operation. In Donetsk City, there's an oil refinery ablaze. And this is a refinery that again provides fuel to frontline Russian troops, likely a target of a longer range strike by Ukrainian forces. And in Sevastopol, Russian air defense has been active because at least 24 Ukrainian drones were in the skies over Sevastopol, aimed at critical Russian targets, and further bringing the message that Crimea is not tenable for Russian forces. Also underlining the message that Crimea is Ukraine. I also want to bring everyone's attention to the first tweet in the nest. It's about the current fundraiser, delivering supplies to Scruff's drone reconnaissance unit on the front lines of Ukraine, delivering supplies that his unit really urgently needs. And this is everything from self-warming batteries to lengthen the air time of these drones in the middle of winter and the cold temperatures. Lots of drone spare parts, so drones can be repaired in the field and put back into action. James mentioned thermal vision. Russia has changed its strategy somewhat, or its tactics somewhat, on the battlefield, launching more attacks at night. So Ukrainian reconnaissance units need more thermal vision for their drones in order to detect the Russian forces infiltrating Ukrainian lines, trying to make their way forward in the night. That thermal vision, of course, picks up the heat not only of vehicles but of the bodies of individual soldiers as they move forward. So please follow that first tweet up in the nest. Follow it to the donation links at MriyaReport.org. Be just as generous as you possibly can. Not sure how much longer this fundraiser will be going, but we have the opportunity here as individuals to step in and help a good friend of this space, Scruff, to help his entire unit and to take action when we see political leaders delaying the action that's urgently needed on their part. So while they can deliver $60 billion to Ukraine, we can deliver thousands of dollars through this fundraiser to assist one frontline drone recon unit. With just a few more days until Christmas, this is a gift that is well worth giving. You could even put it under your Christmas tree at home, or hang an envelope from the Christmas tree branch, alerting your family and all of your people at Christmas parties and that kind of thing that this is the action you took in support of Ukraine. Make a gift on behalf of your entire family, and then unwrap that gift on Christmas morning. $50, $100, $500, $1,000 sent to help Scruff's unit on the front line. James, did you find that story?
You know what I found? I found a repeat of the story about Bogdan Yermukhin, who was the kid that was about to go into the Russian military to fight in Ukraine, but he was a Ukrainian child taken to Russia, and he was getting almost to the adult age, and they got him out the day before. Which was somewhat of a win, I suppose, for Russia, in the sense of like, see, we returned this person. We always do this kind of thing. But no, I didn't find a fresh story. I was hoping it was a new, fresh story. I know that since his release, we did hear of another 12 kids coming out, which was amazing. And oh boy, I can't. Miriam, I want to say Lambert, but that's not the right last name, is it? Miriam, is it Lambert?
It is Lambert, James.
Whoa, okay, then I'm patting myself on the back. There we go. Anyways, yeah, that she was involved in that. So, the things that we fund really do make differences. We know that the demining equipment that we purchased is still in use, and that means that there's more and more of Ukraine of Ukrainian territory that's getting freed of mines, and that means that civilians can get around through safe corridors and work more land, and hopefully don't find any surprises in the kitchen cupboard or anywhere like that when they get back to their homes. And this is just such a critical thing, and all the things that we're doing are critical. And in fact, we look for opportunities where our dollar gets maximum effect. And because of the connections that we have to Ukraine, we've been able to kind of identify these kind of opportunities far and wide. So really do think about that. And I was thinking about the giving that I'm doing. I'd already, when you get older and you've got everything you need, you don't need to get another whatever it is, right? And so more and more, it's cards and cookies from me, and you better like oatmeal cookies with chocolate in it, because that's kind of one of the things I do a lot for people, whether you like it or not. That's what you're going to get. And I love the Heath bar crumbles in there too, and it's got to have some lemon juice in it. And that, I don't know why, but it really works. It really works the flavor. So anyways, but that's an aside. So the other thing I did see was I was hoping that for every child would stay up, because I was looking at one of her tweets, and this is there's a little sign, and it says Mamuka's Christmas request, and there's Mamuka staring at this. He's got a beard and a Santa hat, and I think looks like a Georgia Legion thing on the hat, and it says Christmas request. Policy and equipment 1000 long range ATACMs and lend lease extension. And then the talking point section says, no one will trust the US if we don't come through. What is your legacy going to be? Guyana, Israel, Palestine, Africa are all different fronts of the same war. Anyway, so that was for you, for every child. I really like that particular retweet, or tweet, I should say. Yeah, so thank you for that. And the other thing that I'm going to put something in the nest here in a minute, but I did want to talk about tanks a little bit later. just because one of the questions that's been asked is how much new stuff do they still have? Have they been holding new equipment in reserve, or have they been spending it? And Ragnar Goodmanson, as usual, has graphics that inform us, and so I'm going to talk about that in a little bit, Alan. But for right now, I think that that I should turn it over to you, and maybe even you'll pass it off to somebody else.
Well, I noticed for every child, it did come back, and Casper also has raised his hand. Casper, go ahead, please.
I tried to enter Scruff profile, and there he says that for another types of ways of donation, send private message. I tried to send private message, yet some of the settings are set in a way that I cannot send him a message. I should get verified. Is this possible to tell him to change it to be able to get more messages, or otherwise just somebody ask him if somebody can get his PayPal?
That's not how we do this. We're using the 5013C status of MriyaReport. 5013C status means we are a nonprofit in the United States. We're registered with the federal government, and that means that there are definite accounting things that we have to do. We have to pass audits that show that the money goes where it is intended to go. So while you probably could get a hold of him and give him some money, buy him a coffee or whatever it is, that's not what we're talking about here. We don't do fundraising for anything but MriyaReport. Well, we're here. We can give wherever we want as co-hosts, but we're not having a session to fund him through another mechanism. That wouldn't be in keeping with what our methods are. I think that's a fair statement.
You know, James, it's quite possible, and Casper, I'll point this out. Maybe a fake Scruff account has reached out to you, in which case it would be a scam, because Scruff is working with MriyaReport. We're working with Scruff. As I say, Scruff is a great friend of this space. He's been here many times over the course of the last year to share his experience from the front line. And now we have an opportunity to help his drone recon unit. So always be very careful of any direct contact from someone claiming to be a Ukrainian soldier or claiming to be someone like Scruff, who a lot of people have gotten to know here at MriyaReport. The best way to help Scruff, as James just said, is to follow the first tweet in the nest, make a contribution through MriyaReport. If you're an American, because MriyaReport is a 501c3, you also get a tax deduction for your donation. That's a side benefit. The real benefit is the feeling you'll have knowing that you're not an innocent bystander, that you are an active participant here at MriyaReport, actively supporting Ukraine and Ukrainian soldiers. That is the first tweet in the nest, folks. You know, James, every day I try to remind people, and this is even true when Chuck and I on Tuesday and Thursday nights are looking closely at battle maps from Ukraine. But I do try to remind people it's not only on the line of engagement where we see the battle unfolding. From Kherson to Kupiansk, there are about 120 or so Ukrainian villages and towns and cities that are within reach of Russian artillery or are being targeted by Russian missiles and drones. Kherson is such a place. That, of course, is the city just across the Dnipro on the north bank of the Dnipro River. And it just over the past day, Russia shelled Kherson more than 100 times, unleashing more than 670 artillery shells. And yes, there is damage done every day to Kherson. It would appear that once again, Russia's goal is to reduce a Ukrainian city to rubble. And that's why the Ukrainian action on the south bank of the Dnipro, driving Russian forces farther and farther from Kherson, will make a difference to those people who continue to live in Kherson. And there are still a few thousand residents there. They brave the daily artillery shelling. They carry on their lives, and they support Ukraine's effort to free occupied Ukraine. So that's news from Kherson. I'll see if I can find additional news from some of those other 120 towns and villages and cities within range of Russian artillery.
Well, you do. I'm going to talk about tanks for a little bit. So, one of the things that Ragnar Goodmanson does is track the fate of Russian. Let's see, why isn't it there yet? Sorry, you guys. I'm distracted. Okay, I think I posted the wrong tweet. I'm going to try that one again. But one of the things that Ragnar Goodmanson does is track the fate of these Russian tanks and whether they're old or new tanks. And yes, I did. I posted the wrong one. Here we go again. I'll get it right this time. And boop. Hopefully there it is. Anyways, and the question is it Soviet made or is it Russian made? Russia being the newer country name. And the at issue here is how many tanks have been lost, and there were just so many thousands. And we don't know for sure how many the total ever was, but if you now you should be able to see this in the nest. Yes, there it is. Very pretty colors. And if you look at the graphic in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the losses by month, and you can see it goes from February through November 23. So it's lagged, of course, by the last full month. And what you can see is that the percentage of Russian or modernized tanks still are in probably in the majority for sure, but really close to 50%, 50-50 over time. And then there is a slight trend until August for there to be fewer and fewer new tanks destroyed. And you can see that in June of 2023, where the most sizable majority is of the Soviet-made tanks. So the old stuff. So they're getting out the old stuff. And then suddenly it turns around, and you can see in September especially that there's that large majority of the modern tanks, which tells me that they were, at one point at least, holding some of the newer tanks in reserve, which is, you got to hold somebody in reserve. That's always a wise thing to do. And then, at least in November, fewer modern tanks again. And then, so this tells me that if they're counting on the newer tanks to get the job done, they may well have fewer of them now than ever. And that's going to be a rule, I think, going forward. But in terms of the relative distribution, I think they're going to have less and less newer stuff available. And what really is there are things that they're going to be fixing up to get out running. I believe that is it 6,000 tanks, Alan? I think it was 6,000 tanks that they recently passed. So as a milestone, that's a lot of tanks, right? So the other graphic just shows the cumulative tanks, and let's see, this is not showing that. Yeah, so cumulative. So anyways, and then this one at the bottom, I am not using this, and because it got too specific for me. But if you're really into tanks and stuff like this, uh, it is sort of amusing that the T-55 is still there, and the T-64 plays a part, but the T-80 and the where are the T-90s? Huh? It's almost like they're not even there, right? I can see a little blip here and there, but mostly not present. What happened? Did they not show up? Did they make too few? I don't know. Perhaps Peter S. has an answer for us in that department.
No, I was not going to talk about that, but I was actually going to talk about Finland, and the announcement that America is going to put some bases in Finland, with the aircraft and other stuff there, which is, to me, is amazingly good news, because it does free up Finland to release some of its weapons to Ukraine. And I'm basically thinking about the F-18s again. So I believe Finland still have something like 64 F-18s. So with the fact that they've actually got American bases who are going to be based in Finland, and having exercise centers for American troops, etc., it should mean that they could release some F-18s to Ukraine. And I'm hoping that, with all the experience they have with F-18s, that they could approach Australia and say, look, give us or sell us those 43 F-18s you've got. And then they can slowly rotate those into Ukraine as well. But that was a bit of good news I heard today. Thanks.
Thank you. Well, anything about incoming aircraft not from Russia is, I think, welcome news. You know what I'm saying? We want those incoming ones to land in Ukraine and take off and do something bad to the Russians. So thank you, Peter. Appreciate that. Will, I see you have your hand up, sir.
Hey, James. How you doing, Alan? I just wanted to add some context to this Ragnar report. Excuse me one. And the context is also that he's looking at battlefield losses for what showed up, and that's obviously the lagging indicator of these things, of where they're coming from. And we do know that the T-90Ms, which was the export version that didn't get delivered to India and the other customers that had purchased them, are essentially being lost on the battlefield. And then Russia formally announced that it would be suspending exports of those types of tanks. But I think they ended up destroying a lot of the T-90Ms that they had withheld from export to India up in the Crimea area, because as does Ukraine. You don't send one T-90M here and one there. You tend to bunch them up, so that if you're providing a number of those tanks, you put them, you concentrate them rather than spread them out. but so that's one thing. The other thing that's important to note in relation to losses and where they're coming from is the satellite analysis of the depots. You've seen these large depots in America with a vanishing point of tanks in them, or a vanishing point of Bradleys in them. When we're talking about, hey, America's got all this stuff, why don't they give some of this stuff to Ukraine? So when you see those massively large depots in America, those things also exist in Russia. There's about 7 or 8 very, very large depots out in the middle of nowhere, and they have a dozen yards that look like nothing. They look like a junkyard. There's no organization to them, but in fact, there is quite a lot of organization to them, and they are stored based on whether or not they are close to ready to go, basically just spare parts or halfway there, those sorts of things. And satellite analysis of those yards in Russia has shown that Russia has moved out of cold storage somewhere in the range of 40% of its stored old, to be refurbished or to be thrown out or whatever like that, BMPs and BTRs and tanks. This is where these T-55s, T-64s, T-62s are coming from, and then they bring them in to be refurbished, or they bring them in as spare parts, and they've been fitting old visual optic systems from T-64s onto these new tanks, the T-90s that they can produce, because or T-72s they're producing now, because they don't have the kit for other things. So they're cannibalizing, they're refurbishing, and they're pulling out of storage quite a lot of armor, which is why we are, when I talk about it, I relatively confidently say that Ukraine has dismantled about half of the capability of the Russian army with $90.1 billion of army surplus, because that's what primarily Ukraine is getting as well, is older refurbished stuff. And knowing that, and knowing the potential capacity for Russia to produce new equipment, T-90s, T-72s, we should be confident that Ukraine is doing a very good job of dismantling Russia's military capability with what they've got. But clearly, Russia is ramping up its industrial capacity. We see factories also from satellite photos opening or being expanded all across Russia. And we know how quickly the new factories for Shahed drones that they're going to build based on the Iranian design are going up. So while we can examine what Ukraine has eliminated so far with some level of accuracy, like Ragnar from the back end or satellite photo analysis from the front end on where they're supplying that stuff, the indeterminate in the thing is how rapidly they can produce things in the next year as well, which Russia continually lies about its production capacity. That there's simply no way it's producing 100 tanks a month. Otherwise, we would see them. And so it's there is multiple different ways you can look at that, but I think it is not at all untrue to say that Ukraine has done a masterful job at eliminating some of what's the capabilities of Russia, but they can't do it without more bullets. So we need to keep that coming every month.
Well, I'm happy to hear all those things. I've heard some of that before, and I love it every time. It always makes me giggle, or at least a big grin on my face, because the idea that half of the existing Russian stock of this or that is gone is a big deal, because they've got quite a long border, as I understand it. And we'll have to talk about time zones and time maps at some point, Will, because I wanted to talk with you about that specifically. But they have a long border, and it's getting depleted. They don't have the kind of forces that they had spread out the way that they did. They're concentrating them in Ukraine, and it's not making any difference. I mean, there is a difference. It's not literally true that there's no difference, but practically speaking, it is. That great army that is Russia is getting shut down all over the place, all up and down along the line of battle. So it gives me some comfort. Although you know what we heard earlier today from Mr. Kravchuk, Mark Kravchuk, talking about the CNC machines. It is warning that you know things don't stay good. The enemy always has a vote, and they are voting to build more rockets so that they can keep destroying civilians. What do you think of that, Will?
Well, it's true, and I mean that's the basis for the urgency, right? That Russia doesn't stand still, North Korea doesn't stand still, Iran doesn't stand still, and when you know, I'll mention again that when Vladimir Putin went to meet Kim Jong Un in Vladivostok a couple of months ago, within 10 days of that meeting, the container vessels were moving material across that little area from North Korea into the port at Russia, and those containers then went straight on rail cars and were heading for Ukraine with 152 millimeter and 122 millimeter ammunition and 122 millimeter rockets. That material started to flow in 10 days, and we were at, you know, James, I'll guarantee you, Alan brought me in as my vampire. Alan, how long have I been talking about the need for XXX $1 million worth of bullets for everything every month? Possibly a year?
I was going to say possibly for longer than a year, possibly since the very first time you spoke at MriyaReport.
Yeah, I mean, and it's the boring things, right? Because I'm an engineer. I look at the boring things. I know I've faced catastrophe in my life, and I know, you know, my business has been almost out of business 3 times within just days of going out of business. So I mean, you focus on what's critical, and the critical is sometimes boring, and the boring is that when you decide to provide something, you've got to get moving on it straight away. When we started talking about F-16s, F-18s, what's the best aircraft gripping more than a year ago, once we had figured this out, and we're not military experts, but once the folks at MriyaReport had come to the consensus through hours and hours and hours of discussion that the answer was F-16s because they were the best plane that could be provided as quickly as possible, that was more than a year and 3 months ago. So 15 months ago, we were talking about that, and we still haven't seen the first of the F-16s arrive. And that is our detriment. The authoritarian governments don't wait forever once they've decided what they're going to do, but the amount of dithering and extra talking and over planning and overthinking that goes on in the West is to the detriment of the folks who need that stuff. And so the United States has still vast amounts of equipment in its storage that it could provide to Ukraine. And we're not talking about brand new stuff. We're essentially talking about more army surplus plus millions of dollars worth of bullets every month for everything. That's really all that's required here, and that's all that has been required here for quite a while. And that's why we get quite disappointed and frustrated with what's happening, because it is hard to sit here and know what the answers are. Look at the satellite photos, look at the battle damage assessment things, know what the effect that is having, but then being unable to get anybody to who says, yes, that information you're providing is correct, but I'm still not going to act. It's, you know, that's the frustration that regularly boils over in me, as you'd be well aware, that we've just got to solve. And it isn't, and I'm not beating up on America. I'm talking about Europe too. The answer of dealing with Orban, as you talked about earlier, James, the answer with Orban is somebody going and having a frank and open exchange of ideas with him about how the 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 benefit that the EU and NATO brings to him, and that he needs to either get with the team or get off the team. That discussion needs to happen, and it needed to happen a year ago, because they continue. We'll hear about, oh, EU's made this package, EU's decided on this. He's vetoing these things all the time behind the scene. He still is. And Viktor Orban needs to be treated like Russia, in that if you agree to do something, if Viktor Orban needs to be paid on performance. If you ever make another agreement with Russia, it has to be, yes, on the basis that you deliver X, and you're not going to get anything as a return until you do X. It's, we pay for performance with those organizations in the future, and Orban's one of those, because Orban continually says, oh, yeah, I'm opposed to this, and he's opposed to it not because he's philosophically opposed. I don't think he has one of those. He just wants to get something for himself, like this $10 billion euros that he wanted to get, so that he'd leave the room, so that everybody else could have a discussion and decide something. He always wants to get bought off. So if you're going to buy him off, get going on doing that early, or have the discussion with him about the benefits of being on the team, and if you want to be on the team, the responsibilities of being on the team, and if you don't want to be on the team, please exit, because we need to move on, and it needs to happen a lot faster than what is happening now, because Ukraine will still win this war regardless of what happens. I'm with Chuck, and that's easy to do, right? Because he has some expertise. I am totally with Chuck that Russia does not have the capability to win this war now. It's either Afghanistan on steroids for the Ukrainians, or it's they get what they need to finish this quickly and save a whole bunch of Ukrainian lives, and some Russian lives, by the way, because the folks that are getting fed into the meat grinder here from Russia's side also won't die if this war ends quickly. But Russia isn't interested in that. So this is where the urgency comes from, folks. The urgency is Ukrainian lives lost, and as I was shouting about yesterday, opportunities not taken. The opportunities that go missing daily for Ukraine in capabilities of things they could knock out, new places they could hit, all capabilities of Russia that they could deny. There is no reason at all why Russia is still capable of flying close air support out of Crimea. That shouldn't be happening. They should have given the 1,040 ATACMS missiles that are 100% surplus to the United States. Can't be used by the United States. They are out of date. It would be illegal for those armaments to be used by the United States. Not allowed, and they're going to have to be paid to be disposed of. And those 517 Block 1A cluster munition ATACMS and the 523, equaling a total of 1,040, those Mark 48 warheads that would be added to that, the unitary warheads, those all should have been in in Ukrainian hands more than a year ago.
Well, Will, I'm just going to break in here to say the missile that is replacing ATACMS, this is the long-range precision missile, is in production. ATACMS, I don't believe, are any longer being manufactured, but the first delivery of the long-range precision missile has already been made to the U.S. military. I think that there is some testing that has to be conducted on this first delivery, but now it's the long-range precision missile that will be delivered in numbers to the U.S. military. An additional reason why the ATACMS that are in storage can all be sent to Ukraine pronto.
Right.
Will,
And I'm only talking about, Alan, I'm only talking about the absolutely out of date ones. Remember that people say, oh, but we need those ATACMS until the precision strike guided missile is available in numbers. Even if they gave the 1,040 out of date ones to Ukraine a year ago, America would still have 1,000 in storage that are fully up to date and can be used at any time by them.
And just one word about your statement that I agree with regarding Russia's capacity to win the war. It doesn't have that capacity. What Russia does have, and Putin is seeing to it, is the capacity to fight a very long war with the expectation that support of Ukraine from 50 allies around the world will wither. And I think that is the fear here in the United States going forward. It's certainly nothing we should fear in Europe. There is no lessening of support for Ukraine. As a matter of fact, all week long, we've seen announcements made of new military packages being put together for Ukraine from Denmark, from the Netherlands, from Finland, from the Baltic states, from Bulgaria, from Germany, which finally delivered the third Patriot system to Ukraine. But again, for Ukraine to have three Patriot systems when there are hundreds available around the world, Spain itself has three Patriot systems. I'm not sure exactly what those Patriot systems will be defending Spain from, but couldn't they spare one to send to Ukraine? In any event, James and Scott, Will, Tony, Peter, I'm looking forward to a great evening here in North American time. Scott has just produced a Christmas miracle for me. I'm going to step down early, have some tea and honey, do some a Christmas present wrapping, which I usually postpone until Christmas Eve. I'm not doing that this year. So thank you, James, for your time tonight. Will, great to see you. Scott, I think you and I will be together next Friday night. With that, I'm going to say good night and Slava Ukraini.
Slava.
Thanks, Alan. Appreciate your time here and all that you do for us. We'll miss you in this discussion, but we will carry the conversation forward. I just wanted to point out the what I think is hilarious tweet in the nest. And you can look at the video if you want, but I'm going to play the soundtrack for you because this is Mr. Orban in a conference room, and there's many other politicians in the room with him, but he seems to get no attention. So here's the music for that.
I'm so lonely, so lonely, so lonely inside real alone.
Well, I think you get the idea. He's lonely. He's lonely. Poor Mr. Orban. He's so lonely. Anyways, well, I have no sympathy for the man actually at all, and don't want him over for dinner either, because he looks like he could eat me out of house and home. That's insulting. I apologize to everybody who was insulted by that. So anyway, yeah, Scott, it is good to have you here.
It's
Welcome.
good to be with you, James. It'll be fun to co-host together with you. Sorry for the mix-up, but it sounds like it was a good thing for Alan, so that's good.
Absolutely. We got to take care of the team members and make sure everybody gets enough sleep and wears their masks or whatever it is that they need to do to maintain their health and ability to deliver. And you'll maybe have noticed an outsized amount of people talking about you know, whether it's honey or lemon or whiskey and something else mixed in with the whiskey that keeps your throat going. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but we co-hosts, we do a lot of talking. And if we got paid by the word, I'd talk even faster than I am now. Actually, I'm not talking that fast. So anyways, Scott,
I know Prince Heather has been down and out with her Mickey Mouse voice, and Alan mentioned tea and honey, so he must be feeling some scratchiness. Although, Alan, you sounded normal to me, but I'm glad you have a respite nonetheless.
now we also have Mr. Iron Lung or Iron Throat over here, Will Teal. Maybe it's the atmosphere down there is better and the air is better, and it helps the throat because the air is so.
Correction, sir. Everything's better.
He has no winter at the moment. I think Perth doesn't get much winter, even in the whatever we should say June to September period, does it?
Not really. I mean, it gets down to about 8-10 degrees. You know, it has gotten. I have actually seen frost on the railings of my balcony one time in 13 years. Yeah. So it's not cold like you'd expect cold, and summer is but so autumn, summer, and a spring are absolutely fantastic. So yeah, no complaints as far as the weather go. It's probably comparable to San Diego without all the Californians.
Nice. I always think of San Diego and Nairobi as being two places in the world that were ideal temperature wise. Good for human evolution before there was clothes and shelter. But Perth, I'll add to my list.
I'd have to be there in person.
Oh my God. Are you auditioning to be Yehuda with dad puns and dad jokes, James?
I got to keep my humor, elbow limbered up. I don't want to throw it out when I'm trying to pitch something at Yehuda. So, because you know how he is.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
You're in the league.
Well, I'm in a league. I may be in a league of my own. I don't know, but anyway, Scott, we shouldn't go there because if once I start doing my humor routine, we may have to move to a new space, and we don't want that to happen. So I will not be funny.
We could get kicked off, even though Yehuda does it, but still. Shall we go to hands? I see that Tony's had his hand up since I joined, and then Peter.
Peter's first.
Oh, is he? Okay.
No, I've done loads of talking tonight. You go, Tony. Honestly, I'll listen to you.
Okay. I just got a phone call. You right there? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Loud and clear. We heard the buzz too. That was kind of cool.
Good morning, Will. We were waiting for you, or I was waiting for you to come up, because we were a little bit furious with Furious George about that we're not sending stuff to Ukraine, and I just mentioned our problems we've got here with our defence minister, the F-18s and whatnot. But you sort of like covered it a little bit when you got on. Have you seen the tweet from Defence Minister welcoming the troops coming home from training Ukrainian soldiers?
I have not.
Yeah, I have. They're rotating the Australian soldiers that are over in the UK working on Operation Unifier, and so he was welcoming some of them home. And we also got the distraction yesterday that the United States asked Australia to supply a warship into the Red Sea, I guess, or into the what's that ocean over there?
It is the
Uh,
Red Sea. I think we are
yeah.
talking about near Aden and
Yeah, exactly. So these sorts of distractions. So there was that. There was the welcome the guys home, and there was also the purchase of infantry fighting vehicles from Korea for like $4.5 billion contract to do that. Finding an opportunity to talk about anything other than what we've regularly been asking, Tony. Yes.
Yeah, but he hasn't talked about those. He's kept that quiet because that signature was, and that was highlighted on the Defence Force like press room. He didn't talk about that. He just spoke about AUKUS and returning the soldiers. And some of the discussion with George was that I was saying that, and I've tweeted it out too. You want to train these soldiers to walk into a war, first war without air support and without the proper mine equipment. So you're training them to go die, basically. Where's the where's the where's the announcement of the F-18s to support the guys that you've just trained? Do you know what I mean? It's just a big fuse. Anyway, I was hoping that you would have got on and listened to it and then jumped on board to support my frustration. I've actually changed my name to Furious Tony to follow Furious George. You should change your name to Furious Will also. Yeah.
well, I don't think he needs to. He looks so ferocious by just without any changes. It's the hat, I think, with the teeth in it. Are those teeth? I assume they're teeth.
Crocodile teeth.
There you go. That says furious all by itself, I think, Will. But
And,
we could
and
go
lastly,
FW.
Yeah, it's funny. Whenever I think of Will, I always think of where there's a will, there's a way. And that's so true of him.
just lastly, Will, you missed the segment because you guys over in Perth wake up 3 hours later. You're not up early enough, but 6 in a tweet, there was a discussion with Mark regarding CNC machines. You would have loved the session. It was a good presentation of what we can do. Click on that thread, or did you hear it?
No, you're right. I was sleeping, but I've been catching up on the background, and we had a bit of a talk last night late about CNC machines as well, and how critical it is that we in multiple areas. There are multiple areas that have single points of failure in them in machine tools and in production of semiconductors. We in the liberal democracies that actually have the capability to control the flow of some of that and restrict some of that are here again not doing anywhere near enough to make
Yep.
sure that Russia is restricted from those things.
Yep. And that's what it was about. Yeah. So I just thought I'd mention that to you. And anyone else in there, down in there, in the listeners, click on that in the nest. It's number 6, I think, and follow and contact your politicians. Ask them to treat CNC exports and is it the fluids and the cutting heads? Treat them as cocaine coming out of Colombia. Need to be controlled and not exported.
Well, first, fentanyl is the new cocaine. We're more concerned about that at this point. But you're absolutely right that it is a drug that we do not want the Russians to get their hands on. And at some point months ago, we were having a discussion about this very topic, and I said, "Is it fair to target the CNC machines before they leave Germany?" And I was told, "Oh, they don't come from Germany anymore, except oops, maybe they do." So my question's back on: can we target these companies before they? We probably can't actually blast them with missiles, come to think of it, but we can with sanctions, and that's all that we're asking to do. So it's a very good ask, Will.
What they can absolutely do in Germany is get these folks in. The defense minister, the industrial production minister, all the labor minister. These folks work and operate in Germany, and there are a half a dozen easily accessible handles that could make these companies' lives much more painful and much less economic if they also don't get with the team. Right? This is around the world, whether we're talking to businesses or Viktor Orban's or the Defense Department here in Australia. All the foot draggers need to have a frank and open exchange of ideas with the folks who want to move things along and say, folks, pick a side and get with the team or get off the team. And if a major machine tool manufacturer, a family company that's existed for 150 years in Germany, and they don't want to be told how to run their company, I'm a private company, I can do what I want. There's nothing I can do about these Russians getting my stuff. Okay, that's fine. You'll just never sell another one to the German government ever again. How about that? That's the sort of discussion we ought to be having with these folks. And, I'm honestly, the reason I get frustrated with this because I've literally had discussions like this with suppliers and people before in the past, even in my little micro scale of life, right? When you've got a capability to make a person's life phenomenally difficult and they persist in very poor behavior, you go and have a hard conversation with them. This is the problem that most people never want to have a hard conversation. They want to have a happy conversation. Oh, Victor, we can make your life so much better with this stuff in the EU. They need to show them the stick. And in Viktor Orban's case, they actually need to use the stick on them. And Austria's case, this stuff that's now come up from Austria about this bank, Reifensberger Bank or whatever, that whole arrangement behind there is filthy as, and it is providing Russia, in my opinion, an opportunity to concentrate their influence on the companies that still exist inside Russia and are expanding their opportunities there. Those companies need to have a frank and open exchange of ideas with their home governments, and Austria needs to wind its neck in on the EU too, because this is the problem with the EU. Somebody always comes up with an idea on how they can blackmail the organization when they need to do something essential and slow things down at a minimum or kill it at a maximum. The Austria saying they're going to prevent EU from or Ukraine from joining the EU until they take this bank off their list of people that are facilitating war crimes is absolute bullshit. That that bank is actually owned by an oligarch. The person listed as the owner of the bank is an employee of an oligarch. So allowing that company, that bank, to still operate inside Austrian bank to operate inside Russia, and it's now the honeypot for all the Western bank companies that are still operating there because they feel like they're safer going to that bank. So now they're all concentrated inside that bank. It's providing an incredible amount of tax revenue to Russia right now. Plus, it provides the concentration of all these Western companies that when Russia decides to wants to do coercive control over all of them, it will. Do you think Russia will wait 1 second before having the hard conversation with all those companies that are still working in Russia? It will not. I had painfully direct conversations with the Russian government multiple times when we were over there, and we found ways around to screw them over, which I won't tell you about now, but and help our employees because we read and figured out how the system worked in Russia, and we said, screw you, we're not going to do the thing you want us to do. We're going to find another way to do it that complies with the law so you can't get us, but that meets our needs, not your needs. But not most people aren't going to do that. Most companies are going to go, yeah, we'll do whatever Russia tells us so that we can continue to make our profits here. And these CNC companies are the same thing. They're doing the exact same thing. They love the fact that they can get maximum profits out of Russia for minimum effort if they just toe the line. And this towing the line is facilitating Russia to do more worse things later, in addition to the tax revenues they're generating now. So painful discussions all around with companies, with countries, with prime ministers, and with government departments that are like our Department of Defense here in Australia, who are just opaque and not serving the interests of those countries, is it's got to be fixed, or we're all going to end up fixing it after we enter the Third World War. If you really want to prevent the Third World War, beat Russia before they can start one.
Well,
You got it.
our government's been a Viktor Orban, but quiet. Viktor Orban says he's not going to let this go, or talks and even tweets about it, whereas ours just stay quiet on the F-18s. And what happened to the Hawkeyes? They fixed the brakes yet? How long does it take to fix brakes? You know, it's ridiculous, Will. They might as well be a Viktor Orban. Most of these, we're not stepping up, yeah? And I'm furious, Tony, now.
How do you even know that the equipment's still there? Can you see it from outside the bases where they're stored?
There are hundreds. There are hundreds, probably 250 or 300 Hawkeyes parked outside the Thales factory in Bendigo.
Well, did you check inside to see if all the components are still there, or did they do like a Russian kernel move and take all the stuff out?
No, they're finished product. There's finished product sitting in a parking lot outside Thales.
Well, then it's time to spank your legislators, that is, and get them to take some action, because, now is a good time to do this. Tomorrow's too late, and not literally, but, theoretically, the longer we wait to deliver the goods, the worse beating Ukraine gets, and the less likely they are to have a decisive victory sooner. I think that they will come up with a decisive victory, but sooner is the main point. We don't want that. We don't want Russia thinking that they've got an edge on us. So it's important to do something. So I will definitely be including that in a call tonight to talk about CNC. A very important topic, and it's disturbing about your situation. You've got your Orban, if you will, and unfortunately, we've got our Orbans, and I think all Western countries are troubled by the amount that Russia has influence in our various nations. It's always too much. There's no such thing as good influence, but I think we ought to go over there to Peter and see what he has to say, since we've kept you waiting. Peter, hello, welcome.
Yeah, I just find it amazing that that in a democratic system we have something called a veto, that one country can basically block everything. And I mean, it's not just the EU; it's NATO as well, the UN. Sorry, that have this veto system, and a veto system without an ability to override it is a complete nonsense in a democracy. I mean, there should be that, okay, you have a veto, but there must be an ability for a supermajority vote to override that, where it is seen as not being in the interests of the majority. So really, I think that the EU need to change their bloody rules and sort out this stupid veto thing, because that is not democratic. It is not. It is crazy that one belligerent person should be able to rough ride over everybody in the EU. So please just get them to change it, put it so that okay, you can put your veto in, but if we consider it to be against the interests of the whole, then you have a supermajority vote. So if 70% or 75%, say no, we're not accepting that veto, it's overridden. It just seems crazy to me.
Peter,
Well, go ahead.
I thought I saw a couple months ago that the EU was considering a reform to abolish the veto, or to limit it at least on types of issues. Did you see that, or do you know anything about that? The reform
No,
efforts?
I didn't see that. It just seems crazy to me that, I mean, it's crazy to me that we seem to be ruled by minority power.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, I mean, even in America, I mean, what is it that kind of the Speaker of the House can decide what goes in or doesn't go in? I mean, it just doesn't seem to be. I think we're almost a victim of our own democracy in a way, because, I mean, as it was discussed earlier, in authoritarianism, somebody makes a decision, whether it's the right decision or wrong decision, and it's done. And we have a saying over here that if you want to get nothing done, form a committee, because somebody puts an idea and says, we want to do this. And somebody says, oh, no, well, you know, you've got to consider that. And then let's do a study on it first. And then somebody else says, oh, but if we do it that way, it's going to do this. And before you, by the time it's been around the committee 100 times, nothing ever gets done. And, you know, it's the same with our democracy, that we're almost a victim of our own democracy.
Nah, we're doing fine with democracy. It does have its problems, and you know, Winston Churchill quote number one is that thing about you know, democracy, worst government ever, except all the other ones we tried. And I do take that point well. And in EU, and maybe Dryfly will inform us more about this when I call on him. Oh, or maybe will, I don't know. But the EU does have an option, and that is to just go ahead and individually, because this is not the way that it is in the United States, where foreign aid has to go from the federal government. This is a system where each state can deliver foreign aid. And so it is unique in that way. So literally, they don't need Hungary to do this. They can just say, well, here's the amount of money we want to send. Your part would be this, this, this. And I guess it's some per capita adjusted kind of formula that they use. And then they send the money independently of each other all at once. And there it is. But I do suspect that they're dragging out that decision a bit to isolate Orban a bit more, and to badger him for his non-participation in what should be an easy choice. Because after all, Putin himself said that you know, EU was good. Well, this is a long time ago now, but EU good, EU membership good for Ukraine, NATO good for Ukraine. You know, well, he was full of shit, and Orban is now too. But they do have a way around it. The United States, it's a little different. But I don't want to go on. Scott, go ahead.
While you guys were talking, I looked it up, and here's an article from the 13th of June. And due to the Ukraine situation, a group of 9 member states, including Germany and France, formed a group of friends to promote a gradual shift from unanimity to qualified majority voting in the field of foreign policy. In other words, ditch the veto once and for all. And it says there are 3 unused options, which I won't read. Constructive abstention, which is what happened with Orban yesterday, where he walked out of the room. Special derogation, so they can vote to get. Let's see, how does this? Member states can vote by qualified majority to adopt a decision that defines a common action or position, but only if the decision stems from a mandate given by the European Council or a proposal tabled by the High Representative. And then there's something called the Passerelle Clause, which says the European Council adopts a decision that enables member states to act by qualified majority in specific cases of foreign policy. So that would be tough, because the Passerelle Clause needs a unanimous vote to not have a unanimous vote. So that's a little obvious. That's worse than cloture in the U.S. Senate. Let's see if either Will or Dryfly have insight into this particular thing. Let's see who's more likely. Dryfly was first. You want to try, but you may have another topic, Dryfly.
No, I was actually going to speak exactly on that because I was doing the same thing today, reading up on it, and that's exactly what I read. Is that there's a process where they're going to majority vote, but they haven't gotten to it on everything, and they're working their way through it. The real carrot they have and stick that they have with Orban is that they're withholding money because he has so many violations of EU requirements right now. I mean, he's got a bunch of them. I mean, this is not the only one. He's got them in the courts. He's got them in some of the ways in which he handles economic matters internally. He has it within the way he handles his elections. So he's got some issues with the EU procedure, big issues, okay, that the EU has sort of been, I wouldn't say turning a blind eye to, but complaining and not doing much. There was a motion, I understand, or a discussion amongst a couple of the more powerful EU members, and I think Germany was one of them, to start what they call an Article 7 procedure against against Hungary, and that is where they would start stripping away their voting rights, ultimately removing them from the EU. It is a very long, drawn out, and ugly procedure, and I'd love to hear EU people describe it. But from what I read, is that just the threat of it alone sent a shiver down Orban's back, because it's sort of like Brexit in reverse. You don't ask to leave, you're told to leave. And the position that they are in the heart of Europe, surrounded by EU countries, it would make trade with them virtually impossible. So, I mean, they have a real carrot and a stick over it, but they don't want to use that because it's that ugly. It's ugly. It's really, really ugly. So they've been holding back money, and Orban's been fighting it. Hammer and tongs, as we've seen. You know, he's every way, shape he can. And Ukraine is not just a weapon for that. He actually does have ideological ties and interests with Russia. So, I mean, this is not a hollow threat from what I was gathering reading today. But unfortunately, the issues that most pertain to Ukraine right now, getting aid from the EU and membership, both require unanimity right now. But the belief is that they could probably, there's some belief or hope, at least, that just the fear of starting an Article 7 process, and I think that's the right article, is going to bring him in line. And I'll listen to others who might know more. Thank you.
I wanted to bring up a point that Beefeater posted today, and I reposted. There was the Lithuanian member of the European Parliament who said, let's start to think about the procedure to suspend Hungary's voting rights, which is Article 7. But I was just going to invite Beefeater to come up since he follows this kind of stuff. And I see Karen's raised her hand. Shall we go to Will first and then Karen? And then Beefeater if he wants to come up?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, so that's what I've seen, exactly the same thing. Dryfly, the European Parliament only 2 weeks ago was considering this modification that you were talking about, Scott, to the voting rights thing is, and I think it is great to work through those things and reform stuff, but really the stick needs to be used immediately now, the coercive stick on Orban, because the other people are stepping up. Every the EU is being treated like a club for blackmailers. Everybody's got their, Austria wants to blackmail them over something. Hungary regularly wants to block them stuff. And even when Hungary gets bought off, they still block stuff. The Swedish issues in relation to Orban, those were resolved months ago, and they're still holding up. They're dragging their feet on Sweden's joining NATO. These Orban's government would not be eligible now to join the EU. They have backslid so far, and that's why you're talking about, these folks are talking about the Article 7 thing. Orban's government today, with the modifications he's made since he came into office, would not be eligible for entry into NATO or into the EU. He'd be in exactly the same place that Turkey has always been, because Turkey put in their application They said they gave them a long list of things in their action plan. They didn't do any of those things, and now they whine and bitch about, oh, you're holding up our application. It's because you didn't do any of the things you said you were supposed to do. And Orban has turned his government and the press freedoms he's wound back, and the concentration and change of the electoral system and the Supreme Court and all the things he's done. It frankly isn't eligible to be part of the party. And the problem is everybody's too polite, Scott. The comedy that exists in the world and the kumbaya. Well, the EU is supposed to get along all the time. In crises situations like this is no time for me talking reform. This is time for all the nation states that say, okay, yeah, Orban, you're going to stand in the way of this. We're going to break it down into each component country that has to go do this thing and work it through their own legislature themselves. But that's months of delay. The EU was generated so that they could be empowered to do these things collectively. If that system isn't going to work and can't work, and we have to go back and do it individually in each country, maybe we just start always doing stuff as each country again. And we'll break it all down, Orban, because Orban clearly doesn't want a liberal democracy in his country. He's helping Russia facilitate suborning the liberal democracy in America through the Heritage Foundation. He is a bad actor, and we've known he's been a bad actor for a long time, and nobody's done anything about him yet, and he's now generated a crisis. The discussion where they go in the room with him and tell him to either get with the program or piss off needed to happen months ago, and it needs to happen today. If it's immediately, because Europe is holding up support for Ukraine in a manner it's supposed to. He is encouraging other members of the EU to do the same things he's doing because it gets results, and maybe that organization's not fit for purpose these days. If they can reform it, great. But if they can't, every country should just start going it alone. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but unfortunately, maybe Britain was right.
Well,
Go ahead, James.
Oh, I was just going to say, before you popped up with the British thing, I was going to say, please consider this question. Is a cricket bat the right approach to Orban? And in the meantime, while you're thinking about that, I wanted to go back to see if Dryfly had a comeback for you. And then after that, we'll go to Karen.
It probably is just having the cricket bat with you. One time I was having a discussion with a major client in Oman, and in Oman you have to use a local partner. You can't just come in as a foreign country and work there. It has to be a 51% Omani-owned business because of bullshit and corruption, essentially. And our Omani partner company wasn't paying our invoices, and I knew that they had been paid by the other client. The middleman wasn't paying, and I went in for the third time to have a discussion with these guys, and I had a very painful and direct discussion with the owner of that company on why he wasn't moving things, because it was worth his time to delay things and the time value of money. And I just said to him, it was very painful discussion with him, and I wouldn't leave the topic. He wanted to talk about a dozen things. I wanted to talk about only the one, and that's all we're talking about today. And he goes, wow, it was so tense. He goes, whew, for a second there, I thought you were going to come in with a baseball bat. And I said, I'm more of a cricket player, really. And we got paid the next day.
Well, just very quickly, if the EU broke up, the only person who would jump for joy would be Putin, because then he's got individual countries to deal with rather than a bloc. And we have to remember that the EU is an economic market.
Sure, but he's got his agent provocateurs inside the EU, gumming it up, slowing it down, making it not function. He has his own agents inside there. Don't kid yourself. Austria is also doing the work of Russia. They pine for the days when they were the big crossroads and place where all the spies would meet up. And there are multiple countries that are preparing to cause problems here. So it's kind of breaking up itself, Peter. I think that you're right. It is far better to be together. But if it can't work together in times of urgency, then rethink needs to be made.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I
Uh,
could see Baltic states getting together. I mean, they've stood firm with Ukraine.
Well, here's what I'd like to say. We did have an order of hands. I want to go in that order, and I don't want to leave Beefeater, who has kindly joined the panel here of speakers, too long. So if you had quick things to say, Dryfly, Karen, please go ahead with those. But I really didn't want to keep Beefeater waiting too long. And if that's cool with you, Beefeater, we'll just go ahead, take those hands, and we'll come back to you as soon as we can. Thank you.
Well, I can be really quick. To the people in the EU that are listening and saying, or in the case of UK and EU listening, I can tell you the difference between the United States and the EU is simple. It's two things actually. One of them is Gettysburg, and the other one is Sherman's March to the Sea. We would have absolutely had the same problems in the United States had the South won the Civil War. We would have had a confederation, a confederation, loosely organized confederation, where states basically ran their own shop. There would have been some economic cooperation, like the EU has. It'd be a market, but it wouldn't be anything close to a unified federation. And as bad as it is in the US, that really is a fundamental difference. I am not of the opinion that it's the benefit of the EU to do that. I think actually the benefit is to go to a more loose economic union and not try to be a federation. But if you want to be a federation, you better be prepared to have your Gettysburg and your March to the Sea, because that's really what hammered it out in the US, was telling the people like Orban, like the guys in Austria, that no, you're not going to have your own say. You're just not going to. And the proof of the pudding is we will burn a swath through your state, starting at the northwest and heading down to the southeast, that will convince you that you cannot do that. So, I mean, there's pluses and minuses to both. So I would be cautious to push for a federation until you're prepared to actually follow through with what is required to make a federation work. Listen.
That's a brilliant answer. Yeah, and well, I won't make any more comment on it. I think that's a very good answer. It probably you could argue against it, but I won't. Karen.
Yes. I looked up to Article 7. And yeah, out of respect for Beefeater, I'll just kind of compress what I had to say. When Article 7 gets put into motion, this is the mechanism that begins. Okay, there has to be a clear risk of serious breach of EU values, either by the Commission, the Parliament, or 1/3 of the member states. Now, when this is approved by 2/3 majority in Parliament, the accused country is called to answer to the Council, and they may issue then recommendations and vote by a 4/5 majority to identify a breach. All right, if they get past that, then this is what happens. Article 7.2, in event of a serious breach in which the country does not heed the Council's guidance, the Commission, or 1/3 of the country, approved by 2/3 majority of Parliament, calls the country to the European Council again. So they have to go to the principal's office again. Okay. Then the European Council must decide unanimously, and it has to be unanimous, okay, not one dissenter, to proceed to Article 7.3. Once the European Council has unanimously decided that the breach is still occurring, the Council then votes by qualified majority to suspend the rights of the accused country, including the voting rights within the Council, until all duties are fulfilled. And in short, there is no way at this time, for the European Union to expel a member, but they can suspend their rights, and that is extremely painful, apparently. And I'll leave it with that. And thank you, Wikipedia.
And thank you, Karen, for that. And with that, let's see how did she do, Beefeater?
Good evening, folks. Karen, great that you've looked up Dr. Wikipedia. My advice to you is pretty much the same advice as I'd give to anyone who has an ailment and goes on to Dr. Google. Be very careful about what you read, because everyone becomes a doctor overnight, and it can lead to some pretty bad consequences if you take the wrong medication because you misunderstood Dr. Google. Similarly, Dr. Wikipedia also gives you a kind of light touch on what is an extremely complex and legal subject around the composition of the European Union and all the rules that lie behind it. I've come on, I don't really want to spend a lot of time on this, but I think what's really burning me at the moment is to try and inject a different view. And to this, I will address myself to Will, because I'm a great fan of Will, and I appreciate the following that he has of me. I'm just going to introduce another consideration that I think we need to have, because there is a great rush to wish Hungary out of the EU and get them out of NATO and get them out of everything else. And I think it's very dangerous to support this type of thinking, and I'll explain why. Let's try and imagine, say 6 months from this point, we've kicked Hungary out of the European Union. That will open up the landscape, and it will unbind Hungary from the obligations it has under the European Union at the moment. And without going to a long and protracted explanation of this, what it does do is it lays open the opportunity for him to form formal alliances with his loan masters, being China, and his paymasters, allegedly, being Russia. Formalizing those agreements could, hypothetically, allow them to have permanent access to military bases in Hungary as part of a military alliance or cooperation agreement. And that scenario will end up with Europe, a country in the heart of Europe, that will allow belligerent states and dictatorships to embed themselves and have a formal presence, with absolutely no right for us to control that, because they are outside of the European Union. So I think pushing them out of the European Union is the wrong thing to do. There is only one option available for us at the moment, and Karen touched on it. We talked about Article 7, but I think there's a lot of misunderstanding around Article 7 and where we at with that process. I know there's a lot of references made to the word unanimous and unanimity in terms of some of the voting procedures, but this is where Dr. Google and Dr. Wikipedia unpicks people's understanding of where we're at. The first part of the process that Karen quoted was more or less correct in terms of the members of the European Union can, under certain conditions and under certain rules, basically bring a grievance against another country for not adhering to the principles referred to in Article 2 of the European Union. And I'll leave it for you to go away and do some Google on that. But there are values that are referred to in Article 2 that are basically the membership agreement. You can join the European Union if you agree to, and here's a list of 7 principles or values that we hold. And, there are values around independence of the judiciary and human rights and lots of those good things. So if a country isn't adhering to them, they can bring an action against that country under Article 7. Where we're at the moment with Hungary is way past where most people believe we should be, because I've been posting out a lot of calls for Article 7 for the last year. In fact, what I've been asking for is a completion of Article 7, because Article 7 has already been invoked. So that initial vote has already gone through. And we've already identified, I think I've also set out in some of my posts, very clearly there are at least 44 major and semi-major and minor transgressions or conflicts with the principles of the European Union. This conversation is advanced. It's been going on for years. They've called out and they've agreed with Hungary what they need to do to remedy that. So if you care to go into my Article 7 post, you'll see I've called out a few of those examples. And those examples have also been published by the Helsinki Commission, and they've been detailed as well. And they've been put into a RAG status, a red, amber, green status. And it does show that over the last few years, Hungary has been making progress on some of these major milestones and mini milestones and issues that have been identified that they need to get in line with. But they clearly haven't met with a number of major milestones, despite them being called out and despite Hungary holding its hands up pre-Orban, saying, "Yeah, we've got to get this right. We haven't got to. We are going to reform that side of our policies, of our state policies, and make sure we meet the criteria of the EU." So that Article 7 process is already well underway. What is left to do, though, is to call Orban out for not meeting the milestones and the deadlines, which are set in stone as well, for the reform and for the changes that need to be made constitutionally to meet these principles of the EU. They haven't been met. He's been frustrating it. And behind all the scenes here, what's happened is that the European Union basically held back funds, not all the funds, but they've held back a really big chunk of funds to support Hungary, which would ordinarily be paid to them as part of the European Union. Orban is really upset about this because he's trying to navigate this pro-Russian, pro-Chinese, and anti-EU rhetoric to use that to drum support for them to release funds. Essentially, he's blackmailing the EU by saying, "Look, I'm going to continue pushing back on Ukraine and be a pain in your backside until you release these funds." But at the heart of all of this is simple. We've identified 44 major issues in your constitution and in the way in which you govern this country. You've got to get those things right before we release the money. He's realized that he doesn't really want to change some of those things because he loses part of his power and he loses part of his voter base by changing some of the things that the European Union want them to change. So he's playing a game here. He's playing an Erdogan game to try and manipulate money out of the European Union. And Ukraine is the soft underbelly at the moment because it's Ukraine that needs help. And he knows that by using Ukraine as a hostage, he will force the European Union to start releasing money, which they've done. They just released 10 billion. There's a trade-off that von der Leyen did. 10 billion, you walk out the room. I mean, that's a fairly good chunk of money, and that's a good quid pro quo in terms of someone agreeing to walk out the room. It's part of the mechanisms that I've described under Article 7. It's quite possible that someone doesn't appear for the meeting and the quorum is established because everyone else has appeared and they get the vote through. So they've used an old trick of the trade to get that vote through. But I cautioned everyone who jumped on there saying, "Well, yeah, Orban caved in." I cautioned everyone by saying, "No, he hasn't caved in. He's going to play Erdogan's game. He's going to keep on coming up with more and more frustrations and demanding more and more money." So that's more or less where we are at the moment. Just one last thing I'd like to comment on is just, Karen, be very careful about reading words around unanimity and the understanding of this, because your interpretation, although in a English dictionary is correct, actually you need to go into the nitty-gritty. You need to go right into the whole legal document, and you'll find that there is a very specific description of what that means or what the term means under the European Council. In this instance, and only in this instance of Article 7, they say that acting in unanimity on a proposal by 1/3 of the member states or by the Commission, and after obtaining the consent of the European Parliament, it may be determined the existence of a serious breach. That has been done. We've passed that. Where a determination has been made under paragraph 2, the Council can act on a qualified majority and may decide to suspend certain rights deriving from the application of the treaties to the member state in question. The member states in the Council, and in doing so, the Council shall take into account the possible consequences of such a suspension of the rights and obligations of natural and legal persons. It goes on, it gets more and more complicated. I won't bore you all with it at the moment, but I'm advocating at this point, kicking them out is the wrong thing to do because it gives them license. It gives them license to set up formal arrangements with belligerent powers, and those belligerent entities, China and Russia, and even North Korea, I might add, would soon come into the fold as they start striking up commercial deals with them, would have the legal right, international right, to have a foothold in Hungary, which is in the heart of Europe. We don't want that at all. What I'm arguing for is Article 7. Article 7 effectively mutes them. It suspends some of their or all of their voting rights. And the most important part about this is, even though you suspended your voting rights, you're still obliged to comply with the principles of the European Union. So it keeps them in the fold. They can't go and strike deals with Russia and China, and yet they lose their voting rights, in which case, with their voting rights taken away, you can push through whatever support you need or amendments you need or action you need to take in favor of Ukraine. Now, it's not the perfect solution, but it's the best solution we've got on books at the moment. The solution is not to get rid of them. And ditto, the same principle applies with Turkey and NATO. Kick them out and you give them the free rein to go and set up relationships, formalize alliances and commercial and military relationships with belligerent powers, because they can do it outside of it. As long as they're inside NATO, they can't do it. So they pretty much, they are stuck in the sense that they have to uphold the principles of NATO and they have to meet the NATO obligations and agreements. And yes, they'll still push back and be difficult in many areas, but they remain in the fold, which means they remain within control. And the last point before I finish up off is just my suspicion is this. I think Orban wants to piss enough people off so they do kick him out. You see, his problem at the moment is if he leaves the EU voluntarily now, he's going to lose a significant element of his voter base in Hungary, because they won't want that. There's a lot of people in Hungary that do want to be part of the EU. By us forcing him out, he can turn around and hold his hands up and say, it wasn't me. It really wasn't me. Guys, you've got to stick with me. I'm going to fight with you and do the best I can to get to get a better deal or to come up with alliances with other countries. And so we actually play right into his hands by pushing him out like that. Because we're not pushing him out means that he's stuck. He can't leave without losing his voter base. And ditto with Erdogan. If we kick him out, he can hold his hands up and say, bad, evil Western NATO. They're the ones to blame, not us. If Erdogan leaves voluntarily from NATO, he's already on a knife edge in terms of the so-called democracy win that he had, but he would lose enough for him to lose power. And so he doesn't want to play that game either. I hope I've made sense to you. I hope I've kept it non-technical and non-legal and try to make it as clear as possible in plain language. I'd like to just go back to Will, if you wouldn't mind. Will, your view on that?
Go ahead, Will. Well, in the meantime, let me ask you a question. it is tough. It sounds like they can make Hungary non-voting member, and that sounds great. And maybe you did describe this, but some things, you know, like our declaration of Russia as a state sponsor of terror, it has implications that we may not want to have. And I just wondered if there was more to that than what you said, and maybe it's getting into the weeds to go there, but I was curious about that.
Uh, I'm not entirely sure I understand the question. Maybe you want to rephrase it because it seems to be quite an opaque or wide. The scope of your question is quite wide. Is there a specific question you have?
No, not really. No, it was just my, when I hear something like that that sounds like it is a good solution, it's like, well, hurry up, let's go, and then once I've run over the dog, I find out, oh, that wasn't a good idea after all, kind of thing. And I just don't want to run over the dog.
Yeah,
That doesn't help, does it?
I kind of hear what you're saying. I suppose, you know what we have in Europe is not perfect. Now, I say that speaking from the United Kingdom, we don't live in the European Union. But I suppose I would say the same as democracy. I'd say the same as both for American democracy and British democracy. You know what? It isn't perfect. But I can tell you this. In the United Kingdom, we don't have 5,000 political prisoners inside jail. In the United Kingdom, I can post some pretty damn controversial but accurate threads on Twitter without fear of being put into jail. In some of these countries, that the likes of Orban is befriending, that doesn't exist. People get put away for asking the very wrong questions, such as, how's your reality, Putin, compared to our reality? That could put you away in Siberia for the rest of your life. That doesn't happen in our democracy. So, you know what? Our democracies aren't perfect, but we don't have any better choices at the moment, and they are the best we've got, and we need to support them, warts and all. And part of that democracy approach within the European Union is, we do have an imperfect system, much like the United Nations, who I loathe. The whole system is actually designed to fail. And to some extent, the European Union has been designed around almost the same principles. It's designed to fail in the event where you've got one outlier who simply won't bend because of the majority voting approach and because of the rules that are probably outdated and need to be revisited. Because we have 20 plus nations that really have a diverse number of opinions. And the system needs to be brave enough, it needs to be strong enough to allow diversity of opinion and allow dissent. But it's how we manage that dissent, and it's how we rationalize that dissent against some issues that really have no room for subjectivity. For example, genocide. I think there should be no debate around whether you support genocide or you don't, or whether you decide, trading in Russia is absolutely fine because you're not part of genocide. I don't think that's that's a realistic argument, and I don't think that's an argument that should actually ever happen. The fact is, if someone is trading with a regime that's led by an indicted war criminal and is clearly guilty of war crimes and genocide that has now been documented and is being investigated both by the ICC, but the documentation of that and the evidence of those war crimes and of the genocide is ongoing. It's in plain sight of everyone. And I think no one should be allowed to support a regime that is involved in atrocities and genocide and war crimes. And there should be no ifs and buts and no grey areas. Either you're with them or you're against them. It's as simple as that. You can't trade in Russia and pretend that no, it's not because you support Putin. It's because you worry about the employees of the company in Russia. sod that for a lark. You've got to stop trading in Russia, because what it does is it normalizes the lifestyle of the average Russian so-called voter, who really becomes desensitized to the horrors that are being perpetrated by that country. Because life goes on as normal. Walk down a high street in St. Petersburg and you wouldn't imagine there's a war going on, where 15 or 13, 14, 1,500 people a day are being slaughtered in a meat grinder, not to mention the amount of missiles being sent across, destroying infrastructure and civilian property and killing people in Ukraine. That normalization of life should not be allowed to happen. That's why the likes of Apple and all the companies that I target, and I target them on a daily basis, it's unacceptable that these companies continue trading and pulling feints with the Western society by telling us that they've left, but in fact they're still trading. Everything from Crocs shoes to you name it, to oil companies, to gas companies. I mean, European Union is still one of the greatest customers for Russia with piped gas. Thank you very much, Austria, the same one as a bank running and doing the bidding of oligarchs in Russia. I could go on and on. I think I'll bore you all, but I've said enough.
Well, you said a lot. You said it very well. I'm glad that you raised the topic of genocide, not only because in a couple hours we will turn to that topic for 3 hours, but also because it is a critical thing. It should be something that everyone can say, yes, we see that now, but that is not the case. It is pretty much avoided at the very top of our political systems. They're not talking about that word. And I think it's the one that puts everybody on the hook. And that's probably why they don't want to talk about it, because then there are definite responsibilities. But in terms of whether or not Hungary is abetting a genocide, I kind of want to go there. I do want to talk about it because I think that, in fact, their obstinacy, along with anyone in the United States who's blocking aid, really needs to face the facts and be shown the facts that, in fact, their action is going to help Russia commit genocide more effectively. And the only way that they'll stop genociding people is if they are stopped. So I really do appreciate you coming up to the panel, and it's always good when you come up and talk. And your expertise is much appreciated, even if you are from the part of Europe that stepped down. I'm going to say temporarily. I don't know. England.
Yeah. James, thanks very much. I do appreciate that. The whole issue of the UK and the European Union, that's another hot topic altogether. Fortunately, you might detect from my accent, I have roots outside of the UK, and I've lived happily in the UK since 1996 or thereabouts, and I'm a British citizen, and as a British citizen, I accept the will of the people, and the vote has happened, and that's the new reality. We've got to live with it. I try not to get sucked into that conversation around Brexit, which I bitterly opposed for the right reasons, but I don't want that colouring the topic. It's the same as around the war going on in Israel at the moment. I don't want to go down that. It's not my lane. It's not my street, and I don't want that to colour my vision and to colour my message. My message is clearly about Ukraine. It's pro-Ukrainian, and everything I do is centered 100% on the benefit of Ukraine. Some people will ask me why I do a lot of posting around China and other countries. When you connect the dots together, China is one of Russia's greatest supporters, both militarily and financially. And this could be the same argument that you could argue with down at a macro level with companies. With China trading with Russia and propping Russia up with oil sales and the likes of that, they are essentially legitimizing Russia's actions. And for that, they fall into the camp of Russians as far as I'm concerned. They just have a different name called China. And my intent is to make sure that China are also called out for their, not only for their support of Russia, but certainly for the genocide and war crimes that they also commit on a daily basis, which people do not talk about. People do not talk about enough that there are over 1 million people in a concentration camp tonight called a re-education camp. It's a concentration camp in the 21st century, and people aren't talking about it. People are being persecuted. Tibetans are being genocided and persecuted. China is an equal misery to Russia when it comes to the treatment of the ethnic minorities, and that sort of egregious behavior, those war crimes that go on with Russia and the genocide going on in China, it is morally reprehensible that no one talks about it. No one likes to talk about it because everyone's become desensitized. Genocide is a desensitized term now, thanks to the internet. People have seen the word bandied about and used incorrectly on a regular basis. They just don't get it. It doesn't hit the limbic brain. It doesn't spark that emotional response that it should do. It doesn't spark the response that people should have when they, for example, walked into the concentration camps at the end of the Second World War and they saw the utter human misery and disaster that happened. It was a shock to the world then. It's not a shock to us now because we see Ukrainians being garroted, raped, strangled, murdered, and blown up with missiles every single day. And you know what? It's another day. People just carry on with their lives and do what they can. They aren't morally offended anymore. And I need to keep the conversation alive. I need people to understand that it's not good enough to trade with people that would inflict this sort of human degradation and misery on their neighbors. It's just not good enough. So I'm very passionate about it, and I hope I haven't bored you with my monologue.
Not at all, sir. Not at all. It's a topic I'm passionate about too, and I agree. It is absolutely fraught topic because there are so many claims of it, and if you stacked up all the claims, I can think of at least 8 claims of genocide pretty much right off the bat. Russia being that first one. They were ganging up on the Russians in the Donbass, and it's like, well, no, not at all. So, I mean, with that kind of start of a list, once you get through the long list of the counter claims and claims, there's a lot going on, and it shouldn't be so trivial. And I have to agree with you. It is not well understood. So that's one of the reasons we do our Friday night session. Beefeater, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. If people have questions, I hope you'll stay up for a little bit if you've got time. But I do want to go to Hans. Go ahead. Go ahead, Beefeater.
Will's back online, I think. Will, did you hear what I had to say?
I did. I did, and look, I agree with you, but the problem is from the outside, it just gets so frustrating to see people not having. Most of this could be corrected by people having appropriate hard conversations with Orban years ago, but nobody has been willing to do that, to show him, the benefits to Orban and Hungary of being in the EU are vastly outweigh the downsides for them for being out, and that's the thing that they just need to keep making sure that he understands in each and every conversation where he brings up where he is a recalcitrant. That they need to continually remind him of the downsides of not being in the club. And look, I am fully aware that a Hungary all alone in Europe could be a very good thing for the forces of anti-democracy to coalesce around and help them, Austria, become a problem. But the thing is, we can't be afraid of someone threatening to leave and the potential downsides of that versus what the damage they're doing now inside by being destroyers of unity inside things. So it's like people saying, well, we don't want to give Ukraine too much support or Russia will lose too badly. It isn't it isn't an exact enough science to plan the exact amount of support for somebody so that Russia loses, but Russia doesn't lose so badly that it collapses. We have to be resolute in sticking to, you either meet the principles of the EU for a certain period of time, or you have a certain period of time to correct your problems with the EU, or we're going to take the concrete steps, and we have to follow through on those things and punish people who are continual disobeyers of the rules and the principles that do that, or there are no consequences for doing the wrong thing, and others will do the wrong thing. It's is my feeling, and but I know you're right at the heart of it, Beefy, and thanks for your work, because you are a absolute continual source of research and information for me when I'm doing my job, co-hosting, and it is invaluable for people who can. I can get a bit lost in rhetoric, and it's good to be brought back down to earth a little bit by folks like yourself.
Well, thanks very much. Just to help you along with this as well, I'm with you on this, and examples of that. Let me talk very quickly about two examples of things that have been called out as major reforms that are required. One of them is entry into force of amendments to strengthen the judicial independence of the Supreme Court. So basically what they talk about there is they have to adopt effective amendments to the rules on the election of the Courier president, and the case scheme and the functioning of the Courier in this is part of the judiciary in Hungary. And they set a hard deadline date for that as Q1 2023. It wasn't met. It's on a red at the moment. Similarly, another example is the entry into force of legislative amendments to remove obstacles to references for preliminary rulings to the Court of Justice of the European Union. Basically, they're looking to harmonize the two judicial systems. They were looking for provisions in legislative amendments indicating that their entry was put into force. Again, hardline date, Q1 2023. It wasn't met. And that's now been attested as not being met. I think where the system's fallen down under von der Leyen is that they didn't take action. That should have been a hard stop. At that point, everything should have been put into play, and the completion of Article 7 should have been undertaken to effectively mute Hungary and put them into that position of, we're part of the union, but we have no voting rights. We have absolutely no say. And that would be the ultimate humiliation for Orban and his regime. It wasn't done, and I think von der Leyen has been very weak on this. She's been very good at the pulpit, celebrating some other successes that she has had, without a doubt. But from a leadership point of view, my view is they needed to be a lot harder. If you had agreed amendment dates and they'd given them 2 years or 3 years notice to say by the end of Q1 2023, you have agreed, and Hungary did agree, this will be done, and it hadn't been done. It wasn't done. They should have taken action then. Because the war broke out in February 2022, it did put everyone into a tailspin, and other priorities came about, and they decided to perhaps just trail this and to try and coach them along to meet these changes. They didn't meet them. They still haven't met them. I think they should be muted. I think that Article 7 should be completed, and they should be blocked from voting rights. That will either wake them up, and as a result, Orban has two choices: either change it, or he should voluntarily exit the union. And if he exits the union out of his decree, out of his choice, he's going to lose the power base that keeps him in power, which is a great result for us anyway. I'll finish off by saying this. Just remember, Orban is a temporary blip in the landscape of the European Union. He's a very temporary feature. Hungary will be around for millennia. Orban will be around for years. And in that light, I think we need to find some happy compromise We don't want to lose Hungary. Hungary can be and will be an incredibly important part of the European Union. Orban is he's an irritation, he's an itch, and we need to get past it. Let's do it by muting him.
Thanks, Beefeater. I'd love to hear what Fjord fella has to say about this, and then we can go to Dry Fly and Oyvind and back to Beefeater or Will if they want to comment. Fjord fella, what's your perspective?
Yes, so thanks. Hi, everybody. So I have one comment and one question for Beefeater. So about the genocide, of course, this is a incredibly important issue, and I really care about this. And it's completely correct that we are desensitized and it's overused, and it's kind of lost its meaning. So that's that's a terrible thing, and it's also been overused, and it's been kind of it's overused, and it has lost meaning. But I think one problem is that the West, we're just too comfortable to care. We don't really care because we have our comfortable lives. So we don't want to get down and dirty and fight a war. We want to watch TV and relax. So we're too comfortable to really care about it. I think that's part of the problem also. So I'll just continue with a question for Beefeater. It's kind of maybe it's a dumb question or it's an ignorant question, but because it's about Viktor Orban. I found a great name for him. If you put WH in front of Orban, you get kind of where I'm going. But anyway, that's kind of childish. He's a semi-dictator, and it seems that he can do whatever he wants. He has shown that he can do whatever he wants. So even if he has, I think Article 7 is the way to go, to mute him. I think that is probably the best. But what about now? Can't he just form an alliance with, or somebody has a hot mic? Or yeah, anyway, maybe he can just do whatever he wants. He can have deals with Russia. He can have deals with China, because what's he going to do? Are they going to go to war with Hungary? It seems that Orban can get away with anything he wants because the EU doesn't really punish him for it. They are stretching there's no red line. They're stretching the boundaries, and he can continue to screw around. So what's to stop him from continue to screw around? Anyway, so that's kind of my question. Orban can do what he wants.
Yeah, thank you very much, Fjord. I agree with your first part in terms of desensitization. Just to add to that, one of the problems that we have, yes, I do agree that in the West and in Europe, we do lead very comfortable, and our quality of lives is extremely high, and we've become very selfish in a network society where it's dog eat dog in many countries, and a lot of people are prepared to overlook political principles, and they prepared to not engage in politics because they're too busy career building and building bank balances and in some cases, I must say, trying to survive because they're under a cost of living crisis. And so politics doesn't really feature on their agenda, not their agenda, but it doesn't feature as an important aspect of their lives. I do believe, though, and this applies to most of Europe, that when we are pushed to the point, I think the Europeans have demonstrated this before, you push people to a point and there is the capacity amongst civilized human beings to coalesce around a narrative of good versus evil. And I think that will always be in the background. That's always one of the biggest worries that Russia has. And that is, as much as he tries to split us up, we annoyingly keep on coming back together, and we annoyingly start developing, groups of people that get together, like NATO, for example, and they go out there and they bust his gut on his Maskarov propaganda campaign. We are an annoyance to them, but I do agree that we've become desensitized. We are culpable. We are responsible for being desensitized as well. because we use these terms without understanding them. We use terms like war crimes and like genocide as catch-all phrases. They are emotive statements, and they feel good to use because they represent our abhorrence to some of the acts that are being committed. But more than often, we're using them completely out of context, and people become confused. They become not only desensitized, but they become neutral to the conversation. Because I mean, what is genocide? Does genocide mean is it a missile that lands on a building tonight and kills someone? That's not genocide. That's just murder. And that's the kind of distinguishing misunderstanding that people have. Similarly to war crimes, all of these terms have very specific legal meanings. And I did put out a tweet, and I do have it on my profile somewhere, where I set out some of these terms and layman's descriptions of what they actually mean. And we've got to be very careful of it. You know, we can say things like, Lavrov is a guy guilty of genocide as much as Putin is. Well, actually, he's not, because he doesn't fall within scope of the description. But he does fall in scope of other descriptions that indicate that he is part of a force, and he's a voice mouthpiece for a belligerent force that is committing these crimes and can therefore be held accountable. But we've got to be very careful about the language we use so as not to keep on desensitizing people. Genocide is horrific. Genocide is eradicating. I mean, Putin's intent is to eradicate the Ukrainian culture and basically get rid of the face of it. Go and have a look at Bakhmut. Go and look at all these towns that he's destroyed. Thousands of towns and villages he's leveled. That's the horror side of the geography of genocide. I think I've answered the question. I may or may not have answered your question, but I agree with the first part. The second part is, what is the answer? Yeah, we don't have the answers. I don't have any very clever answers, other than we do need to be more proactive about how we campaign and how we raise awareness of people. We do need to make sure that people revisit 20 days in MriyaReport. Go back. I know you found it difficult the first time. Well, I think maybe you should watch it once a week. You should really keep that on top of your mind, and you should spread that and get people to watch it and share the stories of horror and hate that go on, that lie behind this wall. So I hope I've answered your question, Phil. Thank you.
Thanks. Just about the Orban very quickly. It's just, I think my question about him was that he will do whatever he wants as long as EU allows it. So I think he's just playing around, and he will try to get away with whatever he wants to get away with, because this is a dictator. So he will do whatever he wants to stop.
It's not a case of what he wants to do. Orban's not a fool. Orban is using the system. So in law, when they teach you, when you do your first university year in law, one of the good lessons they teach you is that, if I'm your lawyer and you've broken the law, let's say you've been caught drink driving, for example. I'm sorry to go off on a tangent, but this will come together. So you've been caught drink driving. You come to me as a lawyer, say, please defend me, help me get off this case. I want to escape the charge. I don't know, whatever it is. Here's a lot of money, lawyer, get me off the hook. And I find a way to get you off the hook. And I turn around, I come up with some reason that has yet been put into law or has yet been tested at law. And that reason is, sorry, you were on this type of antibiotic and that type of steroid, and you had accidentally inhaled that gas, whatever it is. I'm making things up. But I come up with a legitimate defense and I get you off the hook. Now, the argument is, if I was representing you and you were a paedophile and I got you off for a charge of paedophilia for raping a young kid, the argument should never be about you're at fault because you've escaped the charge. That's not the problem. The problem here is that the law is an ass. The law was insufficient in terms of its makeup to actually prevent you, or prevent me as your lawyer, from helping you escape that charge. The dissent and anger has got to be focused on the law. The law is insufficient. Now I'll draw this back to Orban. Orban is just using the law. He's using the European Union rules to push the boundaries that have never been pushed before. The problem here is the European Union's makeup and the rules and regulations that lie behind this. It was never designed for this sort of contest with this belligerent party. It was always designed for a bunch of people that got together and generally agreed on the principles of the European Union. So I think the problem we have here is that Orban is using every trick in the book in terms of the European policies and procedures to try and bypass and escape accountability, and is managing to do it quite legitimately at the moment. What we need to do is tighten up in regulation, shall I say European Union needs to tighten up in regulation, and most importantly, where the regulation is tight, they need to hold it to account, which they're not doing. So they're not holding them to existing rules, and then he's creating new scenarios where rules don't exist. And so, that's the soup that we're involved in. But the problem here is the law. It's not the individual. The individual is just an arsehole who's clever enough to try and work his way around the regulations. We need to tighten up the regulations so we don't get clever arseholes doing this. We need to tighten up the law so I can't get off a charge of paedophilia because the law wasn't sufficient for me for the courts to be prosecuted. I hope that's kind of made sense. I hope I haven't offended anyone using those examples, but they're basic first year law student principles that you need to get your head around to understand. The problem here is legislation. The problem isn't the individual. Thanks, Ford.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's a very informative answer. Thank you.
Why don't we go to Oyvind and then do you drive fly, since Oyvind, it just came up recently.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to use the opportunity when Beefeater is around to come up with a question that has nothing to do with Orban.
Can you hold on a second? Let's see if Dryfly wants to talk about Orban, and then we'll come back.
Just go.
Yeah, the only question I was going to have is I'd like him to clarify Austria versus Hungary. Here in the U.S., we're familiar a bit with Firtash, only because of his involvement with the Ukraine-Russia perfect phone call. In other words, he was the money conduit for Giuliani. And if you were watching the news in the U.S. today, you will realize that Giuliani has got himself in some serious difficulty. But it goes all the way back to Firtash and well before, to his relationships with oligarchs in Ukraine. Axel talked a little bit about Firtash's relationship and how he kind of migrated out of Ukraine, was kind of forced out after Maidan. How much oligarch activity is there in Austria? Is it as bad as Hungary? I've been told it may actually be worse. It's just not as visible. And I'd like to hear your take on that, and I'll listen.
Oyvind, thanks very much. First of all, just to preface this, Austria is not my lane. It's not something I've gone into an awful lot at the moment, and I certainly don't stand at the same level of knowledge and quality that I'm sure most people would have, including Axel. So I've got to be really careful. All I can speak to is I do publish research and information, and I do try and triangulate and find multiple sources for the posts that I do put up on Hungary. The extent of my knowledge at the moment from an oligarch's point of view is limited, but I can tell you from a pro-Russian point of view, I am pretty much focused on, at the moment, I have a database with around 60 odd companies that I'm looking into, and I occasionally release that are dealing actively with either Russian backed or Russian owned or oligarch owned shell companies or legal entities. So there's a lot of activity that's going on there. I did publish recently, last couple of days, a post on the Farzam Bank, which I think has gone out. I think has had 50K views in the last couple of days. So there is some interest in that. But I'm also interested really in pushing the narrative around gas supply. One of the issues that I regularly raise is that Austria, when the war broke out, Austria did agree in principle that it would look for alternative suppliers. This was back in March 2020, 2022. They agreed with the European Union they would find alternative suppliers. As you know, they're landlocked and they don't have a massive LNG capability. And so the opportunity for them to find alternative suppliers was quite a difficult ask. They were given temporary leave to continue their relationship with the Russian gas suppliers. And if I'm not mistaken, it was around about July or August, they did announce that they had found alternative suppliers and they would put those into commission during the course or by the end of 2022. That didn't happen. In fact, the CEO of the largest gas supplier company in Austria he signed, and I posted on this as well, he signed deals with Russia, extending contracts going all the way through to 2026. I think, again, the European Union needed to jump on that, and they didn't. They failed at that opportunity. They'd given them temporary license and dispensation, and they've allowed Austria to sign long-term gas contracts with Russia. And that, to me, just doesn't sit well, and I will keep on making a noise about it. I'm sorry it doesn't answer your question. It doesn't go into details about oligarchs. I do have information on a lot of individuals, but I'm going to be really careful for legal reasons before I start talking about individuals.
I get.
I've fallen foul of that, and it's very expensive.
No, I get that. I was just asking because Firtash has become basically center to a lot of the Trump-Russia stuff. And the more we see about it, the more justification there is for the concern that there was actually not necessarily collusion. That's a strong word, but let's just say alignment of interests. And I'll listen.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Absolutely.
All right, Oyvind, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. We go into Russia. As I understand, and I read a little bit about it, CNC machines is a kind of Achilles heel for Russia, since they don't make them themselves. But I understand that some companies still sending parts to them, but can that help them? Because a CNC machine that they use to make artillery shells and rockets, etc. That is a hardware and it's a software, and if they need to service one, it's not that easy. I think they have to send people over there to do service on them. Can you comment about that?
Yeah, or even I can do. I can give you quite a lot of information on that. If you'd like me to, I'll post it. I'll retweet a couple of retweets. I'm putting one out now. Yes, there is evidence that there are a number of Western companies providing CNC technology to Russia. They've been ongoing, and I'll begin with a Japanese company called Fanuc. Fanuc have been providing CNC machines that help Russia to make drones, seemingly with full support and sales through LinkedIn from a company in Yorkshire here in the UK, right through to Alibaba. So CNC, Japanese Fanuc, there's one company, but the big company that I'd like to talk to you about is a Swiss company called Restream AG. It operates in Russia. In 2018, it supplied, this is after the first invasion in 2014, by the way. This is a Swiss manufacturer. Remember, the Swiss are neutral and they don't provide weapons and technology to other countries, especially countries in the middle of war. However, they seem to have made an exception. They've worked with Russia in 2018. They supplied 2 universal cylindrical grinding machines from a company called Struder. And the CNC machine was an S21. It was used for the largest aircraft and space engine building enterprise of the Russian Federation called PJSC Kuznetsov in Samara. It cost the Russians 316 million rubles. And by order of the Ministry of Defense of the Russian Federation, Kuznetsov produces engines for the Tu-160 White Swan strategic bombers, deeply modernized Tu-160M, the Tu-95MS, and the long-range Tu-22M3 aircraft. So these machines have been used to make aircraft and missiles and weapon systems that are actively being used in the war in Ukraine against Ukrainians. In 2019, the Swiss manufacturer also fulfilled the order of the only company that produces the missiles for the C-300 and C-400 anti-aircraft systems, which is the JSC MMZ Avangard based in Moscow. Russian troops near Kharkiv have used these weapons, the S-400 and S-300, in April 2022. Sorry, I'm reading from a tweet that I wrote back then. The Russian client got precision CNC cylindrical grinding machines with the function of processing external and internal threads for the S-30. That cost them 382,000 euros. I'll put this tweet out for you as well. It's fully referenced with the reports and even the invoices. So that information, that technology and that service and supply is ongoing from the Swiss, the neutral company, the neutral country. CNC, yeah, big problem.
Yeah, thank you very much. I got another question. It's probably for some of the hosts. I saw Chuck. He showed us a photo of the downing of the Shahed drones, and they were all taken down. And my question: do you know anybody know if these are the old Shahed drones with a motorcycle engine, or is it one of the new one with a turbo engines? Thank you.
Military is out of my lane. I won't comment on that. Thanks.
Yeah, maybe I had it to Scott and James or anybody else listening.
I did not think that the new ones were yet in the battlefield, but I may be wrong. James, do you know?
That's what I understand as well. That they're still coming up to delivering the first units that are built in Russia, but coming soon is what I had understood. So we're not seeing them yet, but they're coming.
And the information that I heard on the drone attacks from last night was that all but one of the drones was shot down. There was a crazy number of drones destroyed today, and I will give it to you in a second. 33 drones were shot down. Wait, that was yesterday. 20 were shot down last night or yesterday, and 33 the night before, which seems like the Russians are both trying to overload air defenses and also get back to last winter's mischief of knocking out Ukrainian power supply. So that's very disconcerting, but great that air defenses worked so well. Of course, we saw, I think it was 36 or 48 hours ago, the attack on the Odessa Oblast on the Danube port, where there was damage, and there were injuries from last night. Not deaths, but those still, when all the fragments of those drones come down, depending on where they're intercepted, could be a populated area. Especially Kyiv really extends a long way in all directions. So the drone can be shot down far from its target and still be over a quasi-populated area. James, do you have more on that?
No, I really don't. I have not kept up with the Shaheeds much at all. So I'm afraid I really don't know that much about them.
Fjord stuck his hand up right away, so let's see if he might know. Do you want to reply to that, or are you asking a new question or comment, making a new comment?
Yeah, so I guess, yeah, well, it's kind of a question about, or a follow-up on the drones, because I don't know if you guys know about it. It seems that you might not know. I mean, these new drones, yeah, they are like, they have jet engines, right? And as far as I understand, they have a lot shorter range. They're faster, but a lot shorter range. So I'm just wondering, what kind of consequences will this have for Ukraine? I mean, I hope that the drones that they're using Gepards to shoot down the drones and not missiles, NASAMS or Patriots, because that would be a terrible, terrible waste, because they have saved up a lot of rockets now. And I hope that, and I expect that they're using Gepards or like, I don't know, normal guns to shoot them down, because they're gonna need a lot of missile or like rocket air defense. But I don't know, do you know anything about the new drones? You know, what kind of problems they will cause?
Well, they'll have more velocity, so they'll have more explosive impact. But they will also have a larger radar signature. So hopefully that they will. I don't know if the plan is for them to carry more ordnance than the 131, 136 series. Obviously, that would affect the damage they could do. If they carry the same ordnance and they have a big cross section, even though they're faster, I think the Ukrainian radars, they're not going to be any faster than a cruise missile. So hopefully they can still shoot them down, and like you said, not have to use missiles, interceptor missiles to shoot them down, that they can still shoot them down with Gepards. But I don't know that technical detail.
I don't know either, but them being faster, depending on how fast it is going to affect the lead time to prepare defenses, and shorter range. We'll just see how that affects things. I'm really curious myself about that, because they've had sort of the luxury of using some of the big missiles to really do standoff attacks. So I don't know, how short the distance can be, and where they can still expect the drone to be protected. You know what I mean, before it's launched. So I'm curious about all this stuff. I wish I did know, but I don't.
James, if I may, I'm going to bid you farewell, get going. It is 2 a.m. here in the UK. I need to get some beauty sleep. I'm up in a few hours and back onto my missions of research and publications. So thank you very much for having me on tonight. And thank you for the interesting questions. And it's been great having a chat.
Thank you for coming up, Beefeater.
Thank you, Beefeater. Great stuff that you do. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, we are lucky to have him come up when he comes up. It's really good. I guess it's a good time to remind everybody in the States that it's never too late to call your representatives. It is a good time to call. In fact, you can usually get right through to answering machines, but I have been surprised. I just want you to know that I've called as late as 11 p.m. and had a receptionist, pick up the phone and say, "Hello, how can I help you? What can I do?" And don't be flustered. Just say, "I want to talk to Mike Johnson," or whoever it is, and they'll direct you there. Simple, easy peasy. And there's now kind of a long list of things. If you want to keep it simple, This CNC one is a good one to keep in there, but send a clean, aid bill to Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan is probably the most important part of any message that you're going to send to them. It's fair game to remind them that on 9/11, Europe was there for the United States. Although I bet you there'll be United States senators who'll say, yeah, but that was because we were there for World War II and, whatever. Anyway, but do call. It really is a good time to call. In this CNC thing, we do not want to enable or leave Russia enabled to make more or better missiles, and especially since that is the primary way that they've been striking civilian targets. So it ought to be a crime, and it is a crime. So let's remind our representatives that we are stopping something terrible there when we act, and it really can't wait. It can't wait until we've got more money. And the truth is, we've got plenty of money to do what we need to do and to fund Ukraine. So, yeah, please do call when I'm done here, and probably before the genocide segment or before I start listening is when I will make my calls. And we'll see. It sounds like we've got a week left, and pressure and consistency and calling every day are the kind of things that that's why here that's all we can do. And what else can we do anyways? We can't grab some missiles and run over there ourselves, so we have to activate our government. What do you think, Scott?
I think you're right. I think the CNC thing is a bigger deal than I was aware of, and I'm glad to learn about that. I was doing calling yesterday, and I'm going to do some more tonight. I also wanted to give our listeners an update on the Senate. And it sort of goes along with last night, but I don't know that everybody was listening last night. In terms of the schedule, the Senate is scheduled to return next week in the hopes of getting a pre-Christmas deal on this bill. Interesting that the Hill is is denominating this as the pre-Christmas border deal instead of the pre-Christmas help to Ukraine and Israel and Taiwan. The White House is saying that the border, quote unquote, border talks are going in the right direction. But there's a big article in the Hill saying that the tensions rise among Democrats over this, the compromise that the White House and the Senate Majority Leader are cooking up. I guess some parts of it have leaked out, and they're not happy, and they're worried about the weekend. Some people working over the weekend and them being off until Monday, and then it getting pushed down their throats on the floor. So that is concerning. I don't know the details of the border legislation, and so I don't have an independent view on that. I just want the bill to get passed. But Alan was advocating last night that it shouldn't get passed if it's got what the Republicans want on the border in it. So obviously people see this issue through different lenses. But that's the latest. It looks like the leaders, at least, are thinking that this bill could get passed before the recess for Christmas. But that's only through the Senate. The House has been excused or adjourned, They could, of course, get called back, but the speaker, as far as I know, has to agree to call his all the members of the House back. And I don't know. I don't have a good read on what Speaker Johnson would likely do, or who has enough influence to. I don't know if Senator McConnell has enough influence with Speaker Johnson to enlist him to bring the troops back. So that's where we are at the moment. Kind of a fraught situation.
It is indeed. I did post something in the nest. It's first in the nest at the moment, and it is a write up. If you open that up and look at there's that pretty picture, that's the link to the CBS News story about what the immigration bill contains, and it is fairly well stated that it is anti-immigration. It really does restrict quite a few things that we currently do, and so it would harm our ability to take in people who have valid kind of refugee claims, and it's I don't think it's the right direction for us to move in. We benefit from immigration when we take in people who are in need. We are really bringing in somebody usually who's very thankful for that aid, and that's great. And I don't know that we need to restrict immigration so much as stop the cause of a lot of immigration and beat the hell out of Russia, because they drive much of the refugee crises around the world. So that was my initial take on it. Was it is not about border security that we're stuck at, because that was something that was put in to the compromise bill, and it was agreed to by the president, and they said, oh yeah, we got this, but then suddenly they didn't, and they had new claims for something else, which reminds me of something we were just talking about in Europe. So that is disturbing. That's how that goes. Not a compromise, just more and more demands, and it's close to being a poison pill issue. So I don't know what that means. Do you just throw away your democratic principles to fund Ukraine? I don't know. Maybe they're not important to some people, and that's just the way things are. And maybe it'll go by the wayside, and we won't take in refugees like we used to. That's all up to the Democratic response to the Republican demands. And it's an ugly business. Sausage being made is the analogy they use, and I don't want to watch that. So, yeah, I don't know where they go from here, but there is a week, and I think everybody stands to lose if this fails. Certainly, Mr. Biden would. Certainly, Republicans would. I even think Democrats would lose. And all that means is that they stay below 30% approval ratings in Congress. And it isn't good, by the way, the approval ratings of Congress. It's not a good thing. So I don't know. And the biggest loser, of course, would be Ukraine. And we really, really don't want them to lose, because we've talked enough about how bad it would be if they did. Well, that's what I know, and I do know that is a nice little write up in the CBS about that, um, and it is a big deal. But the messaging, again, I'm just really struck by how well, once the Republicans decide on saying something, they get it out, and it is border security. It's not immigration; it's border security. Even though when you get into the contents, it's immigration, and so that bothers me. But
I
again,
have a couple questions for you, James, on that. One is, how sure are we that Russia's behind that? Do we have any evidence, or we just suspect that they're mischievous in every direction?
Well, I was thinking of actual immigration and refugees, and in terms of that, we're absolutely positive about the number of refugees from Ukraine who have left their country to find safe haven, and we've got them in Canada, we've got them in the United States, throughout Europe, and probably in more places than that. And before that, there was Syria, and and before that, there were other wars that they launched that drove refugees to seek shelter somewhere else. So we know that they're kind of serially causing these kind of refugee crises, and it affects our borders as well. So I think that's the biggest immigration policy, or the best immigration policy that we could possibly have, is having them stopped now and make them unable to launch these wars of aggression that are causing these crises. Uh, and I'm still working my way through a fairly long but so far convincing article about the case that, in fact, Russia really is driving a lot at our southern United States southern border. So I'd say it's kind of conclusive that Russia is absolutely the cause of this kind of refugee crisis most often.
Yeah, I agree that they're probably the largest single cause of refugee crises, both from Africa, from Europe, clearly from Ukraine, and probably heavily implicated in South American. Somebody was on the space. I forget who it was, if it was Will or Dryfly or somebody else, that was talking about even the Guatemala situation was ultimately funded by Russia. So I wasn't asking about that. I was asking about the information warfare and the disinformation. If it was Russian troll farms that came up with the border security moniker for the problem as opposed to immigration, but that's obviously not as important as causing the issue in the first place.
I see what you're saying. No, I think that's a little bit more. The author is closer than Russia, I think, for that. It's not the first or last time that conflating the two terms will serve somebody. It's like that bait and switch kind of thing.
Yeah, for sure. The other question I have is, not only is immigration good for the country, which I agree with you 100%, and asylum, let's say generous asylum policy, is in any humane person's best interest, and any country that wants to be humane should have an asylum policy. But not only those two things, but there are Republican business interests that are at stake. I mean, we know that agriculture and the food service industry, not food service like restaurants, but the food manufacturing, food processing industry needs workers, and it's where it's placed. It's hard to get non immigrants to do that work. I mean, that argues for a pay raise and better working conditions, but that would also lead to higher food prices. So at the moment, there's quite a demand for immigrant labor, and I'm surprised with the importance of funding sources for both parties, that they're going so out on a limb. The Republican caucuses in the House and Senate are going so far out on the limb on this. Do they have another source besides asylum seekers for their, sort of labor needs?
It's a good question, and I don't have a good answer, but I want to take for every child's question or comment before she drops again. Hello, for every child.
Hi,
Welcome.
James. Hi, Scott. I don't know if it's a question or a comment. It is an observation that doesn't have a personal conclusion that I will be looking into. There's been such a reduction in people coming into the country to work that many states have changed their child labor laws, and some states are allowing minors to work as late as midnight on shift work. So it's how could it be conclusive that there is a massive influx of people coming into the country when there is a major shortage of labor from people not coming into the country? That's just a question. I don't have a resolution to it, but nevertheless, I'm not buying into this massive influx of people coming into the country. And this is too much American conversation for me. So, how long do we have before we get into understanding genocide?
45 minutes.
There's nothing in the nest for me to retweet. So maybe I tried to go through my timeline, but Twitter wouldn't let me retweet what I had in my timeline. Slava Ukraine.
Heroes,
Well, for every child, we can talk about the Europeans because they're not awake. That's sort of a joke, No, but we can turn our attention elsewhere. We can even, golly, we could even go back to Ukraine and talk about things there, which I'm still amazed, by the way, at that long distance strike on the tunnel on the other side of Russia. Like that still tickles me. The Semyorsk, I can't remember the name of the tunnel, but absolutely amazing that they did that. And so I'm still held enthralled by the prowess of the special forces to do that kind of thing. And all the other bavovna that's going on around Ukraine, inside of Russia, amazing, and in Crimea, also amazing. So I'd be happy to talk about that, and could for a while. Could also talk about I don't know, book club, and could talk about that for hours, but probably should save myself for Sunday when we're actually supposed to talk about it. So, speaking of book club, look who it is. It's Robin.
Hey there,
Oh,
hey there,
Robin.
James.
Hi, Rob.
Hi, Scott. I actually came up just so I could try to find the genocide post and put up in the nest. But I'll say hi in the meantime anyway. I think I'm going to go back and try to find it now, if you all don't mind.
Which genocide post?
For Heather and Trey or Nancy's understanding genocide thing.
I've been looking for it too. It's not in the MriyaReport tweets. That's what I found.
I just saw it
looking.
somewhere. Let me go and see if I can find it again. Then I'll come back and chat for a while once I've done that. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah, where do those cards go?
Nancy just put a card in the back channel. I can grab it while you talk about the boom in the Far East.
Well, really, I don't have much more to say about it except that it's absolutely stunning that they can target something. What was it, 5,000 kilometers or some crazy amount, distance from the Ukraine border, and destroy at least a train with at least three containers of aviation fuel in it in the middle of a tunnel and probably greatly damage the tunnel. So at least there'll be a slow up for a while, maybe a month, maybe less, maybe more, but absolutely amazing. That one, it just sticks out. And then the next night they did it again. It wasn't as big a deal, but they did attack another train and just fantastic things. So I'm awestruck by their ability to do that. It's the kind of thing that absolutely cheers me up because it just shows how audacious they are, and that they get away with it. Sometimes is so pleasing to me. It's just it's it kind of makes me want to dance or skip at least. So, hey, Rob. Oh,
What city was it in, and what was it? Did you say it was a bridge?
it was a tunnel. It was one of the. It's although almost to the other side of the world from Ukraine. No, it is. It is over in the very very far east end of Russia, very close to the Chinese border, and it is a tunnel that is built into a hill and it slopes down. So it's not a flat tunnel, and a Semyorsk or something like that is. You know what? I'm doing a terrible job. I should look this up instead of guessing, because I cannot think of the proper name of that tunnel.
And
But
is it for a train? Is it a train tunnel or a road tunnel?
tunnel. It is a train tunnel, and they blew up three cars of aviation fuel gas in that tunnel, which has done a lot of damage. And apparently, since there's a great deal of water pressure in the ground surrounding there, by damaging the surface of the tunnel, apparently it may well let water drip into the tunnel, and then all kinds of bad things will happen. But I see that Robin has her hand up. Robin?
Yeah, this is something else. I actually am not finding that story you're talking about now, though, but really is wonderful. It's to blow up a tunnel is even better because it's very hard to clear stuff out of a tunnel and to make it usable again. So as you're saying too, James, it just, I know it doesn't mean the war is won, but it does just give you a certain pleasant something to laugh at, that they've yet again pulled off a really breathtaking raid all the way on the other side of the Russian Federation. So yeah, I was really enjoyed seeing that myself. The other thing I just wanted to point out is Kyivstar, the biggest mobile company in Ukraine, had been, as I'm sure we all know, was targeted by Russian hackers, and they pretty much brought down the cell service, although not all the internet service. Well, they've apparently got it almost all back up and running already in a couple of days, which is pretty amazing, especially considering at the same time they apparently got into the Russian the database that controls I don't, is it Social Security? It must be pension payments or something, and also the conscription database. And not only did they download a whole lot of critical information about individual soldiers and all sorts of stuff, but they, on the way out, they erased a lot of it, and apparently it's uh, not recoverable at this point. They did such a good job on it, so that also gave me a pleasant little chuckle. You have to keep these things to keep your spirits up.
Yes, indeed. I hope that that people do get wise to Russia, and we've suffered a number of cyber attacks from Russia, and the one that sticks out to me most, I believe it was it 21 or 22, where parts of the air industry was hit with a major cyber attack, and it held up a lot of traffic for, well, maybe not even a whole day, but still, um, you know, Russia at our door, if only in cyber ways, is still a very bad thing. And it we might consider it a war crime or an actual act of war, but we don't at this point, and but maybe that's for the best. But there's no mistaking that they have hostile intent toward us as a country, and it's not scary so much as it is mm, upsetting. It makes me angry. It makes me want to strike out at them. Although I don't think that's a prudent course at this point.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I think, I think one of the things that we ought to be learning, and hopefully our people in the Pentagon are learning, as the Ukrainians are, is the field of battle is shifting. The field of battle is not so much anymore, conducted with mortars and artillery and tanks and all that stuff. It's conducted in the cyberspace and in propaganda. And while traditional warfare is still going to be critical, we really have to put much more focus on keeping up with and keeping one step ahead of the Russians in terms of cyber warfare, cyber terrorism, and then also the propaganda. Those are going to be the areas that are going to be really critical, I think, going forward. As well as getting Ukraine the weaponry they need.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. Absolutely, the face of war has changed. It is so clear, and I think that it's again this thing where we're at war and we're not at war at the same time, and I don't know. It is. I remember George Bush Jr. after 9/11 asking people to carry on with their lives, keep shopping. It was a specific line that he used. And that's not what is called for in this case. What's called for is, I think, everybody's attention to the risks, because this is not this is not taking on a relatively small country with bad actors, acting out. This is the largest country in the world, size wise, that is, landscape wise. It has a very large army and it has very hostile intentions and actions towards its neighbor that have repercussions everywhere. And the fact that they fight a hybrid war means that we are all impacted all the time by it. And so going to sleep, going out and shopping as usual is the very last thing we need to do. We need to pay attention to this, and especially tell our representatives to pay attention to this.
On the cyber warfare, I listened to Ukraine the latest, as I often do, for 45 minutes today, and they had a journalist who's focused on that topic on as a special guest, and he was saying that what the Ukraine war has taught us is there's not a button that can be pushed. It was sort of like it's not as dangerous as a lot of academics and futurists thought, in that you can't just kind of wipe out a whole country because some of the infrastructure is sometimes connected to the internet. And he also said that Ukraine has developed amazing counter cyber capabilities out of necessity, unfortunately. But fortunate that they've become one of the leaders in cyber warfare and cyber defensive warfare. So that was encouraging to me. The Kiev Star thing is obviously concerning, but great news from you, Robin, that they're back online substantially. That was quite fast. And it's obviously still a danger But things like knocking out the whole Ukrainian electricity grid with cyber is unlikely to happen, thankfully. So that's some encouragement to our listeners. The Russians are pretty good at cyber warfare and hacking, and the guy made a point that seems obvious once you've heard it, that ransomware attacks and taking down an institution are the same thing, other than you don't give them the chance. You're not blackmailing them. You just do what you do in a hack, in a ransomware attack, and don't offer the ransom. It's just down. So we know that the Russians have been good at that, and it's a way to make money for the Russian state and corrupt oligarchs. But it's also been the case that with the intelligence collaboration with Western intelligence agencies, that we have the digital fingerprints of lots of Russian hackers now. And even from the Kyivstar attack already. So there's a corresponding gain in censoring those people, putting the alert out on them, sanctioning them against using certain banks or even travel privileges, etc. So sanctions essentially against individuals who are participating in the cyber warfare, and they have been able to identify a number of individuals through I don't know what kind of metadata they could get that would identify the individual hacker, but apparently that's been the case. So that's encouraging as well. And Furious is up. James, shall we take Furious's contribution?
Absolutely.
Good evening, everyone, or good morning to some of you. Yeah, I think one of the things that people miss, when considering Russia and the threat, right? At the beginning of this war, it was, they were saber rattling with nuclear and all. We know that's never going to happen, because those guys are not suicidal. Those guys, the ones in the Kremlin, they don't want to die anytime soon. So that's not going to happen. But what they're willing to do is sacrifice millions of their own people to stay in power. And that is a calculus I think a lot of people aren't taking into account. So, now their military has obviously been seriously degraded, right? But as we've seen from just some of the footage that has been released from Avdiivka and other places, they're not, they don't hesitate to use their soldiers or what have you as just absolute cannon fodder and just mass human wave assaults. And that has to be concerning. That has to be concerning to a lot of countries, because guess what? If we allow Ukraine to falter, right, and Russia takes over, then they're just going to mop up the operations that they've wanted to mop up, Georgia, Moldova, and what have you. I think people just don't realize that these guys are hell bent. They don't care unless somebody goes in there, unless the people finally get to the point where, they've had enough. they're not going to change their tactics. They just don't care. They don't care about the average Russian. Zero, nada. What we have to do is close the loopholes of the sanctions. You know, every little loophole has to be closed. We have to put a tighter economic squeeze on them, on the average Russian, because the average Russian just doesn't care. You know, you give them a bag of potatoes, hey, I'm happy, hey, vodka. You know, they don't care. They don't care how many of their countrymen get turned into you know, into a finely ground paste out there on the steppes of Ukraine. They don't care. What they care is, oh, what's the price of bread? What's the price of eggs? This, and that. And that's why we're playing, you know, games with them. And like I think it was James or Scott, I'm sorry who was saying it, when, you know, can't be just go by and be business as usual. If Ukraine falters, those kids that are going to be around your table Christmas time, they're going to be fighting a war in the future, unless we finally put a stop to this nonsense. Russia is the biggest crisis and the biggest threat we face. China, it's them. And Mitt Romney was right. Some people mocked him, but he was right. It has been Russia. And we need to wake up to it.
100%. I thought I would. Beefeater is trying to sleep, but he still DM'd me, and he has a great list, and it's very apropos to this conversation. So I'm going to read it out, James, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, please do.
This is the 6 different fields of warfare that are all working in concert with one another. There's geographical, which we know, and we study at least twice a week on bullet points, and other times during the North American Day. The military, so geographical would be territory, military would be weapons and soldiers. There's the cultural war, social and society. There's the propaganda war, which would be cyber warfare. That could also be in social and society in the case of the Kyivstar, or in the case of shutting down anything, right? A power plant, etc. But propaganda, media, dismiss, and malinformation. The political war, which is straightforward, right? With everything that we're trying to do in the EU and the US to get help to Ukraine, and it hasn't been that easy this month. And the economic war. And our collective frustration on this space and other Ukraine supporters that we're not waging that with more intent. You were just talking about sanctions. That's important, or Furious was. That's important, and to put our economic might into industrial power, which we have the capability to do, but we're not working very quickly at that task. So it's important to also say that these fields of warfare are not always, or very rarely even, synchronized. So we have to be alert to that. So one or another can come out of nowhere and take prominence for a while. when they're all really important.
Yeah. Thanks, Scott. Appreciate that. Well. I turned my eyes away from the screen for a minute, and there's 3 hands up. And I'm not sure of the order. I thought it was. Well, I have no idea.
I
Scott.
think it was Duke, Robin, and then Furious.
Thank you. Hello, Duke. Welcome.
Thank you, James. Thank you, Scott. Good evening, everyone. What I want to say about the hackers is that, as I came to understand, is that Ukraine hacked the tax service of Russia, and they also fried some servers in the process. So they got a lot of problems raising tax. And that's why I think happened in with the telecom organization, because it was just a few hours later as that news came out. So I think they were really angry and want to do something back. Yeah, about the loopholes, there's going to be a big publication in Holland I believe, in the weekend, or at last on Monday, or I believe in the weekend, about companies in Holland used by Russia to export parts of microelectronics, and they do that by a company in Czechoslovakia, and from there they ship it onwards. And it seems that those shell companies in Holland are used just to store money. So there is a company in Holland that has 9 million cash, but it has only one customer, and it's absolutely not clear how they make a business or a living. About the hackers and the hybrid warfare, lately I'm getting a lot of new followers, but they are all became a member in December 23, so it's now. They have no post, they have no info, they have no followers, they follow a lot of people. So I think that the Russian bots are just keeping an eye out on the internet. And what I do is mute them, and then I look back and assess if it's a real person or not, and then it's blockade. So that's what I like to add to the conversation. And I understand a little bit more about Americans, because our Speaker of the House now is a right winger, and a man with a lot of extremist points of view. He put out on the internet and in public and in writing, and he is the spin doctor of extreme right in Holland. So I'm feeling a little bit of balance from what's happening in my Holland. Are we going crazy? But they're having now a conversation about we want to make a government together, but first we want to have to talk about if everyone is upholding the constitution. I mean, what? But so democracy is not anymore a natural thing. It's a thing to struggle for, ask attention for, and do the things like here on MriyaReport, like we do. And I am willing to keep doing that. So thank you, and Slava Ukraini.
I wanted to ask you, Duke. I wanted to ask the next Dutch person that came up, and it sounds like you might know this. What constituency is this new leader representing, and where is it geographically within Holland or sociologically?
His name is called Wilders. He is original from the south of Holland, and he became a local politician, but he is in extreme for Dutch values. So a father and a mother and children, that things. People of a foreign country, well, they must be a lot of demands for them before they can live here. And he is against immigration because I think they are all taking away our homes, our jobs, and etc. And it's the same in the US, I guess, but in Holland, it certainly is. The working population is getting older and older, so we need new people. And what they do, those parties, is say there are a lot of immigrants. That's correct. But there are expats and people who work for a season over here, etc. And only the people who are considered a true refugee are only a fraction of the whole amount. But it's just politics. And yeah, his Speaker of the House invented the tax for, as he called it, kop vodden. That's old cloth to put around your head, or like the women in Islamic countries wear, the veil. And he hates that, and he wants to forbid other religions as beyond Catholic or Christians. The other ones are no good, etc., etc. And now he's telling Holland, now the extreme ideas of I have, I put them in the fridge, I keep them there, and I don't do nothing with it, and I will uphold the Constitution. But yeah, it's the last 20 years they spoke and told the most horrendous evil in politics and in Dutch history. And it's never been before that a politician in Holland came in a position like he is now, perhaps becoming a PM, Prime Minister, that has been so extreme right wing. And so, yeah, I think that's careful. And yeah, let's see what happened. But they are now on the conversations are on hold. They're going to spend some thinking time about it. But man, yeah, I don't know what to make of it. But it's fear, it's misinformation, and yeah, you got to blame someone. So let's, for all the mayhem in the world, I don't know. I could blame James or Scott, but it's not me, Lord. It's not me. It's somebody else. So, and you see that there are lots of countries, and yeah, there I can see now a comparison like the speaker you now have in America, like the speaker we have in Holland. So help. You know? That's my answer, Scott. Thanks.
Exactly. Help, help. Oh my gosh, what's happening to our countries? I'm sorry, it's so weird for the Netherlands, which we have the image of as being so liberal and progressive and taking good care of their citizens and have allowing immigration and, relaxed cannabis laws and just, environmentally friendly and a lot of bicycles and then to have the far right wing, get that kind of vote is a bit shocking. But maybe we're all. I was just going to say maybe we're all aware of that in our own countries, and then it pops out. It surprises us, but it surprises people who aren't citizens even more.
Go ahead, Duke.
Yeah, but they talk about money. They're gonna take your job, so you lose money, and they built a situation of fear. And there are in the north of Holland, we got 1 point of interest in Holland for refugees. Like you have in Texas, we have in the northern of Holland. A lot of the Dutch towns, the mayors, don't offer assistance for the problem. They don't want to have refugees in their own community because people are protesting because and what are they going to do here, and they're going to give trouble, and they steal, and they do this and they do that. And in the northern of Holland, in the Apel, in the province of Groningen, there are a few thousand people, and less than 100 make trouble. And that's what also in the newspaper comes, So the reporter writes from if a crime happened, a man did a crime, etc., etc. But if it's someone of color, then it states the article, someone of color did the crime, And yeah, so that's why they keep blaming each other, and it's fear and stupidness. I was a talk host in the 90s. I put out a contest on the radio, just like the space here, from who is the most of the biggest part of immigrants in Holland, and everybody could call in and give a number. And to everybody's surprise, in Holland, it was the Turks, Moroccans, or Syrian, or Armenia were a lot in those days also. But they were German because they worked there, and yeah, so it's and just like with Orban, it's stupid, that someone got to tell him from okay, leave the room, so you don't have to vote, and back home you can still be a big guy. It's all perception, deceive, and yeah, they make a show out of it, and they're not true. And yeah, because of the technology we have, mobiles, etc., etc., we can have more information, but it's also hard to filter the right one. But yeah, if we all I can say is I try to read more sources so I can make the a better understanding of what's happening, and try to be alert on strange thing happening online. And yeah, that's what what I no more than that what I can do. So I think there are hard times, but yeah, I'm a survivor, so I think we should just go on trying to make it better. And yeah, if you can help each other by telling, explaining what's happening, then it's a good thing. All right, thanks.
Yep. Yeah, Duke, I appreciate that. What else can you do but carry on? And I think you're right about there's a lot of fear out there from people. We've got a couple of hands here, and we're coming up on the hour, and that's when my pumpkin turns into a Lamborghini, I think, or something like that happens, and I go away. And when I do, I'll be back, but not as co-host. So there's these hands up, and I'd like to get through them. So let's see if we can. And I know that for every child, I believe you were first. We'll start there and go ahead.
Well, I was really curious to what Robin had to say. Mine was pretty frivolous.
Okay, Robin.
Oh, I'm sorry for every child. I just was on a previous discussion. Our SBU maven in the background pointed out that the SBU cyber unit helped Kyivstar get the network restored so quickly. That was all. I'm afraid nothing all that earth shaking. Sorry.
But important. Earth shakes enough, anyways.
Very well. I was just going to mention that across my timeline, somebody asked the question, what was the plan for winning the war? And I thought, I keep hearing that question, and I usually hear it off the floor of Congress. And every time I hear it, I think the same kinds of things. Like, can you imagine somebody with a microphone walking up to General Patton or General Eisenhower or General MacArthur and saying, "Sir, what's the plan for winning the war?" I mean, for crying out loud, do they not understand battlefield security? Um, I I'm going to have to stop there because this is just too stunning. Only a civilian would ask a question like that, and and certainly a civilian that had no military in their family whatsoever, that had never seen people break out in a sweat trying not to. Well, never mind. I'm not going there. Slava Ukraine.
Slava. Yeah, well, they got to ask questions. Even if they're stupid questions, they have to ask them. Wait, there are no stupid questions. That's what I've heard. So no, but I appreciate what you're saying in all seriousness, that it's sort of irresponsible to expect an answer to a question like, what are your battle plans? That's just, yeah, you make the point very well. Thank you. So we're Jason. Hello, welcome.
Hello, James. Pleasure to meet you and everybody else. This is my first time speaking. I just wanted to say that I returned from Ukraine mid-April or mid-May, and I went there in April. And when with regards to the Polish truckers striking, when I went in April, there was miles and miles long line of trucks, and when we reached the end, there was a blockade of rigs, so they didn't let anybody in. So it's been like 9 months, almost 9 months. And then when I left Ukraine, on the way back, it was even longer. So this has been going on for 9 months, and I can't think why would you blockade a country in war? And on the way over there, uh, it was myself and two other guys. One of them was a Ukrainian. The other one was a British man, and the Polish tried to take half of his medical supplies because he was also a humanitarian aid worker like I was, but he was a medic. I don't understand that.
Is that the end, or did you want to conclude a different way? I don't know what to say to that ending, but other than it sounds horrible.
So I'm thinking the British, or not the British, the Polish are supposed to be our allies in Ukraine, but they're making this really hard. They're putting roadblocks.
I think Robert wants to comment to that about that.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Jason, I think that, the issue is, first of all, it's not the Polish government that's blockading. It's a group of truckers who are they're upset at the difference in treatment that they're getting within the EU and Ukrainian truckers coming across the border who don't have to pay certain licensing fees. They should not be blocking the border, obviously. I mean, that's a problem. And I think the new government, Donald Tusk, the newly elected president or prime minister, I think he's president, has said that he's going to take care of this quickly. But don't confuse the actions of certain number of Polish truckers with the entire Polish nation, who have really been very, very strong allies of Ukraine. And I've heard before, we have aid workers who go across the border between Poland and Ukraine. I think we, all the time come up, and sometimes there are problems with, officious border guards who take it upon themselves to do things that aren't right. It's hard to know how to respond to the story you tell without knowing more of what was going on. I hope your friend managed to get the supplies back, but as I said, sometimes it's a matter of a border guard who just misunderstands his mandate or is having a bad day and decides to take it out on someone. None of which is excusable, but it does happen. Anyway, back to you, Scott. To Slava Ukraini.
Thanks, Robin. Let's go to Duke while we've got a shift change. Duke, let me just tell you that we've got our special segment on understanding genocide starting momentarily, really. And Prince Heather is here, so I want to greet her. Hi, Prince. How's your voice?
I'm being very careful and very ginger with my voice. Being very careful and gingerly with my voice. That's how tonight is going to go. And
until you get riled up and excited.
Well, there is that. And I talked to Mockers earlier today, and I said, as long as I can get through the first 3 hours, then I can turn to Mickey Mouse, and all you'll do is laugh and tell me to be quiet.
That's a way to coast through the last 2 hours of your shift. But,
that it is.
That's an expensive way to obtain that reprieve. So I hope it doesn't come to that. You sound good now.
Yeah, it's okay at the moment. It's actually a little better than it was earlier today. So we'll see.
All right. Well, I am going to vacate the balcony so that your co-host Nancy can come up, and you can call on Duke or ask him to to raise his point another time. Your choice. But thank you all for all our listeners. Please retweet the space, donate if you can, call your representatives if you're a U.S. citizen or in any other country where that's appropriate, and you have an issue for Ukraine on the burner. And I will see you soon, Tuesday night with Prince Heather.
We will.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Scott. We'll see you on Tuesday. It's good to see you. Good to see you. James, you have your hand up. What's up, man?
Well, I wanted to say hello and goodbye, and especially wanted to say goodbye to Jason. And I appreciate your concern about the border situation there. It has really disturbed me for a long time. And, watch what people do, listen to what they say, and what's important is what they do. And the previous administration didn't do much, and it looks like Tusk is doing more to address the issue there. So hopefully it's quickly solved. But what we're seeing is that there's all kinds of Russian influence everywhere, and we might be seeing some of that. And I would just recall to mind, if you didn't know, there was similar troubles with truckers in Canada blocking up quite a few things until Trudeau took care of that pretty abruptly, solved it. So you never know what's going to happen, but I do appreciate your concern and just wanted to let you know that. Thanks.
James, there for a minute there when you started to say, I just wanted to say so long and farewell. I thought you were going to start singing a song from A Sound of Music. I have to tell you.
I would like to, but
you know what? I thought of that too. I saw that message you sent a few days ago, and I really could imagine you totally breaking out into song.
Well, the farewell song might be in your key. I don't know about the title song, though.
Well, I think that he could probably pull it off. I could totally see James spinning around his living room. The hills are alive with the sound. Anyway, I saw that house in Stuttgart on a Palm Sunday, where there was a guy sitting in front of a church playing this Bad Company song on his guitar. Anyway, Robin, go ahead.
Hey there, welcome up. Nancy, make sure Prince stays quiet tonight. She's not sounding so awfully in good voice at this point. I just very...
Yeah, I'm hoping she keeps it, because
Yes.
mine is, I've been doing hot tea all night.
My throat is not so great either. I don't know how we managed to infect each other over Twitter. I find it very disturbing. Anyway, I just wanted to very quickly, I was getting confused about who's the Polish prime minister and who's the Polish president. I just wanted to very quickly clarify in case I confused anybody else. Andrzej Duda is apparently still the president, but after the parliamentary elections, when the opposition came into power, Donald Tusk is the new prime minister, which makes me very happy because is it Morawiecki? I never was sure how to pronounce his name. So Tusk is a lot easier for dumb non-Slavic speakers. Anyway, with that, I'm going to be quiet. I'm looking forward to your session tonight. It looks like it's going to be really important. So thank you guys, and Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. And good evening, everybody. And I have been assured that Gina can talk enough for all of us. I actually just wanted to start off. I am going to put it in the nest. I haven't gotten to putting it in the nest yet, but the podcast for last week's session, which turned into just one of the most amazing sessions ever. I encourage everybody, if you did not listen last week, to go take 3 hours out of your day and listen to it. It just organically happened, and it was absolutely wonderful. I actually listened to it again, and I learned some things listening to it again that I might not have picked up on the first time because of co-hosting, that kind of thing. So it was a really, really good time. So I'm looking forward to tonight. Our intention is to go through this report about children being taken to Belarus. And this is a report by the Conflict Observatory report of the Yale School of Public Health Humanitarian Research Lab, Belarus's collaboration with Russia in the systematic deportation of Ukraine's children from November 16th, 2023. And I'm not intending to dive right in, trust me, I'm just pointing a couple things out. We will start on page 5 with key findings. But before we do that, I want to say good evening to Nancy and say, Nancy, how are you doing?
I am doing all right. Like I said, I do have a little bit of a scratchy throat. I canceled a couple of meetings that I had set up after work so that I'd have a little bit more voice left. So between the three of us, we should have the topic covered and the conversation rolling. But of course, that means anyone who wants to come up and speak to the topic, feel free. We definitely really appreciate the interactive conversation. Sometimes it takes us in different directions than a formal reading of a report, and that is wonderful. That is one of the best ways that we all interactively learn, brainstorm ideas, and to Prince's point, last week was just an absolutely amazing conversation. So we are never going to say, nope, we're starting on page 5 and we have to get through page 20 by the end of the day. We have X hours. We will flow the conversation as the information and questions and contributions flow with it as well too. So I'm looking forward to tonight for just that reason. Thanks.
Thanks, Nancy. And Gina, how are you tonight? It is good to see you, my friend.
It is good to see and hear you, my friend, and I can talk for anyone whose voice is feeling fatigued, because I did that in the back channel to poor Prince at one point this week. So I don't think I drew a breath during that conversation because I was so furious about certain reactions from U.S. officials regarding Ukraine, but that's probably a slightly separate conversation. But
no, but you know what? It was a good conversation, and it was good anytime. You know that.
Well, I appreciate that. I did really kind of go very Joan of Arc in that speech, but and I'm in some ways glad that it wasn't recorded. But thinking about how, for me personally, powerful last week's session was, really that was due to contributors. I mean, we were, prepared to do the report and go through it, and we as the kind of regulars here had a plan, but there were people that just shared and again opened it up into a place we didn't expect to go, but I'm so glad we went to. So we really do just encourage you, if you have thoughts, if you have things that you'd like to share, as Nancy said, even if it's not directly on page 5 of the report, that doesn't matter. The main thing is that we're here to understand genocide. And if you are inspired to share something that is relevant to that regarding this genocide in Ukraine, or in general on how to understand and how to prevent and punish genocides, then please, by all means, share it. Because again, if we didn't have contributors who did that last week, we would not have gone in a direction that was very enriching for, I know for myself, and I've heard from several people that it really was very enriching. So your gifts are much needed and appreciated.
Yeah. And I just want to add that as we go through this after many months, I've gotten a little bit smarter with how I provide what I jokingly refer to as our mega thread. So it is up in the nest. Right now, it is the second tweet. And I also have that as third tweet now. And I have that as my pinned tweet in my profile. And I'll be doing that going forward as well. So if anyone goes, wait, that was a good piece of information, you'll be able to grab it there. And just as always, that thread also includes a link to last week's thread. And I will do in this session the same thing I've done in the last sessions, which is as we talk through topics, I will add additional articles that are discussed, or even if we do take one of those pivots from the core conversation and somebody brings up other resources or information, if I'm able to grab them quickly enough, I will add those as well. So one of the things that you are welcome to do when you listen to that Spotify recording from last week is to go back through last week's thread. Again, you'll find it referred to and linked to in my current thread. But go back, and as we walk through the conversation, grab some of those resources and, and look at them while the conversation's flowing in that direction. I think that'll be personally enriching as well. And I've started to do that. I've gone through the first hour of the Spotify, and I can't wait to listen back to the rest as well, because it was an absolute delight. And that is in absolutely due to the wonderful contributions of our speakers, our people who come up onto the panel and just tell us what they think, what they're feeling, and it was just absolutely delightful. So I'm looking forward to several more nights like that on the upcoming Friday nights. We'll be doing this through the holiday season as well, so hang with us.
Yes, and we're going to see, isn't next week the Friday before Christmas? Is that next week already?
It is.
That's how much I pay attention. So yeah, so we'll see what we're going to come up with for next Friday, but it might be a little bit different. But I'm looking forward to it. And you know what? I want to say hi to James, because James is part of our team too, even though he doesn't make it every week. It's good to see you, James. How are you?
I am doing sleeping for all of you when I'm not talking. Just so rest easy, because I'm resting for you. So if nothing else, I can sleep well. No, and thank you for that. And I'm getting ready for next week too. I've developed some alternate lyrics for some of my favorite Christmas songs, so I'm working on that. And I just need my voice to be in tune so I can hit that, auf Wiedersehen, good night, that one, just right. So anyway, I'll be here, but it's been a very long day, you guys. I was up very early this morning, so I don't know if I'll make it through the whole thing again. I apologize.
That's fine. That's fine. No worries. All right. The place we always like to start is, Gina, will you give us the disclaimer? And then I am going to ask, do you have any definitions for us tonight, or anything that you would like to recap from the week of things that you covered?
I always have definitions. I like to center us in definitions and in international law and whatever we can do to just reorient ourselves, because it's very easy and Prince was witness to this week. It's very easy in discussing these matters. It's one thing when we discuss them here in the space and many of us are on the same page and, are able to kind of tease out different angles of what's largely a consensus about these documents, the data, the interpretation of the Genocide Convention. But when you're dealing with people who are either unaware or obstinately resistant to recognizing this genocide, or in fact, flat out pro-Russian or Russian trolls, as I found myself in a circle of online this week, it's very important to stay centered, because a lot of and I'm speaking in particular to the disinformation and to the pro-Russian, or at least, anti-US support for Ukraine arguments. We have to remain centered on what's taking place, on what instruments of international law and basic moral principles are at hand, because you will find, as I found in 3 accounts that I strongly believe, having looked at them, I unfortunately had to block 2 of them because it was just so over the line. And I don't do that lightly. I would like to point out, as a journalist, I'm willing to have people criticize me, bring me new information. I don't walk around with, a fragile attitude online, but this was beyond the pale after a certain point. And what you would notice in the way that whole situation turned out, which was basically me responding to a post by, I think, Jason Smart. Someone had responded to him, and I mentioned the Genocide Convention, or one of the reports. I'd have to look back through the thread, but it started with offering a piece of documentation, and it sparked this, kind of headspin of being trolled. And, to the point where I ended up with personal accusations that I was a liar, that whoever was doing this was using my name and just really kind of, tearing into me. And if you notice the argument, it was always diverting away. So, before we get into this tonight, that's why I like to do these definitions. And the other thing that I do want to point out, and this too is relevant regarding the children here, okay, and for tonight's topic. Many times, and that was the case with these, as I said, I do believe they were Russian trolls. Many times the tactic is to say, oh yeah, well, look what your country did. And in the United States, we do have periods in our history, and some still ongoing very much, that we have not treated minorities, we have not treated certain segments of the population, and we have not treated children well. And we need to own that, and we need to be honest about it, and we need to say, yes, if someone pushes back and says, well, what about? Because that's the whataboutism. And that ultimately plays to the cynicism that those who perpetrate genocide, including Russia, would like you to buy into, because it's a way of silencing you and saying, well, you can't claim the moral high ground if you look at your history. History is very much in contention here because Russia would very much like to rewrite history. So my first challenge to that is, well, which history are you talking about? Are you talking about the actual history, or the history that you're making it up as you go, or the history that serves your particular agenda? The second thing is to really be clear that, yes, we have some very, very deep stains on our history, wherever you come from. You have to look at your own country's history, and that's going to vary. Obviously, I know we have people from different nations in this space, but it's knowing what your nation has done or been through, and holding your own nation accountable to, okay, how are you making this right? Are you owning it? Are you taking steps to redress it? I will say that, again, it's not to, I know that we touch on religion here, and I'm using this by way of example, not to introduce religion tonight into the conversation where it may or may not be appropriate. But as a Catholic journalist, many, many times, I've had to confront people, and I've had to do the writing. I have to do this quite a bit, actually, of where the church has failed, the Catholic Church has failed children. And in particular, too, where it has failed the indigenous populations of North America and throughout the world. But because I live in North America, where we've had the residential school abuses that our Canadian listeners are well familiar with, and also many in the United States are familiar with as well. So that being able to own that, to tell the truth of it, to look at it, to speak with people who've been directly affected by it, as I have, and to be able to write credibly about it, and to say, yes, and we will now own this and do better. So that's kind of a long-winded way of saying that as we move into this material, and as you in your life, based on this, trolling experience I had this week, which started off with, you don't know your own history, look at the past 50 years of your own history, which I'm not going to argue that there are many, many things that you could reasonably counter with and say, you are not without guilt, you are not without shame. But I'm not going to let it go at that, because I will say for my country that, imperfectly though it may be, the larger arc of it is that we do hold ourselves accountable. Spaces like this help us to do that. But when you are in conversation with other people, or when you are trying to push back these narratives of it doesn't matter, or it's all the same, or, who are you to judge? Make sure that you have that courage, that you have that knowledge. And then as we go into some of the documents tonight, before we get into this, the definitions, if you're grounded in that and you can point to a document, it's not an opinion, and what I was going to quote tonight is the UN's Convention on the Rights of the Child. Let's start with that, right? That Russia signed in 1990. Hold them accountable. If you went into a courtroom, you got to have evidence. If you're going to write an article like I have to do, you have to link everything. You have to show evidence, show the evidence. And this gets to the point that Nancy has made week after week, which is so spot on, is that, you have the emotion, but you have to be able to present it in a clear, measured, reasoned way so that we can cut through the histrionics, we can cut through a lot of the propaganda that's online, and we just come back to it. Case in point, regarding the children, there is a person who comments quite a bit on Twitter. I think he's a Bitcoin investor. So I've noticed that one of these patterns is that you get people who are in industries that don't seem to be very well versed in any of this, but have a huge following. And they tend to spout a lot of pro-Russian propaganda and pushing Ukraine to negotiations and, oh, it's just a territorial dispute. And this person had made that comment. One of our other regulars in the space had pushed back, and the person had pushed back at that person. And I just simply wrote, could you please comment on, and I listed the 2 New Lines reports, the Genocide Convention, and then the International Criminal Court's arrest warrants for Putin and Maria Lvova-Belova, the child commissioner. And I said, can you address this? And I will tell you this, that I think that the children at this point are probably, for a lot of the folks who want to say we don't belong over there and we shouldn't be funding Ukraine because they're corrupt, and name every Russian, pro-Russian bit of propaganda that people are holding up to try to discourage support to Ukraine. Tell me about the more than 19,000 known children, and as high as Russia has claimed 700-some thousand children, whether with family members or not, that are over there. That are being re-educated, that are having their culture, their heritage, their language, their identity stripped from them in violation of the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Tell me what you're going to do with that. And I guarantee you, many people aren't going to have much of an answer for that. And if you can point to these documents and point to this, then you can say, now what are you going to do? Are you going to leave all these children over there? Why doesn't that matter? Would this be acceptable for your child? Would it be okay if your child or your relatives, your relatives' children were taken by Russia without consent and stripped of their identities, made to help, as we'll see later in this report, hold firearms without even proper safety in these military demonstrations and exercises? What are you subjecting these children to? So, with that said, just some kind of, preliminary thoughts before we dive into the report. And before I go to the resources, because as I always say, probably the children, though I do not have children of my own, and even though I'm a survivor of sexual assault and of course the sexual atrocities that have been perpetrated by Russian forces against the Ukrainian people of all ages are horrifying and triggering to me, but this particular issue is even more triggering, and it is just unfathomable to me. So, but at the same time, when it becomes overwhelming, we do want you to have resources that you can tap into. So before I dive into those, Prince Nancy, anything you wanted to add in there, or?
Oh, I want to ask really quick. Did you see the video of the little boy today on Anton Goroshenko's timeline?
I didn't get a chance to look at it today. There was another one, the one dancing with that was the other day, the one dancing with his father.
No, I'm going to put this one in the nest. If people haven't seen it, it isn't very long, and we can talk about exactly what it is. But I think it would be very, very appropriate after what you just said. But yeah. But one of the keys here, and Gina will probably laugh, but I want to just point out, this is a key to be truthful, not neutral. That's the way it is. That's the way it is. That is a quote from Christiane Amanpour. Just the way it is. So I'll put this up in the nest, and then you go and do your thing, and we'll move along.
Yep, and after you talk us through the resources that will help us get through any triggering events, Gina, before we jump into the report, I found a couple of updates about some people that we'll be talking about that I want to touch on briefly, just in case I lose track or have a coughing fit when we hit that part of the report. So I'll step in at that point too.
No, that's a great idea. So, yeah, just to start off with some resource, and then after you give those updates, then I'll just go into the Convention on the Rights of the Child to kind of center us, and then we can go right into the report, because again, it gives you that measuring stick, that these things are not relative, that there are documents in place, that there are agreements in place, there are laws in place that are supposed to prevent this. But the resources that we offer when you're in distress, if anything is triggering, first, just take a deep breath. If it's too much, don't be afraid to step back, take a rest. If you are really in distress and need to call someone, a loved one, a friend, certainly do, or just, take a moment to meditate, to pray, whatever centers and calms you. If you are in need of more help, of course, you can dial 911 or the emergency number in your country of origin in case of emergency. If any of this makes you feel in any way despairing or even, heaven forbid, suicidal, you can always call the National Suicide Hotline in the US. That's 988. That is call or chat. If any of these, and sometimes it doesn't even have to be a mention of sexual assault directly, but it can be that sense of powerlessness or that sense of being trapped that can trigger memories of sexual assault. I know because I've had that in my own life. You can call the National Sexual Assault Hotline. Again, this is call or chat, and that is 1-800-656-4673. In Canada, we have several mental health resources, and they have switched their number. Well, first of all, 911, of course, is the emergency number, but their suicide number, we had been giving a longer number in previous episodes, and they have transitioned it to a 3-digit number, which is 988, and that is the Suicide Crisis Helpline. That's 24/7. They also have a kids help phone, which is 1-800-668-6868. And the Hope for Wellness helpline, which is 1-855-242-3310. You can go to talksuicide.ca for additional resources. Residents of Quebec can also go to that website or to call 866-277-3553. That Quebec number may also be a 3-digit number. I don't know. I will look that up next week. And also in Canada, there are several specific resources regarding Ukraine. It's at mentalhealthfoundation.ca that you can find them. It's the Hope for Ukraine initiative. In English, you can text HOPE, the number 4, Ukraine, to 393939. In Ukrainian, you can text Ukraina to 1-855-450-2266. You can also text the Russian spelling of Ukraine to 1-855-450-2266. And in French, you can text Espoir, ESPOIR, the number 4, Ukraine, to 1-855-450-2266. So again, take care of yourself. You're important. That's why we're here. It's all about human rights and dignity in this space. So you're important. Take care of yourself. We need you strong for yourself, for those in your life, for the rest of the world, and for Ukraine.
Thanks, Gina. And really quickly, the thing I want to talk about is this is an emotional topic, and so many of us want to see everyone involved in kidnapping and reprogramming, re-educating, quote unquote, these Ukrainian kids brought to justice. And it is so frustrating. We know it's going to take time. And from a few sessions ago, when we first started diving into this report, I can tell you how it hits us personally, because Gina and I, both behind scenes separately and then together, had started looking at where at least the largest camp that we were talking about was. And, you can find it on Google Maps. And, knowing that it was owned by a state-owned potash producer, it's like, what the heck does a potash magnet have to do with kids organizations? And you really start to get some scary things in your brain. And at least I can tell you that this facility is not like right next door to a potash plant or that kind of thing. Doesn't mean they would use doesn't mean that they wouldn't use kids to assist in that work, but at least it's not like right next door or that type of thing. But that is how this impacts us, and I know that it impacts you guys as listeners too. One of the things that I have started to do, have not finished, but I do want to let you know what I have found as far as recent consequences since this Yale University report was released. And I think that'll make some of us happy. When we hit the conversations further on in the threads, I'll try to remember to bring them back up, but I did want to share that information as well. So one of the people involved with the illegal transportation of the Ukrainian children from Russian-controlled areas to Belarus, who boasted about it, was the head of the Belarus chapter of the Global Red Cross, Dmitry Shatsow. And I will apologize to the audience if I mispronounce some of these names, but I am not apologizing to the criminals whose names I am mispronouncing. So I just want to make that clear as well. So what I have learned is that Shatsow has now had the Belarusian chapter of the Global Red Cross suspended. So the Global Red Cross said, hey, you guys, boasting about this and saying that your chapter is involved in these illegal crimes is just beyond the pale. And so they have suspended the Belarusian chapter. And in addition to that, on December 1st, in addition to that, on December 5th, the US Treasury added 11 Belarusian entities and 7 individuals to the OFAC sanctions list. This is inclusive of organizations who in Belarus are helping Russia militarily, but one of the key highlights, and I've got the press release in the mega thread, one of the key highlights is that they also specifically call out Shatsow for what he is doing with children and emphasizing Belarus's complicity in that deportation. In fact, he was specifically designated by the US Treasury Department OFAC organization, which is let me make sure I get it right. I always mess this up. This is the Office of Foreign Assets Control. So this is the group that manages the sanctions list. He is specifically called out there for having materially assisted, sponsored, or provided financial, material, or technological support for, or goods or services to, or in support of Maria Lvova-Belova, a person whose property and interests in property are blocked also by the US Treasury. So that is a very explicit call out. And that is evidence, I'm sure, that will also eventually be transmitted to the International Criminal Court, as other evidence has been provided to them as well. The other one I specifically want to note is that one of this is such a wonderful charity helping these kids, that is managed by Alexei Talai, T-A-L-A-I, in this report. It's spelled a few different ways depending on the transliteration. He is under investigation in Ukraine for his involvement in the illegal transfers of Ukrainian children. And I've got a link to that article as well. And I'm sure that as that investigation progresses, that it may be something that we hear in Prince and Tracy's segments regarding SBU activities as time goes on. So these are very recent and comparatively rapid movements. Once they get a good, compelling report that they're able to easily help, that they're able to use to help people more easily understand the clear evidence that is used as the material to build these reports, we are starting to see consequences begin to present themselves. They are not brought to justice yet, but the screws are beginning to tighten. And so I just wanted to bring that to people's attention as well. So it's not just saber rattling. It will be slow because these are legal and criminal proceedings and sanctions, but things are happening behind scenes with individual participants from Belarus who are associated with these crimes. And I thought that was important to raise to the group as we dig into the mess that is the crimes that they're actually doing. And Prince and Gina, over to you.
All right. Gina, did you watch that video yet? Do you want to watch that or?
No, I will, but I just wanted to add on to what Nancy said, that because it's true, we were trying to track down this camp, and I believe, Nancy, correct me here, it's Dol Dubrava is the camp, right?
Yes.
Okay, so interestingly enough, and I would need to see if someone else is getting this as well, Nancy had posted a link with a press release we had found from the company that runs this camp, which is Beloruskali, and it's the potash manufacturer. And the camp itself is located south. I think that the company is in Starobin. Is that correct? I'm looking at the Google map now. And so it's about, I think, like 30 kilometers or something like that south of it. But interestingly enough, we had found a press release about the camp and how wonderful it was. And isn't this great? These kids are coming. And now I'm on that link. And curiously enough, it's not a 404 page not found error, but it's not coming up at all. The URL is appearing in the bar, but it's not coming up. And I'm just curious to see if anyone else is getting that error. It could just be something on my end, but the main page for the company comes up when I type that domain in. So
I'll have to take a look at that.
Yeah,
And
I'd be curious. Just double check. And I don't know if it has anything to do with, and you know, of course, always important. And I'm kicking myself that I just didn't get a chance to do it in this case, to screenshot. I mean, when we start coming across this stuff, just screenshot it, you know, because, and I'm sure the Wayback Machine, you know, we can see if this has been archived somewhere, but if they've pulled that page or pulled the contents of that page, that's very interesting to me. But again, I'd have to see if someone else can replicate the response to the page that I'm getting. So let me know.
Yep. And Gina, I'll check on that. Did you want to step through just the quick summary of the Convention on the Protection of Children?
Absolutely. And again, we have many international laws. This is a convention that was adopted in November 1989 in the UN General Assembly. It entered into force in September 1990, and Russia actually acceded to this in 1990. So they, I'm just double checking that date there, the Russian Federation actually ratified it in, let's say, I think it's August. They signed it the month before, or rather they signed it earlier, and then they ratified it and acceded to it in August of 1990. So again, their name's on this. And the idea is basically this: how do we define, you know, who qualifies as a child, and then how do we protect them, and what do we universally recognize as their rights? And, you know, historically, as you know, most of us know, children have not had the best time of it on this planet. And, you know, I know my own ancestors from, you know, age 9, 10 were working in coal mines. So, you know, various conditions throughout human history have made sure that children have not had an easy time of it on this planet. But according to this convention, a child is every human being below the age of 18, unless the law applicable to the child means that majority is attained earlier. So, you know, for example, in places where 16 or 17 is recognized as an age of majority, there is consideration for that. And so some of the rights that children are, you know, recognized to have and should be protected to have. First of all, state parties shall respect and ensure the rights set forth in the present convention to each child within their jurisdiction without discrimination of any kind, irrespective of the child's or his or her parents or legal guardians' race, color, sex, language, religion, political or other opinion, national, ethnic, or social origin, property, disability, birth, or other status. And the state parties are to take all appropriate measures to ensure that the child is protected against all forms of discrimination or punishment on the basis of the status, activities, expressed opinions, or beliefs of the child's parents, legal guardians, or family members. So let's just stop right there. And I always preface this by saying, I'm not an international lawyer, but as a journalist reading that, I look at that and say, that means that the parents' rights have been violated here too in Ukraine, if I'm reading this text correctly, that these children are protected against the forms of discrimination against their caretakers. Clearly that has not happened in the case of Belarus and Russia, who are deporting and and in a very coordinated, systematic way, deporting and re-educating children. So this is an offense against the children themselves, and it's also a violation against the parents, because that they're basically saying your parents, and we have heard, many of the children who have come back have reported to investigators, they were told, your parents don't love you, they're not looking for you, they don't care, your culture's bad, your language is wrong. So, again, it's just, I would love to hold this up in front of Putin and Lvova-Belova and say, can you explain how your signature as a nation is on this document and you are conducting this, and wait for the response. Going through the document, and again, I don't want to read the whole thing. You can find this by just simply Googling the Convention on the Rights of the Child. The Office of the High Commissioner of Human Rights, the UN's Human Rights Office of the High Commissioner, to be exact, has it on their website. But some of the other things that children are protected against. Okay, so the child, for one thing, shall have the right from birth to a name, the right to acquire a nationality, and as far as possible, the right to know and be cared for by his or her parents. Fundamental deprivation right here in the case of the deportation of the Ukrainian children by Russia and Belarus. Again, skimming through it, state parties shall undertake to respect the right of the child to preserve his or her identity, including nationality, name, and family relations as recognized by law without unlawful interference. Where a child is illegally deprived of some or all of the elements of his or her identity, state parties shall provide appropriate assistance and protection with a view to reestablishing speedily his or her identity. State parties shall ensure that a child shall not be separated from his or her parents against their will, except when competent authorities subject to judicial review determine, in accordance with applicable law and procedures, that such separation is necessary for the best interests of the child. Now, again, there are times when, and we've seen this, in our own countries of origin, where children, for their own sake, need to be temporarily, hopefully, taken away from their parents simply because of the nature of the conditions in which they're in. I know in the United States, the move is away, and has been for many decades, because I used to cover a lot of social services in my previous reporting job, but the move has been away from taking kids and putting them in institutions and taking kids from their parents. Even in the United States, even when children have very grave home situations, the goal is now to place them temporarily in kinship care, in community-based care, so that they are not uprooted from their communities and their familiar surroundings, and then to ultimately unite them, get the parents and caregivers the help they need so that they can be reunited with the children and the children with them. So again, this whole notion of wholesale stripping, pulling children away from their communities, from their loved ones, from their parents and guardians, and then placing them in these camps and these institutions and then farming them out to be adopted is just beyond the pale. It's not even consonant with what modern nations do as they come to understand the way to care for children. So you can't even argue this on the grounds of we're helping the kids, because it's not even the way you would help the kids if the kids were really in trouble. So again, these are some of the rights that this convention lists. Skimming through a couple other quick points here. State parties shall respect the right of the child who is separated from one or both parents to maintain personal relations and direct contact with both parents on a regular basis, except if it is contrary to the child's best interest. Where such separation results from any action initiated by a state party, such as the detention, imprisonment, exile, deportation, or death, including death arising from any cause while the person is in the custody of the state, of one or both parents of the child, that state party shall, upon request, provide the parents, the child, or if appropriate, another member of the family with the essential information concerning the whereabouts of the absent members of the family, unless the provision of the information would be detrimental to the well-being of the child. State parties shall further ensure that the submission of such a request shall of itself entail no adverse consequences for the person concerned. I don't think we even have to go much further than to see what this convention is getting at, that children have rights. Children have rights, and those rights are universal. And those rights cannot be abrogated by a state that feels that it knows better, or it can come in, or it's based on some ridiculous notion of history that such as what Putin has been articulating, that Slavs are historical brothers. This is all just the reunification of a torn apart historical family. I mean, this is just absurd. We don't go stealing other countries' children, period, full stop. And then if for any reason, even temporarily, such separation is somehow justified, it's done under conditions and with accountability and with a goal to not stripping children of their national identity, not stripping them of contact with their parents, and not permanently separating them from parents, loved ones, caregivers, community. So again, Russia signed on to this. And now this is what it's doing. But then again, Russia signed the Genocide Convention when it was still the Soviet Union. It maintains its seat in the UN, though it was never formally acceded, or has been recognized by the UN as the Russian Federation. It just kind of kept the seat. And if it wants to keep the seat, then it's got to keep the seat and play along with all the documents that it signed. So anyway, that gives us some centering before we go back into the report. But remember, this is not subjective, because even with these reports, I have found people pushing back and saying, because this is another trick that you'll see, and that I've had leveraged against, for example, the New Lines and Raoul Wallenberg reports that I've cited, or the Western media that I've cited. The charge from the propagandists is, well, that's American money funding that, or that's Western money funding that. Well, at least with the UN documents, you could say, well, yes, but your country signed it. It was signed in the UN. So, what do you do with that? This wasn't Western money funding your signature on this. This is what you signed up for. So anyway, with that in place, did you say it was page 5, Prince, Nancy?
Yeah.
And real quick, I just wanted to let people know that the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child and the link to that information is also in the threads. So you'll find it there about midway through, right after the link to the February Yale report about the Russian actions related to deporting and re-educating children. Go ahead, Gina.
I was just going to say, before we dive into the report, we just read out the title again and the date of the report. Did you want me to do that?
Perfect.
Okay, so the report that we're about to go back into is from the Yale School of Public Health. It's Humanitarian Research Lab. It's part of their Conflict Observatory Report Series. This was issued on November 16th of this year, and the title is Belarus's Collaboration with Russia in the Systematic Deportation of Ukraine's Children. And I always say, every time I look at this cover, it just really makes my blood boil, because the image on the cover, and you'll see this when you go on to the report, is a photograph of what appears to be a soldier, presumably a Russian or a Belarusian military person, who is wearing a huge mascot head. It looks like some sort of a tiger, and big fuzzy gloves. And the mascot head has this jaunty little military beret on it. And he's among a group of children whose faces are digitally blurred. in winter clothes in the snow, and they all look to be about, I'm going to guess, somewhere in the ages of 9, 10, maybe, and then a little bit older than that, holding hands as if, here we are, I am your military mascot. And the contrast between the childlike, cartoonish mascot head, the fuzzy gloves, and the military uniform is absolutely chilling, because that's how this is being presented to these children, as it's taking the most innocent things of childhood, the camps, the stuffed animals, the games, the mascots, the everything, and the songs and the dances and everything that children have a right to, those innocent, wonderful experiences and qualities of life. And it's insidiously using the very treasured and cherished experiences of childhood to indoctrinate these children to reject their identity, to reject their heritage, to reject their culture, to kill their culture in future generations. And that's something that we need to bear in mind as we're doing this. As we go through this report, you'll hear the different entities that are doing this under the guise of gymnastics and swim clubs and beneficial organizations and philanthropic oligarchs, all are spinning childhood to achieve their own genocidal ends.
Yeah, and let's go to Fox Tyrant really quick, and then I've got something to say. Go ahead, Tyrant.
I was just gonna ask, because from my personal experience, when I arrived to UK, the social services, they involved the Red Cross to make efforts and find my parents and things of that nature. Was is Red Cross then involved between Ukrainian families and the children that are in Russia? Is there any effort from their part?
Hey, that is a sticky wicket. It is the responsibility of the International Red Cross to work to help with this kind of thing, just as it is with, I'm going to go with POWs because I have more data on that. Excuse me. The POWs, no, they are not doing what they're supposed to be doing. Basically, they have responsibilities that they are supposed to fulfill when it comes to prisoners of war specifically, and the Red Cross is also. And from what we can see and what we've been told, we don't. It's not happening. The International Red Cross is failing greatly. In fact, we'll find out as we go through this report, as we've talked about, and as Nancy mentioned a little while ago, the Belarusian Red Cross specifically has been involved in assisting in deporting children. And so the International Red Cross, yes, the International Red Cross is a problem when it comes to these kinds of things. Now, what I will say, what I do want to say is that local Red Crosses, for example, where Nancy lives, they have a lot of hurricanes. Her local Red Cross does amazing work. And my understanding is the Ukrainian Red Cross, in and of itself, is doing some amazing work. But when you ask about, even if you ask like Miriam Lambert, who works with Orphans Feeding Foundation, who has helped to return kids to Ukraine, and who we most recently did a fundraiser for. The thing to keep in mind is one of the, because it was one of the things that I asked was how was UNICEF being helpful? UNICEF is being extremely helpful in doing a whole lot in returning the children. Red Cross is missing in action. So sorry, I don't have a better answer for you on that, but that is the answer that I have. Now, one of the things that came up for me, and I do want to go over this really quick before we start diving into the report, is this video, and it's going to make a lot of people angry. It made me very angry when I watched it, and it's made me angry all day. But I think that we need to watch this to see it as an example of, I have no proof that this is a Ukrainian child, but I do believe with all my heart that this is what Russia is trying to do to Ukrainian children. Russia is trying to make Ukrainian children exactly like this little boy. Belarus is helping. Belarus is doing it too. I do believe that. And I believe this report will show us this. This is a little boy in this video. He looks to me like he's maybe 5 or 6 years old, maybe 7. Depends. And he's dressed in a military uniform. And he is holding a rifle. And he is thanking the heroes and the soldiers of Russia for giving them peace back in 1945 with the blood, the sweat, and the victory that they have won. And, noting that they are now old, but saying that the victory won't fade and our hearts will stay, and peace will be with everyone forever, and happiness will live on the planet, and for peace will be with both children and adults, thanks to the heroes. He's thanking the heroes, thanks to the soldiers. And then he fires the gun. And that is the end of the propaganda video. It is in the nest. Go and watch it. This, I believe, is what Russia wants to do to Ukrainian children. This little boy whose rights, I think even as a Russian child, his rights are being taken away from him. The rights that Gina read about. But keep this little boy in mind as we go through this report tonight, because this should never happen. This should never happen. I don't care where you are in the world. This should never happen. A child should not be used to make propaganda like this, where in the end he ends up firing a weapon. Even if it's pointed at the ground, I don't care. The first time I watched it, I was like, did that little boy just fire that gun? And I went and watched it again. I'm like, that little boy just fired that gun. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. Go ahead, Gina.
I was going to say that, and again, not a lawyer. I'm going to start saying yet to that because I'm about to try to become one, I think. But, the UN has a number of resources on children in armed conflict. Like they have a summary of a lot of the international law. And in 2002, they adopted an optional protocol to the Convention on the Rights of the Child regarding the involvement of children in armed conflict. And that optional protocol states that states will not recruit children under the age of 18 and send them to the battlefield. States will not conscript soldiers below the age of 18. States should take all possible measures to prevent such treatment, including legislation to prohibit and criminalize the recruitment of children under 18 and involve them in hostilities. States will demobilize anyone under 18 conscripted or used in hostilities, and will provide physical, psychological, recovery services and help their social reintegration. Armed groups distinct from the armed forces of a country shall not, under any circumstances, recruit or use in hostilities anyone under age 18. So the idea there is that, obviously they can't be in battle, but I would submit that you can argue that a child who is engaged in a military propaganda video is being used in battle, because part of this battle is an information war and conscription. And we know that you are doing the work of military by appearing in these videos. These videos are designed to normalize this, to make this seem appealing, desirable. This is, again, it is exploiting the innocence and the vulnerability of children in support of some very adult aims to act on the worst impulses of human nature, of just base conquest and human rights be damned, essentially. So again, human rights law, we talked about that in the convention, the rights of the child, age 18. Human rights law declares 18 is the minimum legal age for recruitment, and use of children in hostilities. Recruiting and using children under the age of 15 as soldiers is prohibited under international humanitarian law, both treaty and custom, and is defined as a war crime by the International Criminal Court. And again, this is on, you can go on to childrenandarmedconflict.un.org. It has all of this on there. And in 2014, UNICEF launched a campaign called Children Not Soldiers to bring about a global consensus that child soldiers should not be used in conflict. And again, we do think of conflicts where children were used in actual battle, and unfortunately in places, still are. At the time of the launch, the countries they were looking at were Afghanistan, Chad, the Democratic Republic of the Congo, Myanmar, Somalia, South Sudan, Sudan, and Yemen. And yet, as I just said, this video, that is the use of a child for a military aim. And I would really, really, I think a good, creative, tenacious human rights lawyer would be able to make a case that while it's not direct conflict, first of all, you're endangering the child by having the child in possession of a firearm, which here in the US, where I'm based, and I happen to live in a city where gun violence is pretty rampant, we've had many children who have died just in recent weeks and months because of improperly stored firearms, even if the parent had a license to carry. So why would you go and put a gun in a child's hand? I mean, even under the best of circumstances, it's dangerous to have, children near guns, even when you take care of the guns and know how to store them and lock them away. To actively put a gun in a child's hand for the purpose of what was this video aimed to do? The video is aimed to convince civilians and probably potential military conscripts and to normalize a generation with Putin engaged in a long war, to normalize a generation and to saying, this is our national identity. Our identity is a military identity. We are here to fight the rest of the world, which we perceive to be our enemy. It's just incomprehensible to me. It's incomprehensible to me.
It is. And that's why when I first saw it today, I was like, are you kidding me? No. But seriously, but at the same time, it didn't surprise me. So maybe it's, go ahead, Gina.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead. Because what I know. No, but what I want to say is, we're appalled at this, as we should be. But this is where we need to look at the evolving nature of genocide and the evolving nature of child exploitation and the evolving nature of exploiting children for military purposes. Just as a quick sidebar, and I just offer this as something to think about. One of the problems with genocide is that we have a kind of fixed notion of what it might look like. And just as criminals are very creative and are always developing new ways to scam, to harm, we have to keep up, so to speak, with the technology of it. We're used to this when it comes to, for example, cybersecurity, social media. We see how rapidly that's advancing. And our law enforcement and our criminal responses and our cybersecurity protocols have had to just kind of constantly catch up with, as criminals get more creative, then we have to be able to at least keep pace and hopefully outthink them and prevent them. But that is also true of genocide. Genocide is not static. It's a process, as we've talked about in previous sessions, that there are stages to it. It's not a process that can't be arrested if we have the human and political will to do that. And at the same time, the way genocide looks is going to be different in places. And I would say, for example, we know historically what certain genocides look like. The Rwanda genocide, certainly the Holocaust, the Shoah. We know how those looked historically, but we need to keep our eyes also open as to what it looks like as technology changes, as landscapes change, as leaders change, and they come up with new ways of inflicting this. A genocide could be as simple as, not as simple as, but it could be, a blockade of food to a small isolated nation and allowing them to starve. A genocide could be simple and, not simple, but incitement alone is a violation, and that triggers the Genocide Convention because it prohibits that. In the case of this, in terms of the not militarizing children, okay, so we have human rights law saying that children shouldn't be recruited for use in hostilities. Well, define use in hostilities. Is it not a use in a hostility, in an active and ongoing war and genocide, to use children in your propaganda videos that you rely on so heavily by your own admission? Russia admits to really trying to commandeer the information space here. That's exactly what they do. And they know that, and they admit that openly. Is this not a violation of those laws on that? And that's what I think that we need to pay attention to this, because if we're too slow to react, and if we're too slow to identify and make those correlations, people lose their lives, literally. Just as another parallel to that, the whole Nova Kakhovka Dam, right? When the dam was destroyed by Russia and flooded and ruined lives. I mean, I would submit that you look at that as a genocidal act through the poisoning of the land, creating conditions of life that are unbearable, that are unmanageable, that are unlivable. As Putin and those like him come up with ever more devious ways to kill people and subjugate them, let us make sure that we're making those correlations with the existing laws that we have, and that we can identify, how those modern forms still violate the conventions and the standards and the laws that are in place.
Absolutely. So shall we get going here? We are on to the key findings, and I believe we actually already went through key finding number 1. Am I right? It might not hurt to review it. Okay, I'll just run through it real quick. How's that sound? Good
That
deal.
sounds good.
Okay. At least 2,442 children from Ukraine have been transported to 13 facilities in Belarus. Yale HRL has found that at least 2,442 children from Ukraine between the ages of 6 and 17 have been transported to 13 facilities in Belarus following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine on February 24th, 2022. Children were transported from at least 17 cities across Ukraine in waves that continued through the date of publication. Over 2,050 children from Ukraine were transported to the Dubrava facility in Belarus between September 2022 and May 2023. The other approximately 392 children have been accommodated across the remaining 12 facilities. Children have been moved from Ukrainian cities and towns across Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia oblasts. And then it just lists a bunch of the cities. And I still think that it is very interesting that the majority of them, this large number, was moved to that one facility, and that's the facility by the potash place, right?
Well, it's not by a potash plant, but it is owned by a potash producer. So it's technically state-owned, but there's an oligarch associated with it.
Gotcha. So that, and then the 392 other children have been accommodated in 12 other places. So yeah, it's that is the story there. So item number 2, unless somebody has a comment. Okay. Russia's systematic effort to identify, collect, transport, and re-educate Ukraine's children has been facilitated by Belarus. Russia's federal government and Belarus's regime have been working together to coordinate and fund the movement of children from Russia-occupied Ukraine through Russia to Belarus. I thought it was really interesting that they always take them through Russia too. So technically they're all being deported to Russia before they're deported to Belarus. The movement of children from Russia-occupied Ukraine to Belarus is ultimately coordinated between Russia's President Vladimir Putin and Belarus's authoritarian leader Alexander Lukashenko through the Union State, which is a supranational entity constituted of Russia and Belarus. This program has been facilitated by both Russia and Belarus's security services, Russia's investigative committee, a federal agency reporting directly to President Vladimir Putin and responsible for criminal investigations, has played a significant role in identifying the children in Ukraine for movement to Belarus, while Belarus's internal troops of Belarus have subjected children from Ukraine to military training. So they're picking and choosing. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, I do want to add one thing as we start to get into the report, and you can see already there are these ties and affiliations between different Belarusian organizations and different Russian organizations and individuals. So on page 13 of the report is a very good network diagram, as it were, of how many of these entities connect to each other. And I have that also, I snipped that as a graphic that is in the thread. It's under main actors and organizations. So it can help as you're reviewing the information or listening to take a look at that as we start to step through the somewhat convoluted web. If it gets too confusing, you can recenter yourself pretty quickly with that network diagram of main actors and organizations.
Go ahead, Gina.
Just to point out, and this report also makes it clear, but the Atlantic Council had a piece on this as well. And back in June of 2023, Lukashenko actually publicly stated, I went to Putin, I said, let's spend part of the union budget, that's that union state mechanism, union budget on these children. That's how we started to bring them. So he is absolutely, admitting right out, or has admitted right out. And they do need to be held. This is just another reason for which Belarus needs to be held complicit and accountable in this genocide of Ukraine.
Yes, absolutely. Tyrant, I saw you pop your hand up. Did you want to say something?
Yeah. When we talk about they should be held, what kind of things can be done or should be done for Belarus to be held accountable? Do you have any examples at all that we can entertain, at least at this point?
Well, there's a lot. Go ahead, Gina. You probably
No,
have a
go
better
ahead.
answer.
I want to pull up some references on that I have here.
Okay. The first thing I would say is that I believe that Viktor Lukashenko deserves a warrant with the court, just like Lvova Belova and Vladimir Putin do. I believe that 100%. They deserve, he deserves to have one of those warrants, as well as some other people listed in this report. And that is my top number one thing that can be done. I know that's not very satisfactory. It doesn't feel very satisfactory to me either, but it is really a big message, I think. And I also think sanctions don't work the way we would like them to. But Nancy gave us an example a little while ago of how There are some sanctions coming into play. I think ultimately holding them responsible in a court is what is going to end up needing to happen. But I think that this right here provides enough evidence for Lukashenko to have an arrest warrant filed against him. Gina, go ahead.
I would agree, and I want to offer some thoughts that Katie LaRoque, who is Deputy Director for Policy and Advocacy at the think tank Freedom House, offered. Now, this was back in, I think she put in end of August, and she posted this on Atlantic Council, and it's Belarus dictator Lukashenko must face justice for role in Russia's Ukraine war. And what she points out is, his role, obviously, and since, not just the fact that Lukashenko permitted Russia's invasion troops to land and to stage from their attack from Belarus, their attack on Ukraine, and the fact that the country's air defenses, air traffic control systems, the fueling stations were put under Kremlin military command, and the Belarus hospitals were used to treat Russian soldiers. So there's a strong pattern of support for the war. And then, Lukashenko admitted that he allowed the missiles to be fired from Belarus at targets across Ukraine. And that was since October of 2022. He has openly admitted to supporting this war and has provided and placed his country and its facilities and its defense at the service of it. So that when you get to the children, what Katie is arguing here is that the offenses of allowing him to allowing the country to be used for Russia's war in Ukraine would fall under crime of aggression. So, and that can be proven according to the UN definition when a country, quote, allows its territory, which it has placed at the disposal of another state, to be used by that other state for perpetrating an act of aggression against a third state. And then she mentioned that for the children, the establishment of a special tribunal for the crime of aggression would circumvent that head of state immunity that he might try to claim, and that approach has already gotten the support of the Ukrainian Parliament and the European Parliament, and also the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe. But for the children, I'm sorry, so that was for the aggression. But she said, just as you said, Prince, for the children, you're back at the ICC, the International Criminal Court, which prosecutes individuals and which already has those arrest warrants out for Putin and for the Children's Rights Commissioner, Maria Lvova-Belova. So a flat out arrest warrant, you've got the evidence. We have the evidence for this. This report makes it clear the fact that it's not even like Lukashenko can claim that I thought I was just helping for humanitarian reasons, because nothing that he has done supports that. You have placed your country, you basically are saying your country is pretty much a partner in this war. So it would be very difficult for him to try to even separate the crimes. They're on that continuum together. So you're looking at the ICC at this point to prosecute him. I mean, he is complicit, fully complicit.
Yeah, and some of the articles that I have linked in the thread also note that evidence has been provided to the ICC already. So that information has been submitted to them. And I think there's probably more to come as well, but that process has been underway to use that council to hopefully put out an arrest warrant for him, just like they did for Putin and Lvova-Belova. Go ahead, Gina.
I was going to say, and this is very important too, Katie LaRoque makes another point in her article here on the Atlantic Council website that, and I do want to quote, as we assess the litany of alleged human rights violations perpetrated by Lukashenko and his regime, and I would parenthetically add that includes the parties that are named in this Yale report, because there are Belarusian officials and high-profile people and people of means and oligarchs that are named in this report. But to get back to Katie's quote, it is essential to stress that the Belarusian people are not to blame. Belarusians also deserve accountability for the crimes committed against them by their leaders. The repression they have endured has been severe, inhumane, and ongoing. Justice cannot end with accountability for Lukashenko's crimes against Ukraine. It must come full circle to address crimes committed in Belarus. In the meantime, full accountability for the war against Ukraine provides an opportunity to hold Putin and his accomplices, Lukashenko chief among them, accountable. We must seize this moment. And I do think that's an important point, because I know a couple of things. Like, for example, when I've been to Ukraine demonstrations in my city, there's almost always a contingent of Belarusians that show up in support of Ukraine. You know, the Belarusian people have suffered tremendously under this regime. The other thing too is that I have a friend he is Ukrainian, but his parents live in Belarus, and he's a priest. And he, you know, for various reasons, they took work there many years ago, and he doesn't even really get a chance to talk with them much anymore, because Belarus is not kind to the Catholic Church in many respects. It's persecuted priests, and the last time I said to him, how are your parents doing? He said, I am a Ukrainian Greek Catholic priest, so we're not talking too much. Not because his parents don't want to, but because it's very difficult. So we do want to emphasize that there are many Belarusians who are really trying to support Ukraine and doing at the risk of their lives. And this is about holding the guilty people accountable, which in this case is Lukashenko, his regime, and those who are cooperating with his regime and with Putin to wage genocide against the Ukrainian people.
Well, speaking about Lukashenko and being involved, let's get on to number 3. Sound good? Because I think that adds to this. And it says here on item 3.3, excuse me, Lukashenko has directly overseen Belarus's efforts in coordination with Russia. The movement of children from Ukraine to Belarus has, as well as their re-education and military training, has been jointly directed and co-funded by Belarus's authoritarian leader, Alexander Lukashenko, in direct coordination with Russia's President Vladimir Putin. Lukashenko approved the use of both state and non-state organizations based in Belarus to help transport children from Ukraine to Belarus, finance their transportation through the joint Russia-Belarus Union state budget. I'm not going to do that. Okay. And worked with various pro-regime actors to facilitate the transportation of children from Ukraine to Belarus. In 2022, the Lukashenko regime also passed legislation mandating pro-regime education to which children from Ukraine were subjected. Lukashenko, as well as members of the Union State and pro-regime actors, have also visited the children transported from Ukraine to Belarus on various occasions. So there's another nail in the piece of evidence, another page in the indictment, another page on the warrant, I think, that just plain and simply puts it out there that this isn't something that Lukashenko is not aware of. This is something that he is completely involved in. He is approved, and he has signed laws to help to make this continue to happen. All right. Go ahead.
I just want to jump in really quick. I had my app had crashed right as Gina was wrapping up her comment, and I had something to add back to it, which is that when I was looking up the sanctions information about the Belarusian individual who we had seen named in this report, one of the items that I had noted that I wanted to share, and it's to Gina's point, that the criminal actions that the leadership in Belarus is perpetrating are definitely distinct and different from the Belarusian people themselves. And one of the things that happened in the last couple of weeks was that the US Department of State hosted their first strategic dialogue between the US government and the Belarusian democratic movement and civil society. That is their formal opposition leadership, including oh, Gina, I can never pronounce her name, but the woman who ran in opposition against Lukashenko in the last election, which of course
Tikhanovskaya?
was, yes, yes.
Tikhanovskaya.
She was in those sessions as well. And that coming out of those sessions is, or in those sessions is where the US had announced those sanction levies and had also announced that the U.S. Agency for International Development is opening a dedicated office in Vilnius, Lithuania, for its Belarus program, and that is also where the Belarusian democratic leadership in exile is based. So we are seeing, clearly the U.S. government is reaffirming everything that we've been reading and what Gina expressed, which is there is a distinct difference between the Belarusian leadership in exile and the current authoritarian regime that is in power in Belarus. So I just wanted to call that out. And I'll add that press release to the thread as well. Go ahead, Gina.
Sure. I just wanted to, because I remember, really paying attention to her when, she came on the scene. And just to repeat her name again, it's Svetlana, and I apologize if I do not pronounce this correctly, Svetlana Tikhanovskaya. And you can go onto her website at TSIKHANOUSKAYA.org. That is her official website. And yesterday, she actually addressed Lithuanians. She released this. I'm not sure if this is the release you're talking about, Nancy, but she had spoken with the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the Lithuanian Seimas, and she addressed the press. And she thanked the Lithuanian people for their support and said that she was grateful to them for supporting us in difficult times and welcoming thousands of Belarusians seeking refuge from terror and repression. For us Belarusians, Lithuania is more than just a neighbor. It is more than just a haven. It is a beacon of hope and an example of principled and consistent struggle for freedom. We are fighting against the same enemy, the imperial ambitions of Russia, and for the same future in the European Union. So again, that really is to put into context. It's terrible when a country, the name of a country and a people becomes entirely associated in the eyes of the world with a dictator. It's such a disservice to the human beings who, through no fault or control of their own, were born in that land. None of us really are able to program where we're born, right? It's not a decision we have a whole lot of control over in life. And, there are, and even in the worst nations, and even, certainly in Russia, as much as I speak in the collective about Russia, what I really mean are, is the regime, the people in power, and to the extent that its own people are in any way knowledgeable of but lack the will to counter that, that's what I'm talking about. But there are good people. There are, in fact, people who are suffering and they have been persecuted for trying to speak out, and they've been exiled, and they try to work from outside of their country, and they are imprisoned trying to stand up within their own country. So we never want to forget that. And we certainly see that in Belarus too. Probably to proportionally, I would submit, perhaps greater extent than we see it in Russia. But nonetheless, it's just tragic that Putin and Lukashenko have co-opted their nation's national identities in the name of terror and hatred towards human beings and imperialism and aggression. So.
All right.
And you know me, I have added her press release, and that gives you her website as well to the thread as well.
Sorry, I was in the middle of responding to something. So we are on to our next point, I think, at this point, unless anybody wants to add anything more. Okay. I'm reading a DM, and we may need to back up about something in a minute or two, but let's continue on at this point. Can somebody read point 4? Or yeah, point 4 is where we were. Go ahead, Gina.
Oh, there I am. Sure. So point 4 is Russia's investigative committee, Russia's ministries of education of the former so-called Luhansk People's Republic and Donetsk People's Republic and regime-aligned organizations from both countries have facilitated the movement of children from occupied Ukraine to Belarus. And for those who may be newer to the discussion, the Luhansk People's Republic was that, false separatist, quote unquote, a quote unquote authority, ditto the Donetsk People's Republic. Those are not legally recognized entities. Those are the pro-Russian collectives or quote unquote powers that Russia fomented to try to split Ukraine. So to continue that, again, though it's Russia's investigative committee, Russia's ministries of education of those former, Luhansk and Donetsk People's Republics, so-called, and all the regime-aligned organizations from both countries, they're facilitating. So they've got the agencies on board with this one. They're identifying and targeting children from Russian-occupied Ukraine to be sent to these various facilities in Belarus, at least one of which subjected children from Ukraine to military training. Again, violation of international law right there. The Ministry of Education of the former so-called Luhansk People's Republic also prepared power of attorney for 30 purported orphans to be transferred from Ukraine to Belarus. And Yale has identified various pro-Russia and pro-Belarus regime organizations facilitating the movement of children from Ukraine to Belarus and exposing them to re-education. And then this is the one guy that I was hoping we get into a little bit because he has quite a bit to do with this. Yale has identified that Belarusian public figure Alexei Talai and his eponymous foundation are part of this. And he is a Paralympian. I'm actually on his website right now on a press release that was just released in June this year on the children from the Donbas region of Ukraine. So he's one of them. Belarus's state-owned potash producer, OSJC Belaruskali, and that was the company that earlier in tonight's session we talked about owns that one camp, Dol Dubrovna, I think. And so the company is in Starobin, north of the camp, and the camp is down about, it looks like it's about 30 minutes drive south of that company. Another one is Olga Volkova, who is the purported director of the Donetsk-based non-governmental organization named the Dolphins, which I believe is a swimming club. And she's played a key role in transporting children from Ukraine to Belarus. Some other agencies, the Belarusian Republican Youth Union and Belarus branches of the pro-Russia regime, ultranationalist motorcycle clubs, the Night Wolves and the Night Valkyries have been involved in the re-education of children from Ukraine. And if I recall correctly, that motorcycle group, the Night Wolves, is one that Putin himself, especially in his earlier days when he was promoting this strongman, kind of Slavic Tom Cruise thing, I guess, for lack of a better analogy, that he was pushing. That was the club that he ran with. You'll see him on, you'll see him in promo shots of him riding his motorcycle with these folks. And I say this as a motorcycle rider, so I am not demonizing motorcycle riders.
I was just gonna say, and we all know how evil Harley riders can be.
Right? No, not at all. But at the same time, within the motorcycle world, it's a
joke.
Yeah, no, I know, but you do have a very, very, very small percentage of motorcycle riders, some of the outlaw clubs, and this would be considered an outlaw club, in the United States. But they've been involved in this re-education. So, I mean, even just what we've read so far tonight, this isn't one lone actor. This is a whole group, a whole network, from the highest levels to the organizations, to the you know, from government officials, heads of state, government officials, NGOs, motorcycle clubs. You know, what's next? A cooking club that's going to be part of this as well? I mean, you know, who's not involved is starting to become the better question here. So I did want to, the one, because this really, to me, was insidious. The one name here, if we can do a quick little detour, but you had said, Prince, before we get into that, you said that you have a DM that we may have to go back and clarify something here. So do we want to do that before we move forward?
No, not yet. I'm looking for another opening for this piece, for this bit of info.
Oh, okay. Okay, great. This to me is really, really insidious. Again, you know, there's this perverse nature that under the guise of smiles and, you know, childhood, you know, things such as play and you know, cartoons and games and athletics, all the things that should be innocent and nurturing for children and give them joy and help build their strength and their confidence and their character, are being used against them. And here's the case with Alexei Tolai, because he is actually a Paralympian. He's a motivational coach. He founded his organization. He's on X, and you can see him. And he apparently he tripped on a German landmine, a World War II German landmine as a child, and lost his arms and his legs. And you know, and for that, that's tragic. That's tragic. You know, even in my worst enemy, I would not wish that kind of harm on them. But here is someone who should be an inspirational figure and who looks and models like, you know, he's a person with disabilities. And he says in this one press release, I wanted to focus on children with disabilities, children who are injured in hostilities and shelling. And okay, here's someone, if anyone should know better, it's him, right? Because he lost his arms and his legs by stepping on the relic of a war, the lethal relic of a war from decades earlier. Now, what is he doing? He's using those injuries to promote another war, to promote a war against Ukrainians. I mean, the horrific irony here is just, it's hard to wrap your mind around. And doing this in a way that's supposed to be philanthropic and inspirational. And I think, unfortunately, what it calls us to be aware of is that the people that are doing this with this, you know, self-presentation of philanthropy and kindness and charity. And we don't want to become so cynical of human nature that we can't take people at their word and you know, give them the benefit of the doubt until they prove otherwise. But it's hard, as I said, it's hard to wrap your mind around someone who would take a tragedy in his own life and then turn around and use it to further the ends of another war, of another dictator. You know, World War II. Why did we have, you know, why did we have that? Largely because we had a madman running through Europe thinking that he could rule the world, Adolf Hitler, and thinking that he could eliminate, you know, the Jewish population, and that he could run roughshod over every country and run roughshod over every language, every culture, religion, that he could, you know, eliminate persons with disability, persons who were homosexual. He just, if you didn't fit his vision, you weren't in. This man lost his limbs. This Alexei Tolai lost his limbs to the remnants of that. And now he continues to wage that. I'm sorry, that's just extraordinarily difficult to get your head around. You know, again, he is on this one site, it's eng.belta.by. I'll have to give you this link, Prince. But back in June of this year, the press release, or this article, is titled Alexei Tolai on the Health Recuperation Program for Children from Donbass, spelled with 2 S's in the English translation. And this was, the dateline on this is Minsk. And he talks about, and there's a video with it too that you can watch on YouTube, about sharing his story and how he was on a trip in, as he calls it, the Donetsk People's Republic. Again, that is not recognized. That is not internationally recognized. That as soon as you see that, you know you're dealing with someone who's pro-Moscow, pro-Kremlin. He went on a business trip on his own in 2021. I wonder why. And then when we launched the program in Belarus, it's very difficult to talk and hear their stories. Some of them had their parents killed in front of their eyes. Wonder how that came about. Maybe if Russia had stayed within its own boundaries, as they wouldn't have. The first group came from the quote unquote DPR in September 2021. 9 children with disabilities accompanied by 7 adults. Oh, and they note this: parents or authorized persons who had a notarized power of attorney for this. They had all the necessary documents drawn up, the Paralympian noted. Well, this report gives the lie to that, because they made it very easy prior to doing this for the children to be transported without power of attorney or official permissions. So isn't it interesting, how they're presenting to the press on this? Then he says that the children underwent medical rehabilitation at the National Children's Hospital for medical rehabilitation and then left by bus. The bus becomes significant in this report because you'll see later on they actually added bus routes to start accommodating the transport of these children. So it just shows an investment in this deportation. And then it says later they were able, his foundation, to bring a fairly large group of physically healthy children. Get this. When the word of mouth spread that Belarus hosts children from the quote unquote DPR for health recuperation, the foundation received more requests to host physically healthy children. And then his quote is, "Of course, we could not refuse." And together with Zubrenek, which is the I think it's a facility or it's the town, we were able to do it, adding that a fairly large group of more than 100 people holidayed in Zubrenak from September to October 2021. Continued his work on the rehabilitation of the disabled children. And just as a side note, I always kind of, and I know that, different people are in different places with this, but I was trained to say, instead of disabled persons with disabilities, like person-centered language in speaking about people with disabilities. That's not evident in this piece, but he says there were many such children from Donbass who either became disabled to recent hostilities in the country or were born with disabilities. Let's go back up to recent hostilities in the country. Where did they come from? Who started them? Could it be Russia? We welcomed everyone who needed help in the first place. And then he says in 2022, 14 children. And again, it's just so fascinating that they're trying to put out this narrative that they had all the documents to do this. In 2022, 14 children accompanied by 10 adults from the DPR, parentheses, all documents were properly executed, underwent rehabilitation, came and left by bus. And then he said, the program was gradually gaining momentum. And then he says this was my personal responsibility. Our charitable foundation and I, as its director, were in charge of this health recuperation program for children from Donbass. We were working very carefully. Every detail of our work was scrutinized. We did everything for these children to be able to come here, receive support and help, and return to their families. Well, I don't think that last phrase got implemented. No matter how good it can be abroad, our heart still longs for home where we live, where we used to run barefoot in our childhood. Really? Then why are these children not home yet? Then he continues, these children were also homesick, no matter how difficult things were at their home. This is their land, and their parents and grandparents are waiting for them there. Now, come on. I mean, that's in complete contradiction to what these reports are finding. Then he admits again in June 2022, another group of 28 children. And then he even says a large group of 888 children came here in October 2022. The group was accompanied by, and once again, we have our disclaimer, 125 adults, parents, or accompanying persons with all necessary notarized documents. 3 shifts were organized for them at the Children's Health Camp Dubrava. This is the camp we were talking about in Soligorsk district. The group came and left by train. It's a very repetitive article, right? But it's talking about, I mean, he is fully admitting responsibility for this. Work was scrutinized, not haphazard. This is not, you know, when they say, oh, well, we're trying to rescue them from the hostilities. I mean, that's completely disingenuous, because you're not. You created the hostilities in the first place. International law specifies that you are supposed to remove them to a safe area, not outside the territory. And you have to get them back as soon as possible when it's safe again. And I'll just wrap up this phrase with this, and I'll send you this link, Nancy, so that you can put it in the nest. He actually says, we as citizens of the Union State of Belarus and Russia, let that sink in, are doing everything possible, as it has been for decades, to help those children in Belarus. Today, this help comes through the charitable foundation of the Belarusian Paralympian, who knows what mine explosive wounds are through personal experience. I could not do otherwise. Today, many tens of thousands of Belarusian people have contributed to this project. They find our charitable foundation, its website, find an opportunity to support the rehabilitation of Donbass children in Belarus, Alexei Talai said. So this is just open admission, but trying to spin it. We're sending them back. We understand they're homesick. We had the documents. They were notarized. And it's just cover. It's just cover. And again, I just find it so insidious that someone who should know better through his own personal tragedy would work in this manner to inflict genocide upon Ukraine's children, because the forcible removal of children is forbidden by the Genocide Convention.
And Gina, I've got one thing to tie in there as well. While Alexei Talai's Twitter or X account is a bit stale, his Facebook account is still very active, and it is linked to from his Twitter account. And remember how I mentioned earlier that on December 1st, the International Red Cross had suspended the Belarusian Red Cross because of the involvement of Dmitry Shatsov in boasting that he was involved in the kidnap and transfer of children from Donbass and Ukraine. Well, on Alexei Talai's Facebook account, it's clear that Belarus is doubling down. Today, and this is December 7th, today, Alexei says, I became an honorary member of the Belarusian Red Cross. This year has been particularly productive in joint protection of children from Ukraine and Donbass with our foundation and BKK, which is the Belarusian Red Cross. Clear position, heads of state to live and work only in the interests of their homeland and not to dance to the pipes of strangers in harmony with public organizations and ordinary people. That is why Belarus refused to dismiss Dmitry Shatsov, Secretary General of the Belarusian Red Cross, according to the Geneva ultimatum for his trip to the children in the Donbass. In response, we were excluded from an international organization, quote unquote. Well, we are working in the same mode, and furthermore, we are a democratic republic, and we do not sort children by color of skin, religion, confession, and geography of residence, unlike Western non-partners. We do not trade the truth and do not betray our brothers and sisters. I think we have something to learn from the whole civilized European community. Alexei Talai. So interesting how the fish are swirling in the net as things tighten around them. But the doubling down is not a bit surprising, but I felt it very relevant to add to the conversation. Nice people we're working with here.
Absolutely. No, and these quotes, this evidence, it reminds me of the work of Julia Davis, you know, when you're able to point this stuff out. I mean, Julia Davis, for, you know, many in the space who follow her, has diligently, and I don't know how she maintains her sanity, translated Russian propaganda, state media propaganda, so that we can hear it in English. and it's recorded and it's documented, and I truly believe that it's going to be used in evidence when this is prosecuted in the international courts. But it's the same thing when we see this, when we take the time to translate it into English. I mean, Google Translate and other programs. I mean, we don't need to be intimidated the way we were before, by our inability to speak Ukrainian or Russian or Belarusian. I mean, we can find these documents now, and where they're not immediately available in English, we can translate them. But when we see this, it's just all evidence. It's public admission that they're doing this. And we need to hold them to account for it. And the more we educate ourselves with this, we can make our elected officials aware. Truthfully, our elected officials are not doing this kind of a drill down on it. I'd be willing to bet. I would be willing to bet that unfortunately many elected officials are not aware of the reports that we have discussed in this space for the past several weeks. The two new lines, Raoul Wallenberg, Center for Human Rights reports that we've looked at, the various reports on, this report here tonight, the various reports on conflict-related sexual violence. We're the ones that have to bring these documents to the attention of our elected officials and give them these resources and say, look at this, read at least part of this, read the executive summary, have your staff read it, give you a summary. But I'm pointing to data to show you that this is real, that these people are doing this, that they are admitting to this in the press. It's all how we hold it accountable, and we let their words damn them. We take their words, we compare it to international law and the reality on the ground, what the the research has shown, what the satellite imagery has shown, what the survivor testimonies have shown, what the war documentation, documentation of the war crimes has shown, and just say, you tell me what's going on here. And it just becomes so clear, the nature of this genocide, that this is just that, a genocide. There's no excuse that we're not marshaling all of our political will, all of our human energy to stop this, and stop it now. And please, dear God, stop it forever.
Yeah. Please, dear God, stop it forever is right. It's just, their mouths are open, they are lying. That's exactly how I feel sometimes. Their mouths are open, that means they're lying. And just case after case after case. And yeah. Go ahead, Gina.
Well, the other thing, and I was harping on it before, but I want to just reiterate it again. What is so appalling, doubly appalling, that not just that they are doing this to children, which is appalling, but also to some of the most vulnerable children. As if these children are nothing more than, for lack of a better term, easy prey. And at the same time, they mask it as a humanitarian effort. That I think just compounds what's already an unspeakable evil. That with smiles and stuffed animals, they could so easily really treat children as property, as just human capital for an imperialistic idea. That's really what this is.
Gina,
and it
hang
just
on
makes
a second. Nancy, did you see that?
Oh,
No.
looks like we might crash.
Post connection issue, Nancy.
All right.
Sorry, Gina, go ahead. If we crash,
Oh.
we will come right back.
All
Just
right.
saying
Do
that.
we? Okay.
Just stay there. Just keep
Yep.
on going.
Well, no, I mean, that's basically the point. And I just don't think it can be emphasized enough, because, again, horrific to do this to any child, regardless, but especially the most vulnerable, to prey on them. And for me, when I think of how Russia especially has approached its own deployment of its troops, that deployment has disproportionately relied that deployment has disproportionately relied